Chapter 39-31. Xiaohua thought for a while and said in a low voice, "Disciple, I have some things to ask Yuanya to come out. You go back to the Kunlun Wonderland to cultivate first." "Yes, master." Fu Jiwen looked at the changing scenery around him and knew that the demon formation had been activated. It was a good opportunity for him to leave. Xiaohua released his soul consciousness and formed a seal with his hands. He sent Fu Jiwen back to the space with a wave of his sleeve and then pulled Yuanya out. Xiaohua's actions were very secretive. His current cultivation was high enough. This moment of action did not attract the attention of any demon race or even the North Sea Dragon Palace. "Master." Yuanya was a little stunned when he was suddenly pulled out. When he looked around, he hurriedly bowed. "No need to be so polite," Xiaohua said. His eyes turned slightly. The mana around his body flashed and his face turned into Xiao Jian's appearance. Yuanya was naturally puzzled when he saw Xiaohua's transformation. However, looking at Xiao Jian's familiar face, Yuanya's eyes were filled with sadness and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. "Disciple, don't be anxious. Wait a while and look around," Xiaohua said in a low voice. "I remember that you came from the arena. You still owe the arena a fight. This kind of thing is karma. If you don't understand it, it might have nothing to do with your current cultivation. However, who knows what kind of trouble it will cause in the future." Yuanya looked around. The demon matrix was still changing and there were also water ripples beneath him. He couldn't see anything, so he said, "Master told me about this. I had already fainted and didn't know anything. I don't know if what Master said is true." The master Yuanya mentioned was naturally Xiao Jian. At this time Yuanya still called Xiao Jian master. This was also his nature. Xiaohua also sighed slightly when he heard this. Whether Xiao Jian's words were true or false, only he himself knew. The karma between Yuanya and the arena might be made up by Xiao Jian. No matter what, just believe it for now. Xiaohua sighed. Yuanya nodded. "I will listen to Master's instructions. I will return it to them. I don't want to owe anyone a favor. It's just that this disciple doesn't know where the gladiator arena is and I don't know how to return it to him. Take a look over there." Xiaohua laughed as he raised his hand and pointed at the center of the auction hall. Yuanya raised his head to look and unconsciously sucked in a breath of cold air. His hands involuntarily clenched into fists and the veins on his arms bulged like dragons. Even his body was trembling slightly and his teeth were tightly clenched together. Where Yuanya's gaze landed, the originally flat ground was now filled with many stones. The stones were in an irregular shape. There was grass, mud, and even some sharp spikes on the ground between the stones. In addition to the stones, there was some scarlet water around the ground. Some white bones that had not been corroded floated on the water. Some bubbles appeared in the water. It looked extremely poisonous. On the left side of the holes in the walls, there were bloodstains all over. There were even some skeletons and white bones scattered on the ground. It looked very eerie. Seeing Yuanya's strange behavior, Xiaohua already understood. Even if this gladiator arena was not the gladiator arena that Yuanya used to be in, it must have some connection to that place. "Master." Yuanya calmed down with great difficulty. He looked at Xiaohua and said, "This gladiator arena is very similar to the gladiator arena that disciple used to be in, but it is not the gladiator arena that disciple used to be in." And Xiaohua nodded and said, "Sit here and take a look. Master will think about what to do." "Yes, master." Yuanya gently sat down and looked at the gladiator arena that was gradually becoming clear. He gradually became confused, cold, nostalgic, and confused. All kinds of emotions surged out like bubbles. Xiaohua paid attention to Yuanya's expression and secretly nodded. He understood that this gladiator arena was where Yuanya went after leaving the mystic Jade Dark Forest. Other than Diao Wu, this gladiator arena was probably one of Yuanya's worries. Diao Wu's worries had already been solved by Diao Wu, and the gladiator arena's worries would also be solved today. Calling Yuanya out was definitely the right decision. A moment later, all the seats became clear. The figures of the monster race and human race on the seats also began to appear. Sure enough, as Xian Kong said, the seats were completely messed up. Xiaohua had already moved to another place and was much closer to the gladiator arena. Even if Xiaohua spoke now, the celestial emissaries of the celestial palace would not be able to find him. Dong dong dong. A series of military drums sounded and a bloody color suddenly appeared in the center of the gladiator arena. The bloody color became even bigger and in a moment, it formed a ball of blood that was dozens of feet large in the air. Dong! The military drums sounded in unison and then two large hands stretched out from the center of the blood ball. These large hands were furry and had sharp armor that flashed with a cold light. The large hands tore left and right, and the entire blood ball opened like a curtain of snow. A flood dragon wearing blood armor rushed out from within. This flood dragon's blood armor was engraved with complicated demon characters. The demon characters were covered with thick blood marks and a strong murderous aura was emitted from this blood armor. Not to mention this flood dragon's huge body on its ferocious flood dragon face, there was a deep blood mark that cut its entire face in half. Its already terrifying face revealed a murderous aura. When the flood dragon walked out of the blood ball, the entire blood ball turned into a blood cloud and landed under the flood dragon's feet. The flood dragon raised its head and swept its cold gaze across the faces of all the monster race. Then it cupped its hands and said, "This old man is Ao Feng from the Yazi Gladiator Arena. Greetings, fellow immortals." However, before the demon race could make a move, Ma Yingfeng said again, "Before the auction, I believe all of you have already seen the battle between Kunli and the rhinoceros. This old man can guarantee that it was merely an appetizer. The following battle will be 100 times more exciting than the previous one." "Good." The monster race loudly shouted. The blood chi that they did not vent on the mermaid rushed to their heads again. "Today's battle will be divided into 10 battles." Ma Yingfeng's expression did not change. He still said coldly, "Every round has 2 demon beasts or many demon beasts fighting. Fellow immortals, you can bet on which demon beast will win based on your own judgment." Ao Feng then said a lot more. It was nothing more than how to bet, how to win, and how to get the sea crystals that you won. However, Xiaohua did not hear any of this. He was thinking about how to negotiate with the Yazi Gladiator Arena about Yuanya. In the end, Ao Feng said, "The corpse of the defeated monster will be the same as the previous auction. Fellow immortals who are interested can bid. As for the winning monster, if any fellow immortals are not satisfied, they can also come out and challenge. However, my Yazi Gladiator Arena will not be responsible for the life and death of the fellow immortals. Of course, if fellow immortals win, then fellow immortals can take away 70% of the bets that fellow immortals have placed on fellow immortals." Damn it, the last time I saw a bear spirit he earned 2 million sea crystals. That bear spirit wasn't beaten down by a demonic beast, but was beaten down by sea crystals. A demonic beast with a loud voice shouted, "Today I want to challenge too." "Good, if fellow immortals are interested you can go to the side door to register now. Because there are only 10 matches, only 10 immortal friends can participate in the matches tonight." Just as Ma Yingfeng finished speaking, several whirlwinds appeared and several demons flew towards the side door that was shining with light. "See?" Hearing that there were so many benefits to challenging, Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He could not help but have doubts in his heart. Could it be, this is Xiao Jian's lie? He said there was a battle with the arena. Could it be that he wants to earn primeval stones? Is he trying to deceive Yuanya? Damn it, don't push, don't push. Xiaohua looked over. In just an instant, there were already dozens of large monsters piled up at the side door. A few monsters were squeezed in the middle and shouted. Ao Feng glanced at them and said, "However, fellow immortals who are preparing for the battle, please pay attention. In my Yazi Gladiator Arena, no demonic techniques can be used. As long as you enter the arena, all of your cultivation will be restricted. All of your fights will have to rely on your body. Also, my Yazi Gladiator Arena divides the monster race into 8 levels. If fellow immortal's body is stronger than the monster race, then you can only be restricted again until your body reaches the same level." "Ah? Why didn't you say so earlier?" When the demon clan members who were huddled together heard this, they were all shocked. Of course, their physical bodies were strong, but they were still inferior to Kun Lai and the male rhinoceros in the arena. Moreover, Ma Jinfeng's last words had killed off the idea of some monster race cultivators who wanted to rely on their bodies that had been tempered for countless years to bully monster beasts. Fellow immortals, go back to your seats and think about it. It won't be too late to make a decision after the battle starts. Ao Feng did not miss the opportunity to say. Since there was a way out, the dozens of demons naturally scattered like monkeys when the tree fell. Aofeng didn't delay and pointed at the bloody walls and said, "Fellow immortals, today's first battle is Ku Pai against Zhan Hong." Dong dong dong. Following the beating of the war drums, dark green demonic clouds emerged from the two holes. Furious roars resounded throughout the entire arena. Then two huge cages flew out from the holes. The cages were made of thick ice pillars. There was a layer of demonic runes on the pillars. Looking inside the cages, one was the huge Ku Pai and the other was the bad-tempered Zhan Hong. Ku Pai was close to 100 feet in size. Its 4 legs were as solid as stone pillars. On its back there were 4 layers of scales that looked like iron sheets. The edges of each scale were extremely sharp. Ku Pai's head was like a snake's head. On its huge head there was a 1-meter-long spike. At this moment, Ku Pai was lazily standing in the cage. Its snake-like head peeked out of the cage and its dark eyes looked around. Zhan Hong was a square-shaped monster. Its body was covered in scales and its head, which had almost no neck, was hexagonal. There was a sharp mane at the junction of each side, and the mane was flashing with a blue luster. At this moment, Zhan Hong was not as calm as Ku Pai. Instead, it roared and slammed into the ice pillars of the cage. Every time it slammed into the ice pillars, the demonic runes on them flashed rapidly. What a good event for a pie in the sky. Cool phone's waiting for you. Chapter 39-32. Fellow immortals, you can place your bets and see which demonic beast will win. Ma Yingfeng urged the blood-red demonic cloud and flew to the left of the two cages. He took out a steel spear from his heaven and earth bracelet and waved it. The two cages flew out of the arena and floated in front of the eyes of the entire demon race and human race so that the demons could see clearly. Come, disciple, follow your master. Regardless of whether there is one or not, we still have to confirm it first. Xiaohua looked at the cages flying around and felt disgust in his heart. He stood up and said while walking towards the side door. Yes, Yuanya responded and stood up to follow him. Walking to the side door, there was a shrimp soldier standing there bored to death. Seeing the two humans coming over, he pointed the halberd in his hand and said, "Humans, stop. This is the arena's forbidden area. Humans are not allowed to enter. This old man's disciple wants to challenge a demonic beast." Xiaohua looked at the halberd and said indifferently without stopping his steps, "Ah? You want to challenge a demonic beast?" That shrimp soldier was stunned. He had never heard of a human challenging a demonic beast in the arena. "That's right." Xiaohua nodded. "However, the demonic beast my disciple wants to challenge might not be the one in the arena. You may not be able to make the decision on this matter. Call the manager over." "Hee hee." That shrimp soldier laughed nastily and said, "This old man has seen a lot of people, but I have never seen a person who wants to court death so much. This old man is responsible for registering the demonic beasts that want to challenge. If your disciple wants to challenge, he can do so. If he doesn't want to challenge, he can also scram. As for finding a manager, do you humans think you have the qualifications? How dare you?" Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a cold light. That shrimp soldier suddenly felt an aura that was even more vast than the waves coming from Xiaohua's body. Moreover, this aura seemed to have grown sharp teeth and bit out his fear in an instant. "Ah!" The shrimp soldier was horrified and the halberd in his hand fell to the ground. His body trembled as he quickly retreated. "Umph." Xiaohua coldly snorted, withdrew his pressure and coldly said, "Damned thing, why aren't you calling out the person in charge?" Yes, I'll go now." That shrimp soldier didn't even care about his halberd as he hurriedly ran over. In just a short moment, Xian Kong actually flew out from inside. He looked at Xiaohua with a frown and said, "Fellow immortal, if you want to fight, you can register. Why do you need me to come out?" "Fellow immortal Xian. I am Xiao Jian." Xiaohua cupped his hands and said with a smile, "This auction allowed me to witness fellow immortal's elegance. Although I didn't bid for anything, fellow immortal left a deep impression on me. As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling person." Even though Xian Kong frowned when he heard Xiaohua speak like this, he couldn't bring himself to flare up, so he could only nod and say, "Fellow immortal, feel free to speak your mind. Oh, it's like this." Xiaohua told him about Abyss Cliff, and then he said in the end, "Even though I remember this agreement with the arena, I've always been drifting outside all these years and I didn't have the time to return. When I saw the Yazi arena tonight, I thought of this, so I came to look for fellow immortal Xian." "Is that arena the North Sea Dragon Palace's arena?" If this disciple of mine is at the Yazi arena, can he fulfill the agreement as well? Xian Kong nodded when he heard this and said, my Northern Sea Dragon Palace has the Chionyo Arena, Yanzi Arena, Bai an Arena, Paleo Arena, Taotai Arena, Baxiao Arena, Bai an Arena, Fut an Arena, and Cheat an Arena within the 9 prefectures of Hidden Immortal Continent. If what fellow immortal said is true, then it's one of the other 8 arenas. Could it be that there aren't any other arenas on Hidden Immortal Continent? Xiaohua asked curiously. Xian Kong nodded and said proudly, that's right. Since my North Sea Dragon Palace wants to build an arena, how can any other demon race or human race build an arena? As he spoke, Xian Kong looked at Xiaohua from top to bottom, and then looked at Abyss Cliff and said meaningfully, it seems that fellow immortal is a man of his word. You still remember the promise you made with my North Sea Dragon Palace. In this way you've profited from a disaster. This old man has made the decision to temporarily exempt the 2 of you from the 10,000 kill order. Similarly, according to the previous agreement, this Do Nu must have his final battle in my Yazi arena. As long as he wins, this old man can remove the Do slave seal from my North Sea Dragon Palace. He can then leave this place safely and regain his freedom. 10,000 kill order? Warrior slave seal? Xiaohua was stunned. He didn't expect that there were so many secrets. Moreover, Abyss Cliff had been following Xiao Jian, so Xiaohua didn't carefully investigate whether there were any restrictions in Abyss Cliff's body. However, Xiaohua also believed that even if he really did investigate with the methods of the North Sea Dragon Palace, he definitely wouldn't find anything strange. Xian Kong said proudly, of course. Fellow immortal, do you think it's so easy to get out of my North Sea Dragon Palace's arena? If it weren't for the warrior slave seal, how could the dragon generals of other arenas dare to easily release the warrior slave recorded in the battle strategy? Moreover, fellow immortal, you didn't come to my North Sea Dragon Palace at the agreed time. Your name and the warrior slave's name have already been on the arena's 10,000 kill order. Perhaps the arena didn't have time to find you, or maybe they didn't find you. But if you didn't take the initiative to come to my Yazi arena, I'm afraid that the next time you see the demon race in the arena, you will be killed as soon as you see them. I'm lucky. Xiaohua had already concealed his cultivation at this time. Even Xian Kong could only see that Xiaohua's cultivation was only at the early Yuanying stage. He was so lucky that Xian Kong couldn't see any flaws. Fellow immortal, please wait a moment. As Xian Kong spoke, he took out something that looked like a dragon horn from the Cosmos bracelet on his arm. With a piu, he spat out a mouthful of demon chi and the dragon horn let out a clear cry. Soon after, a triangular bronze mirror shot out from the dragon horn. There were 3 Yazis coiled around the edges of the bronze mirror, and their heads and tails were connected. Moreover, there was also a faint opening of a Yazi's mouth in the bronze mirror. A flickering jade sword could be seen faintly within the mouth. Fellow immortal, you don't have to resist. This old man's Yazi battle strategy is to check fellow immortal's appearance and the record of the warrior slave. Xian Kong reminded. Without waiting for Xiaohua to say anything, he shook his hand and the so-called battle strategy flashed out a golden light curtain that covered Xiaohua and Yuanya. Xiaohua frowned and then relaxed. He was extremely uncomfortable with Xian Kong's contempt. But thinking that it was for the sake of Yuanya's warrior slave seal and to avoid trouble in the future, he ignored it. Plang. A sword cry came from the battle strategy. Dozens of sword lights that looked like swimming dragons shot out from the Yazi's mouth and pierced towards Xiaohua and Yuanya. At this moment, the battle strategy in Xian Kong's hand had turned blood red. Return, Xian Kong roared. The battle strategy in his hand produced a blood-red suction force. The dozens of sword lights shattered and returned to the battle strategy. Xiaohua's face was pale as he said in a low voice, "Fellow immortal Xian, what's going on?" Xian Kong looked at Xiaohua and said indifferently, "Sure enough, it's not out of my expectations. You two have already been placed on the 10,000 kill command. But now this old man has temporarily suppressed the 10,000 kill command. As long as this warrior slave wins a battle, this old man can remove the warrior slave seal for him." Alright. Xiaohua nodded and said, "Then let's do it according to the rules of the North Sea Dragon Palace." At this point Xiaohua suddenly asked, "Oh right. If this disciple of I wins, can I take the bet?" "Let this old man take a look." Xian Kong didn't find it strange at all. His gaze fell onto the battle strategy. At this moment the battle strategy had the image of Xiao Jian and Yuanya on it. There were also some densely packed demon characters below. Baxia level 4 gladiator beast was taken away from the arena by the cultivator of the Dao sect, Xiao Jian, because he was seriously ill. Before he left, he made an agreement that if he recovered from his illness, he would return to the arena 3 years later for the final battle. 20% of the bet would belong to Xiao Jian. Baxia's warrior slave seal hasn't been removed and he hasn't returned as promised. I hereby issue the 10,000 kill command. Anyone who sees him is to kill him and receive a reward of 5,000. Xian Kong spoke word by word in an extremely cold manner. "Ah, good." Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed. That laughter of his had a profound meaning. When he looked at Yuanya again, the reluctance in his eyes had gradually disappeared. At this moment he finally understood why Xiao Jian had rescued him from the arena. "Fellow immortal, did you hear?" Xian Kong looked up at Xiaohua and said, "Baxia's warrior slave seal won't be removed as long as he doesn't die. Therefore, fellow immortal, coming to my Yazi arena today was the most correct choice." Yes, I'll have to trouble fellow immortal." Xiaohua's smile was so wretched that it was no different from Xiao Jian's. Xian Kong looked at Yuanya and said, Baxia, come with me." "Yes." Yuanya replied expressionlessly. "That." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Fellow immortal Xian, I wonder how my disciple will fight. Can you tell I a little bit?" Xian Kong was a bit impatient and said indifferently, "It's just a level 4 gladiator beast. This old man will arrange a level 4 gladiator beast to fight with him. I won't make things too difficult for him." Yes, Xiaohua nodded and asked carefully, "Then can he use weapons?" "Of course he can't use weapons. Even Dao sect cultivation methods can't." Xian Kong waved his hand and said, "Before entering the arena, a demon general will seal his lower dantian." "Yes, I'll have to trouble fellow immortal Xian." Xiaohua smiled and said again. Then he patted Yuanya and said, "Disciple, the happiness of the rest of Master's life is in your hands. In a while Master will bet more on you." "Yes." Yuanya hated Xiao Jian's appearance. Although he knew that this was Xiaohua, he still replied indifferently. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't be at ease with Xian Kong taking Yuanya away like this. Instead, he secretly placed a strand of soul consciousness on Yuanya's body. Then he turned around and prepared to leave. However, after taking 2 steps, Xiaohua was still worried and pulled the green-robed Xiaohua out of the space. He had him control the formless nascent soul and follow behind Yuanya. What a good event where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Chapter 39-33. When Xiaohua returned to the arena and sat back in his seat, he could no longer sense that strand of soul consciousness. The North Sea Dragon Palace's demonic array restriction had indeed exceeded Xiaohua's expectations. However, with the green-robed Xiaohua by Yuanya's side, Xiaohua was not afraid of any special accidents. When Xiaohua sat down, the battle between Ku Pai and Zhan Hong was nearing its end. The 2 demonic beasts were covered in wounds and blood. However, for the sake of survival, they continued to roar and pounce at each other. Every time they attacked, the 2 demonic beasts would spill a lot of blood and flesh from their bodies. Such a bloody battle. No wonder Yunya doesn't want to remember it. In this cruel battle arena, he doesn't even have a name. Xiaohua looked at the bloody battle and thought to himself, Baxia 478869869, which is the Baxia Gladiator Arena. Furthermore, it's a level 4 gladiator beast. Zhan Hong was like a small mountain fiercely charging at Ku Pai. Ku Pai stretched out his head and bit Zhan Hong's back. Even his sharp thorns tore off large chunks of Zhan Hong's flesh. However, Zhan Hong stubbornly held on to Ku Pai's heart. Boom! A loud sound sent Ku Pai crashing into the wall of the arena. The entire arena seemed to be shaking. Ku Pai struggled for a moment before finally lowering his unyielding head. Boom! All the beasts were excited. The screams and roars from before became louder and louder. Perhaps it was because they won the bet, or perhaps it was because of the excitement. Xiaohua sighed slightly. He sat on his seat and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. Fellow immortal. Do you feel that it's a bit bloody?" Suddenly, a voice appeared in Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua didn't open his eyes. His consciousness entered his body and saw that the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua was already standing in his middle dantian with a smile on his face. The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua from before didn't have the same outstanding appearance as before. All the sword chi and sword forms had disappeared. Only the pages of his book remained. Inscriptions of armor flashed in his eyes. The aura of the inscriptions of armor was far stronger than that of ordinary scholarly cultivators. However, the current Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua was no different from an ordinary Confucian scholar. He wore a light cyan Confucian robe, and his refined temperament was revealed from his clear black and white eyes. That upright and plain-spoken aura could only be faintly seen between his brows. As for the sharp sword from before, it was still hanging at his waist. The scabbard was also gone. However, the sword didn't have any sword chi. It looked no different from an ordinary sword. Fellow immortal. Jade Archive Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, I didn't expect fellow immortal to enter the state of concealing his divine splendor in just a few days. Of course. The Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua lightly returned the greeting. Before I started cultivating as a Confucian cultivator, I was originally residing within sword intent. My understanding of sword intent and sword chi has already penetrated deep into my bones. Although the sword intent of Cast Emotion Mountain was formed by heaven and earth in my eyes, it was just a shocking sword strike. Fellow immortal, you've already comprehended this heaven sword. Now that I've entered seclusion to comprehend it, it's a matter of course. Of course, the comprehension of the heaven earth sword is far from something we can achieve in one go. I still have a long way to go. The sword Tao is also the Confucian Tao, and it's also the heavenly Tao. I've obtained the soul of heaven and the soul of the earth. I've obtained the true essence of scholarly cultivation. My current cultivation has reached a higher level. This is what we should celebrate. Indeed. Jade Xiao Hua nodded with a smile. With a calm heart all things will not perish. With a clear heart there won't be a speck of dust. Monk Subhuti has been in seclusion for so long, yet he still hasn't come out. His path in the Buddhist sect is too difficult. Xiao Hua said, however, some of the words of the Buddhist sect are very reasonable. If I had seen such bloodshed before, I would have wanted to use my sword to kill all these demons and monsters. But now that I've grasped the heaven earth sword, I somewhat understand that killing and bloodshed are a part of the world. They can never be eliminated by killing to stop killing. Previously, on the Dawn Rain continent, only sword transformation realm cultivators participated in the sword Tao battle. Those spirit swords and divine swords simply disdained to participate. And even in the eyes of Tao sect cultivators like deity transformation realm cultivators, I'm afraid they also have such thoughts, right? I'm just soft-hearted. I can't see killing. Jade Xiao Hua said with a smile, I can't wait for the people of the world to sing and laugh happily. Harmony breeds wealth. Singing and laughing isn't necessarily what fellow immortal pursues. Xiao Hua said with a smile, harmony breeds wealth. Ah, the same. Jade Xiao Hua clapped. Then Xiao Hua said with a serious expression, fellow immortal, when fellow immortal Tempered Bones asked you for a cultivation method, I thought it was a bit funny. But now, in my Confucian cultivation method, the heaven soul is complete and the earth soul is missing. The 5 cheese unifications cultivation method is still missing the water cheese unifications. Of the 5 heavenly hearts, besides the new heavenly heart which is half a piece, I still lack a piece of heavenly heart. Fellow immortal, why is it so difficult for you to get a cultivation method? Jade Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and raised his hand to point at Xiao Hua. Fellow immortal, you're not satisfied. The 5 cheese unifications cultivation method is the top cultivation method for Confucian cultivators. How could it be easy to get? Fellow immortal, you're already lucky to be able to see the secret inside. Especially the mystery of the heavenly book's true solution is a secret that even Zhu Zi, Zheng Zi, and Sun Zi couldn't comprehend. We actually managed to see it by chance. The path to heaven has already appeared under our feet. Why should we be in a hurry? Haste makes waste. It's always been a big taboo in cultivation. I know. Xiao Hua said with a smile. I'm just reminding fellow immortal. When you're proud, don't forget about me. You and I are the right path. I understand. Jade Xiao Hua waved his hand and prepared to leave. After the auction I will go look for the Yu province cauldron. Heavens will can only rely on chance. I can't promise you anything. Thank you for your trouble, fellow immortal. Xiao Hua returned the greeting with a smile. Xiaohua's mind left his middle dantian. The entire arena was still noisy like fire. There was simply no one sitting quietly like Xiaohua. After all, those who didn't leave the auction and participated in the arena were all here for this kind of blood and excitement. How could they give up on a regular scene? After another half an hour, seeing a large rock-like demonic beast tearing apart and devouring a duck-like demonic beast, Ma Yingfeng once again stepped on a blood cloud and appeared in the sky above the arena. Fellow immortals. Ma Yingfeng's face was still cold. He said word by word. Previously, this old man said that my Yazi Arena arranged 10 matches for fellow immortals to enjoy. However, today, there is a beast that is about to leave the arena for its last match. Therefore, my Yazi Arena temporarily added a match. Please enjoy. As he spoke, 2 cages flew out from the distant stone wall. One of them was naturally Yuanya. At this time, Yuanya had already changed his Taoist robe and was wearing some clothes sewn from beast skin. It only covered his vital parts. Yuanya looked very calm inside the cage, but a kind of barbaric and bloody aura uncontrollably rushed out from his body. Looking at the other cage, there was a huge sea python. Not to mention the length of this sea python, its body was thicker than Yuanya's. What was special was that the sea python was constantly swimming in the cage. The cage's restriction was slightly swaying. Layers of demonic characters flashed from time to time, as if the cage's restriction was unable to trap the sea python. Human? Seeing Yuanya, the crowd of demonic beasts and humans were all shocked. They had seen demonic beasts and sea beasts fighting in the arena, but they had never seen a human before. Even though it was their former residence, they still couldn't believe their eyes. Fellow immortals. Ma Yingfeng explained, this human race's gladiator beast is not from my Yazi gladiator arena. He belongs to hidden immortal continent's inland Ba Shang gladiator arena. In the inland gladiator arena, other than demonic beasts, there are also some humans. These humans are usually gifted and different from ordinary cultivators. This gladiator beast was Baxiao 478869. It was a grade 4 demonic beast. Today is this beast's last match. If he wins, he can regain his freedom. Good. The crowd of demonic beasts shouted and became increasingly excited. The majority of them had never seen a battle between a human and a demonic beast. Thinking that such a small human was going to face such a huge sea beast, how could he suppress himself? Okay, fellow immortals, you can place your bets. Ma Yingfeng said indifferently. He waved his hand and the 2 cages landed on the arena. I throw the horned python. A demonic beast hurriedly patted his seat and took out a universe bangle. A bubble emerged from the seat. The demonic beast threw the universe bangle into the bubble and shouted, "This horned python's godly strength is astonishing. Even I had to escape when facing it. How can a human be its match?" That's right. This horned python is much more powerful than the male rhinoceros. Once it coils around you, even the male rhinoceros will end up with broken bones. Hee, the Yazi gladiator arena sure is scheming. Many demons were even muttering softly. This is the final battle of the human race. They actually arranged for a horned python. How can this human escape from the arena's grasp? Not necessarily. Some demonic beasts laughed and said, "Don't forget that this human is Baksang, a level 4 demonic beast. If he doesn't have some strength, how can he be a level 4 demonic beast? What's more special is that this human is the arena beast of Baksang Arena. After living for so long, he actually made it to the last match. I don't believe that he doesn't have any special talents." That's right, that's right. Another demonic beast chimed in. Humans are the most cunning. This fellow's head is comparable to a demonic beast. We will also bet on this human's victory. Nonsense. Another demonic beast shouted. No matter how cunning this human is or how special his talents are, just look at the size of this horned python. It's only in the arena now. If it was placed in the ocean, any ship would be crushed by it. Baksang is a human and has some brains, but what's the use of his brains when facing such a gigantic beast? In the words of the human race, put yourself in its shoes. If you and I were facing this horned python without using demonic arts or demon weapons, what are our chances of victory? Chapter 39-34. Yes. Following which, a few brainless demons chimed in. It was as though these demons were the brains of the Yazi gladiator arena. After a while, the Qiankuan rings were taken away by the Yazi gladiator arena one by one. Xiaohua was originally resting with his eyes closed, but when he heard that Yuanya came out, he could no longer calm down and opened his eyes. When he heard the unscrupulous whispers of the nearby demons, he couldn't help but frown. What the demons said was not without reason. Although Yuanya was gifted, he had not been Xiaohua's disciple for a long time, and during this period Xiaohua did not give him any special guidance. To be honest, Xiaohua was not confident about Yuanya's strength. But thinking about it, Yuanya was recorded as a level 4 gladiator beast in the arena's fighting strategy. Even if he did not practice the Fist of the North Star, his strength should still be at the level of a level 4 gladiator beast. From the style of the Yazi gladiator arena, it should be considered fair. Therefore, this horned python looked a little arrogant and should also be a level 4 gladiator beast. Yuanya should not be at a disadvantage against this horned python. The only thing Xiaohua was worried about was that the Baxia gladiator arena was located in the interior of the hidden immortal continent. There should be fewer demons in the arena, and there should be more humans like Yuanya. Yuanya could dominate among the level 4 gladiator beasts, but that was only against humans. If he faced this horned python, he might be at a disadvantage in terms of size. Let's wait and see. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. Green robe has already gone and others can't see what he does. If he doesn't succeed, this old man will also take action. It's fine if Yuanya suffers some minor injuries, but we can't let Yuanya die here. Dong. A military drum sounded. In the arena, whether it was Yuanya's cage or the horned python's cage, they suddenly disappeared, and one man and one beast fell from the sky. The horned python was originally rolling in the cage, but now that it was free, its entire body danced in the arena. Woo! A loud wind blew. Before Yuanya landed on the mountain rock, the horned python's tail drew a black line in the air and whipped towards his waist. Yuanya hurriedly urged his true energy to dodge, but his true energy was already confined by the Yazi gladiator arena. How could he still use his flying technique? Seeing the python's tail, which was larger than his body, sweeping towards him fiercer than a mountain, Yuanya had an idea. He hurriedly curled up and rolled, falling down. Just as Yuanya dodged half of the snake's tail, the snake's tail had already reached him. Yuanya's back was facing the snake's tail, making it difficult for him to move his body. He could only use his elbows to block the snake's tail. Ping! A loud sound was heard as the snake's tail vibrated in the air and struck forward again. Yuanya was sent flying like a bullet. Boom! Another loud sound was heard as Yuanya's body was smashed into a large rock. The boulder was even harder than diamond. When Yuanya's body fell, he knocked a few pieces of the boulder away. Then Yuanya's body softly slid down the stone wall. Looking at Yuanya's back, it was already a bloody mess. There was also a pool of blood on the stone wall. Damn it! Xiaohua's heart ached. He stood up and secretly complained to himself, am I too cruel? What kind of bullshit karma is this? When this old man's cultivation is deeper, I will directly use the hand of karma to block it. There is no reason for this poor child to suffer the torment of a demon beast. Good. A group of demons saw the man in the python fight and saw blood. They all shouted in ecstasy. Many demons also stood up. Looking at the horned python, it was obviously experienced in fighting. After its huge tail hit Yuanya, it swept him onto a pile of boulders. The python's body also nimbly flipped over, opened its mouth, flashed its ferocious fangs and pounced towards Yuanya. Not good. Xiaohua was anxious. His figure was about to flash. At this time Yuanya, who was originally soft, just happened to land on the ground. His feet bounced on the ground and with a whoosh his figure suddenly flashed to the side of the boulder. Pooh! The python's head fell and hit the boulder. At the same time the python's head rubbed against the boulder. Damn it! Xiaohua smiled and stood still. He knew that his concern made him confused. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. Like I said, Yuanya has the strength of a 4th-level fighting beast. How could he be killed in the first battle? Now that he is injured, I'm afraid it's a trick to lure the enemy. The horned python's pounce missed and it rolled on the boulder again. Not only did it pounce towards Yuanya with a roar, its powerful tail also whipped towards Yuanya from time to time. Looking at Yuanya again, his figure was as nimble as an ape and as alert as a squirrel. His whole body was moving around the boulder, and he always avoided the horned python's fatal attack at the most critical moment. He seemed to be handling it with ease. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yuanya escaped to a boulder. The horned python's tail wrapped around the boulder and cut off Yuanya's escape route. The python's head once again moved towards Yuanya's waist, which was climbing on top of the boulder and fiercely bit down. Good. Seeing that the horned python had coiled up and Yuanya had no way out, the group of demons cheered loudly again. They were ready to see how Yuanya would be bitten into two by the horned python. However, out of all the demons' expectations, Yuanya didn't dodge like before. Instead, he stomped his feet on the boulder and his whole body shot towards the python's head like a sharp arrow. The horned python hissed and its shiny black scales trembled in excitement. Its pair of fangs were about to pierce into Yuanya's waist. At this moment, Yuanya suddenly moved his feet and his body swayed mysteriously. He suddenly executed the ethereal steps in midair and dodged the horned python's attack in an instant. He rushed into the horned python's neck. Ah! The group of demons exclaimed in disappointment. However, their exclamations had just begun when they saw Yuanya rushing into the horned python's body. His 10 fingers spread open like a pair of iron claws clasping onto the horned python's scales. With a muffled sound, green blood splattered and Yuanya's hands actually pierced into the horned python's body. Impossible. How is this possible? A few demons shouted. The horned python doesn't just have tough skin and thick flesh. Its scales are even comparable to a demon artifact. Not to mention human hands, even demon beasts or demon artifacts would only cause sparks to fly when they hit it. Roar. The horned python was in pain. Its entire body rolled on the boulder and smashed towards the ground with Yuanya. At this moment, Yuanya's arms had already completely penetrated the horned python's body, which was the so-called 3 inches of the horned python's body. However, seeing that he was about to be smashed to the ground by the horned python, Yuanya didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly pulled his arms out of the horned python's body and his entire body shot out from the horned python's neck. Boom! The horned python's head hit the ground and blood splattered everywhere. Not only was blood flowing out from the 2 bloody holes in its neck, even the sharp edges of the boulder had pierced the python's head. Even though the horned python was injured, it didn't let go of the chance to attack Yuanya. The python's tail that was coiled on the ground stood up again and slammed straight towards Xiaohua, who had just stabilized himself. With another loud bang, the python's tail smashed down and actually created a shockwave that sent the gravel flying. Yuanya's figure dodged to the side in the nick of time. Sigh. Another group of demons sighed in unison. It wasn't clear whether they were sighing because Yuanya couldn't injure the horned python or because the horned python couldn't kill Yuanya. However, all of the demons could see that even if Yuanya could injure the horned python's enormous body wouldn't give Yuanya a chance to do so. The possibility of Yuanya being killed in this battle was too high. Just as these demons had this thought, the scene before their eyes almost caused their eyeballs to fall out of their sockets. Yuanya had just dodged the python's tail when he suddenly pounced towards it. His 2 large hands were once again inserted into the python's tail like a pitchfork. Not only that, Yuanya stood firmly on the ground and suddenly raised his arms. Like a dancing snake, he actually shook the horned python's enormous body into the air. Ah! The crowd of demons fell into a deathly silence at first. Then the entire arena erupted into cries of disbelief. How is this possible? This human. How can this human be so strong? Roar. The horned python's body was shaken into the air by Yuanya. It roared and twisted, trying its best to turn its head and pounce towards Yuanya. However, Yuanya's arms had already pierced deeply into the python's tail. Even though he couldn't stand firmly on the ground due to the horned python's immense struggle and was staggering, his arms were as strong as cast iron. They continuously rolled the python's body and forced the horned python to not turn its head. Roar. The horned python roared. With a forceful turn, its body almost split into 2 as it pounced towards Yuanya. Yuanya's eyes widened. He wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he took a slight step and swung his arms in the direction of the horned python's charge. Like swinging a noodle, he smashed the horned python's enormous body onto the ground. There were naturally huge rocks and sharp spikes on the ground. In an instant, the python's entire body was covered in blood. Then Yuanya decided to go all the way. Just like that, he tossed the horned python left and right with all his might, In less than half a meal's worth of time, the horned python was already powerless and motionless, allowing Yuanya to trample on it as he wished. Go. Seeing that the horned python's body was badly mutilated, Yuanya shouted and swung his arm. Boom. The horned python flew across half of the arena and smashed into the stone wall. Just like when Yuanya first entered the arena, the horned python fell limply under the stone wall. Green blood flowed out. Although it wasn't dead, it no longer had the strength to move. Baxia wins. Ma Jinfeng naturally stood high up in the air above the arena. When he saw how Yuanya defeated the horned python so easily, a strange look appeared in his eyes. However, he still landed calmly. With a wave of his hand, he sent Yuanya, who was covered in blood, to the entrance of the cave. Chapter 39-35. Sigh. The crowd of monsters sighed. After all, only a few believed that Yuanya could win. Suddenly, another monster cried out, No, this Baxia is so strong. How could it be a level 4 gladiator beast? If it was level 5 or level 6, I would believe it. North Sea Dragon Palace. You have to give us an explanation. Sorry. Ma Yingfeng said indifferently, there's nothing to explain. It's recorded in my North Sea Dragon Palace's strategy book. Oh no. The monsters who lost the bet were dissatisfied. Ma Yingfeng snorted coldly. If you think Baxia isn't a level 4 gladiator beast, you can bet on him. If you win, my Yazi Gladiator Arena will compensate you. Now that you have no choice, how can you blame my Yazi Gladiator Arena? All of the demons were speechless. However, looking at the expressions of these demons, they were still somewhat indignant. Why would Xiaohua care about these monsters? He happily got up and was about to walk to the side door, but at this moment Ma Yingfeng said, If fellow immortals are unwilling, then watch the next battle. Perhaps fellow immortals will have another surprise. As he spoke, Ma Yingfeng raised his hand and pointed. Oh! A loud and clear lion's roar came from the hole where Yuanya had disappeared, and from another hole a small cage flew out. When Xiaohua saw the demonic beast in the cage, he couldn't help but be stunned. The cage was extremely small, even smaller than the one Yuanya was in. Inside the cage there was a dwarf that was only 3 feet tall lying on the ground. Wasn't this the Heavenly River Water tribe that Xiaohua saw in the Immortal Town? At that moment the dwarf was naked and covered in scales. Some of the scales had been peeled off and some of them were damaged and blood-stained. There was a tear on his right arm, and the top of his head, which was originally covered in armor, was now empty. A pair of branches that looked like dragon horns had poked out. However, a small part of the dragon horns was broken and there were bloodstains on them. Looking at the dwarf's lower body, other than the 2 legs that were similar to dragon claws, a dragon tail poked out from behind him. Jiangxing. Xiaohua stopped and looked at the arena in shock. He thought to himself, Isn't he the dragon general of the Heavenly Abode River? How did it fall into the hands of the North Sea Dragon Palace? However, after thinking about it for a while, he understood that the water tribe of the Dongtian River was stirring up trouble everywhere. They wanted to incite internal strife in the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas so that they could benefit from it. However, since they were stirring up trouble, it was inevitable that they would give themselves away. It was not too strange that Jiangxing was captured by the North Sea Dragon Palace. However, seeing Jiangxing in such a miserable state and thinking back to the battle he had with him that day, Xiaohua felt very uncomfortable in his heart. If Jiangxing flooded Longevity Town, Xiaohua should hate Jiangxing. But if he put himself in Jiangxing's shoes, wouldn't that dragon girl named Jiang Hong be 10,000 times more important than the people of Longevity Town? In particular, just a moment ago when Yuanya was in danger, Xiaohua almost wanted to take action. That feeling of guilt had just disappeared because of Yuanya's victory. Therefore, Xiaohua understood Jiangxing's feelings very well at that time, so it was difficult for him to feel any disgust. Since he is a hero, killing him or cutting him up is just a word. Why do you have to humiliate him like this? Xiaohua stood on the spot and looked at the introduction of Ma Jinfeng. He couldn't help but sneer. The actions of the North Sea Dragon Palace are really disappointing. In the arena, Ma Jinfeng raised his hand and pointed at Jiangxing. He sneered and said, This is a remnant of the Dongtian River named Jiangxing. He was born from the mating of the dragon race and the human race, which is the commonly seen dragon man. This dragon man has boundless strength, and in my Yazi arena he is classified as a class 5 monster beast. This guy killed the dragon general of the North Sea Dragon Palace and violated the dragon law of the North Sea Dragon Palace. However, considering that he has the bloodline of the dragon race, we gave him a special favor and did not kill him immediately. We allowed him to fight in the arena to atone for his crime. This fire lion, there is no need for this old man to say more. You can bet on it yourself. Perhaps it was because the crowd of monsters was a little agitated, or perhaps it was because Ma Jinfeng wanted Jiang Xing to die earlier, but the introduction of this battle was especially short. Xiaohua didn't move anymore. The crowd of monsters had already finished placing their bets. In the arena, 2 cages had already been opened. Jiang Xing was thrown to the ground. In the other cage, a fire lion with flickering flames around its body leaped into the air vigorously. It rushed out from the huge rocks and pounced towards Jiang Xing. Bite him to death, bite him to death. Seeing Jiang Xing covered in wounds, how could the monsters not know that the North Sea Dragon Palace was humiliating Jiang Xing? Jiang Xing was definitely going to die in this arena? They had already placed their sea crystals on the fire lion. Seeing Jiang Xing's short body fall to the ground, the fire lion pounced towards him crazily. The monsters all shouted loudly. Woo! Before the fire lion pounced, it had already spat out scarlet flames from its mouth and enveloped Jiang Xing. Ao! Jiang Xing cried out loudly. He rolled on the ground trying to extinguish the flames. However, when the fire lion opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Jiang Xing, the flames on Jiang Xing's body still hadn't been extinguished. Roar! Seeing that he was about to be bitten into 2, Jiang Xing also roared loudly. He jumped up from the ground in extreme madness and pounced towards the fire lion. He grew 2 hands and bit the fire lion. The battle between Jiang Xing and the fire lion was different from the battle between Yuanya and the horned python. The 2 monsters were completely close to each other. Not only was the fire lion's body torn by Jiang Xing's bare hands, but Jiang Xing's body was also torn by the fire lion's iron claws. Xiaohua's gaze was attracted by this unusually bloody and intense battle. He was worried for his former opponent. This fire lion was very powerful. If Jiang Xing wasn't careful, he would be torn apart by the fire lion. Roar! The fire lion roared. It waved its left claw like a slap and slapped Jiang Xing to the ground. Then it pounced forward and stepped on Jiang Xing's chest with its right claw. Ping! Just as the fire lion was about to pounce, Jiang Xing lifted his leg and kicked the fire lion's abdomen. Then Jiang Xing's dragon tail suddenly swung, and the fire lion's body was thrown high into the sky. Before the fire lion could stabilize its body, Jiang Xing suddenly pounced on it. Similar to how Yuanya dealt with the horned python, Jiang Xing immediately plunged his hands into the fire lion's neck. Then with a piu sound, his dragon tail directly stabbed into the fire lion's eyes. Ao! The fire lion screamed and rolled on the ground. However, Jiang Xing hugged the fire lion's neck tightly and didn't let go. In just half a cup of tea's time, the fire lion's aura disappeared. It was strangled to death by Jiang Xing. Jiang Xing coldly raised his head and grabbed the fire lion. Woo! A gust of wind blew and the fire lion's corpse flew towards Sifeng above the blood clouds. How dare you? Sifeng coldly rebuked. He lifted his hand and pointed. Several blue streams of water appeared out of thin air and trapped Jiang Xing. Those streams of water quickly flowed deep into Jiang Xing's body. Not only were his scales torn off, even more blood flowed out from his wounds. Jiang Xing rolled on the ground in pain. However, he still clenched his teeth and fiercely glared at Sifeng. Damn it! Xiaohua and Jiang Xing could be considered to have gotten to know each other through fighting. Now they felt like heroes cherishing heroes. However, just as Xiaohua angrily cursed, he suddenly realized that it had been a long time since the end of Yuanya's battle. Why hasn't Yuanya returned? Moreover, the green-robed Xiaohua didn't make any movements. Xiaohua felt that something was wrong and hastily walked to the side door. Sure enough, the smiling Shen Kong was already waiting there with the heaven and earth bracelet in his hand. Seeing Xiaohua walk over, he smiled and waved the heaven and earth bracelet in his hand and said, "Immortal friend, why did you only come now? This old man thought that you had forgotten about the bet." He, not at all, not at all. Xiaohua said with a smile. The battles in the Yazi Gladiator arena were really too exciting. I took a few more glances and almost forgot about it. Hearing Xiaohua's words, a trace of contempt flashed through Xian Kong's eyes. He handed the Heaven and Earth bracelet to Xiaohua and said, "This is the agreement between Immortal Friend and my North Sea Dragon Palace. 20% of the bet is Immortal Friends." Xiaohua took the Heaven and Earth bracelet and released a slightly weak divine sense. After taking a look, he was so surprised that his eyes narrowed. He cried out, "Why, is it so much? Hee, Basha's strength is a little beyond our expectations. That's why almost all of our fellow immortals have placed their bets on the horned python. Just 20% of the bets is already shocking enough." Xian Kong's smile was still the same as before. He said, "However, this is only 20%. Mortal friend, have you thought of earning more?" "Oh? Immortal friend Xian, what do you mean?" Xiaohua put the Heaven and Earth bracelet into his bosom. He looked behind Xian Kong and asked curiously, "Where's Ai's disciple? Why hasn't he come out yet?" Don't worry. Xian Kong said in a low voice, "Basha's fine now. However, this old man wants to discuss something with you, so he hasn't come out yet." "Oh, what does Immortal Friend want to say?" Xiaohua rolled his eyes and asked in a low voice. Xian Kong stared into Xiaohua's eyes and probed, "Immortal Friend, have you thought of letting Basha participate in another battle?" "Why?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "Ai's disciple has already participated in the last battle. His agreement with the North Sea Dragon Palace has ended. Immortal Friend, you should remove the warrior slave seal for Ai's disciple and return his freedom." This old man didn't say that he wouldn't remove the warrior slave seal for Basha. This old man just wants to suggest that Immortal Friend let him participate in another battle. Could it be that Immortal Friend didn't see it? Until now, no Immortal Friend has participated in the battle. If Basha's disciple can participate, he'll definitely earn a lot of sea crystals. No. Xiaohua shook his head and said, "My disciple has already been injured in the previous battle. If he participates in another battle, won't he die here?" "Immortal Friend, don't you think you can earn more sea crystals if you participate in another battle?" Xian Kong asked with a smile. "Oh no. I still have to rely on this disciple to earn more origin stones in the future." Xiaohua waved his hand and objected. Xian Kong's expression changed and he said coldly, "Actually, this old man doesn't want to fall out with Immortal Friend. I want to discuss this properly. However, since Immortal Friend refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, this old man will just tell you directly." "Tell me what?" Xiaohua said coldly. Chapter 39-36. Basha 47886-9 was previously recorded as a Class 4 demon beast, but his strength has now reached Class 5. Previously, when he participated in the battle as a Class 4 demon beast, it caused unfairness in my Yazi Gladiator Arena. Not only did the spectators have complaints about my Yazi Gladiator Arena, but even my master felt that it was inappropriate. Therefore, this old man has already told Basha 47886-9 that he must participate in another battle between Class 5 demon beasts before he can leave the gladiator arena. "Fellow Immortal Xian," Xiaohua smiled and said, "This is your Yazi Gladiator Arena going back on its word." Xian Kong shrugged his shoulder that was exposed outside the tortoise shell and said, "It's not going back on my word. It's just that you didn't clearly state Basha 47869's true strength." "What did my foolish disciple say?" Xiaohua understood that with Xian Kong's eloquence he must have deceived and coaxed Yunya like before. Yunya, in order not to implicate Xiaohua, would definitely agree. Sure enough, Xian Kong smiled and said, "Basha 47869 has already agreed. In fact, this old man didn't need to inform you. However, this old man feels that since you're Basha 48869's master, this old man should inform you." "That's good." Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "But before the battle, you have to remove the 10,000 kill order and my disciple's slave warrior seal." Xian Kong thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. "This old man can't promise you. All demon beasts can only remove the slave warrior seal when they leave the gladiator arena." "Don't worry," Xiaohua said again, "this is the first condition. I have a second condition." Xian Kong didn't find it strange at all. He seemed to have expected Xiaohua to say this. He just shook his head slightly and said, "Fellow Immortal, sometimes it's better not to be too greedy. This. Xiao Hua hesitated slightly. His eyes turned slightly and he said with a smile, since fellow immortal Xian Kong said so, then, can I take 20% more of the bet? 20% is impossible. Xian Kong shook his head, but seeing that there are some misunderstandings between us, my Yazi Gladiator Arena can give you 5% of the bet. 5%? That's too little. Xiao Hua pretended to hesitate. His real purpose was to let Xian Kong remove Yuan Ye's warrior slave seal first. When he saw that Xiao Hua was unwilling, Xian Kong waved his hand and said, how about this? Both of us will take a step back. This old man agrees to remove the 10,000 kill command right now, and at the same time I'll remove Boss Ya's 4, 7, 8, 8, 6 and 9 warrior slave seals. You only have to take 5% more. How about it? All right. Xiao Hua seemed to be in pain as he helplessly nodded. Xian Kong said with a smile, that's the right decision, fellow immortal. Isn't there a saying in the human race that goes, a wise man submits to circumstances? That way it'll be easier for both of us. And call my disciple over. Xiao Hua couldn't sense the aura of the green-robed Xiao Hua, so he urged Xian Kong. Sure. Xian Kong turned around and with a wave of his finger, Yuan Ye appeared in the distance. Meanwhile, Xiao Hua also appeared in Xiao Hua's senses. In an instant, Xiao Hua understood Xiao Hua's intentions and he returned to the arena. Yeah. Xiao Hua said, you've already agreed? Yes, master. Yuan Ye replied, disciple doesn't want to implicate master. It's just a battle, so disciple will return in a moment. Alright. Xiao Hua nodded. Since you've already decided, master can't say anything else. Go ahead and attack, there's no need to hold back. And disciple understands. Yuan Ye seemed to understand but didn't. Before the battle, let fellow immortal Xian remove your warrior slave seal first. Xiao Hua said. Alright. Yuan Ye took a step forward and replied. Xian Kong waved the warrior slave seal, and the Yazi on the warrior slave seal spat out a stream of blood energy. The images of Xiao Hua and Yuan Ye in the bronze mirror slowly disappeared. Then Xian Kong opened his mouth again, and a mouthful of demonic energy landed on the warrior slave seal. The warrior slave seal emitted a dazzling brilliance, and it rushed into the air and transformed into a Yazi. Xian Kong calmly took out a thumb-sized dragon seal from his bosom, and with a flick of his finger, the dragon seal landed in the Yazi's mouth. Pooh! The Yazi spat out a cluster of bloodlight that landed on Yuan Ye, and then the entire bloodlight was sucked back into the Yazi's mouth. Buzz buzz. The Yazi's body trembled, and the ferocious beast's mouth spat out a ferocious blood demon head. This demon head spun in the air for a moment, and then it slowly shrank, transforming into a drop of blood that landed in front of Yuan Ye. Xiao Hua raised his hand and the drop of blood landed in his hand. Xiao Hua carefully looked at it and then he said with a smile, very good. Disciple, you can go now. Yes, master. Yuan Ye turned around without hesitation and walked towards the entrance of the cave. This old man congratulates fellow immortal on returning with a fruitful journey. Xian Kong looked at Xiao Hua and cupped his hands with a fake smile. Haha, I definitely will. Many thanks to fellow immortal Xian for giving I this opportunity. Xiao Hua turned around and walked towards the arena. The true Samadhi fire in his hand flashed, and the drop of blood was burned into a wisp of smoke. Looking at Xiao Hua's back as he walked into the arena, Xian Kong smiled coldly. He had been in charge of the Yazi auction house for who knows how many years, and he had seen countless humans and monsters. How could he not know the reason why Xiao Jian took Yuan Ye away from the Baxiao arena that day? When Xiao Hua returned to the arena, everything in front of him made him have mixed feelings. Because the one in the arena at this moment was still Jiang Xing. The one fighting against him was a killer whale. This killer whale was huge and it had the head of a tiger and the body of a whale. It was incomparably ferocious, and it was much more powerful than the fire lion from before. When Xiao Hua sat down on the chair, Jiang Xing had already been smashed onto a rock by the huge whale. Although it was not to the extent that his flesh was smashed and his bones broken, looking at the blood gushing out from the corner of Jiang Xing's mouth, Xiao Hua knew that Jiang Xing was seriously injured. Roar! Just as Xiao Hua was biting his lips, Jiang Xing let out an angry roar. His entire body flashed with a golden luster, and his body that was only 3 feet tall abruptly grew in size. However, he only grew to about 10 feet before stopping. At this moment Jiang Xing was no longer in his human form, but in the form of a small dragon covered in scales. Jiang Xing, who had transformed into a dragon, roared and pounced towards the killer whale. His claws and fists continuously hit the killer whale's head, and in a moment the killer whale was stunned. Then Jiang Xing's claws really pierced into the killer whale's cheeks, and with the strength of his arms, the entire killer whale was lifted up from the ground by Jiang Xing. "Go to hell!" Jiang Xing shouted. The huge killer whale flew out from his hand with a woo and rushed towards the arena's wall. Ping! A loud sound rang out and the entire arena shook. Damn it, how can this shorty have so much strength? All the demons were extremely shocked. After all, demons were known for their physical bodies, but Jiang Xing's strength still exceeded their imagination. Swoosh! Without waiting for Jiang Xing to make another move, Ma Yingfeng, who was standing on the blood cloud, already used a cage to imprison Jiang Xing and sent him into the cave. "Oh no!" Another demon shouted, "How can this dragon man be so powerful? Your Yazi Arena's actions are too unfair. He clearly has the strength of a level 9 fighting beast, but you insist on treating him as a level 5. Hee, how can there be absolute fairness in this world? How can there be absolute certainty in this world?" Ma Yingfeng sneered and said, "If I let you all see it accurately, wouldn't this old man have to drink the northwest wind?" Ma Yingfeng was naturally not as tactful as Xian Kong, and these words made all the demons unhappy. The entire gladiator arena was in an uproar. At this moment Xian Kong hurriedly revealed himself in midair and said with a smile, "Fellow immortals, General Ma Yingfeng is actually right. Think about it, everything in this world can be seen clearly, so how can there be love and hatred? How can this little dragon man from Heavenly Abode River betray us and assassinate the general of our North Sea Dragon Palace? It's because the matters in this world are not controlled by us demons, so there are many interesting things in this world. However, since fellow immortals have come to my Yazi Arena to watch the fights, then I will try my best to arrange everything in a fair manner." Xian Kong looked around and everywhere he looked the noise was reduced. Xian Kong was very satisfied and said, "For example, that Baxiao from before, fellow immortals all feel that he might have the strength of a level 5 fighting beast, so this old man has already discussed with him, and let him fight another round to satisfy fellow immortals." "Good." The demons all cheered loudly. "This is true fairness, fellow immortal Xian has done well. Of course, there's also that remaining evil from Heavenly Abode River. Fellow immortals all feel that he is quite strong, so this old man will let him fight another round to satisfy fellow immortals." "Good." The demons didn't expect Xian Kong's words to be the same as not saying anything, but they also felt that this was very fair, so they all cheered loudly. Xian Kong smiled faintly. "Since that's the case, fellow immortals, please prepare yourselves. The next fight will begin immediately." With that Xian Kong's figure disappeared, and Ma Yingfeng stood on the blood cloud with a puzzled expression. A moment later, a swordfish swam over from the distance and landed in front of Ma Yingfeng. Ma Yingfeng reached out with his hand, and the swordfish turned into a wave and disappeared from his hand. Ma Yingfeng frowned, but he soon relaxed and a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Dong dong dong. Several drumbeats sounded, and the entire arena flashed with a layer of blood-red light. 2 holes appeared on the stone wall as usual, but when the holes appeared, there was no beast roar coming from inside. When the 2 cages flew out, the demons were stunned and even Xiaohua was stunned on the spot. The 2 cages weren't big and the one on the left was even smaller. Inside it was Jiang Xing, who had just left the arena. However, at this moment, Jiang Xing had already returned to his original size. Furthermore, he was holding a halberd in his hand. In particular, Jiang Xing's eyes were extremely bright and blood-red. He didn't care that he was covered in blood, and he coldly stared at Ma Yingfeng on the blood cloud. As for the other cage, it was Yuanya, who was wearing a Taoist robe. At this moment Yuanya was just like Yuanya, who had entered the side door. He had a Qinkuan bag on him and he held a pair of demonic hammers in his hands. Chapter 39-37. Xiaohua was dumbstruck as he looked at the man and beast. He had never expected the Yazi Gladiator Arena to have such a plan. They actually wanted Yuanya to fight Jiang Xing. Moreover, he had even returned Jiang Xing and Yuanya's weapons to them and released their cultivation that had been sealed. This This was a life-and-death battle. In this battle either Yuan Ye or Jiang Xing would die. Based on Xiaohua's understanding of the man and beast, the possibility of Yuan Ye dying was higher. Of course, Jiang Xing had already fought 2 battles in a row and was on the verge of exhaustion. Yuan Ye might not die in Jiang Xing's hands. But the problem was, what if Yuan Ye killed Jiang Xing? How would Yuan Ye face the water tribe of the Paradise River? How would Yuan Ye face Dragon Lady Jiang Hong? How would Yuan Ye explain to Lu Yi? Of course, it was still too early to consider the matter between Lu Yi and Jiang Hong. However, Xiaohua knew that as long as Yuan Ye fought with Jiang Xing, his fortune gate and the Paradise River would develop karma that he didn't want to see. The crowd of demon race was equally shocked when they saw a human and a demon come out. These 2 gladiator beasts were also very powerful. Although it seemed that Yuan Ye was slightly weaker, it was just as Xiaohua thought. At this time, the strength of the 2 gladiator beasts was really comparable. All the demon race could not make a decision arbitrarily. Damn it! Xian Kong, you're too cunning. A demonic beast expert howled. What choice do you want me to make? Huh? Xian Kong's laughter resounded from a corner of the arena. Fellow immortals, weren't you complaining about the unfairness? This old man has now placed fairness in front of you. Why are you complaining about this old man? Everyone hurry up and place your bets. The exciting battle is about to begin. This old man can't wait to see if the human race is stronger or the demonic beast race is stronger. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and coldly looked at the arena. Looking at the beasts who were placing their bets in a mess, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Dong dong. Along with the beating of the war drums, Ma Yingfeng waved his hand and opened Yuan Ye's and Jiang Xing's cages. As soon as the man and the beast rushed out of the cages, they immediately activated their flying techniques and rushed towards each other. Seeing that a tragedy was about to happen, a thunderous roar came from the arena. Ma Yingfeng, hand over your life. As this voice spread out, a ray of sword light that was as bright as thunder appeared. The moment this sword light appeared, there was no other light in the arena. All the demons and humans closed their eyes under this sword light. Within the dazzling sword light, the sword chi that could kill all living things instantly filled the entire arena. Most of the demon race members were so frightened that they trembled all over. As for the few demon race experts who were sitting high up, their demon chi naturally surged as they tried their best to protect their bodies from this unparalleled sword chi. Swoosh! The sword light flashed and landed on the demon array in the center of the arena. Thousands of demon runes scurried around like frightened tadpoles, but at the same time, all the demon runes were neatly cut in half by the sword light. What was special was that the sword chi didn't have much energy left after cutting through the demon runes. It continued to fly towards Ma Yingfeng, who was standing on the blood cloud. At this moment, Ma Yingfeng was the same as all the other demon race members. His eyes were blinded by the sword chi and his eyes were slightly closed. Just as he released his origin sense, the sword chi had already landed on his head. How is this possible? When did I offend such a powerful opponent? Hearing this, Ma Yingfeng lost all his courage. Under the shroud of the sword energy, the sword intent of the flying sword was like the heavens pressing down. Not to mention Ma Yingfeng's monster body, even a giant mountain peak would be split in half by this sword intent. Ma Yingfeng's demon body violently trembled under this sword chi. He was extremely shocked and couldn't help but cry out. General Ao, don't move. Seeing that the sword chi was about to fall, Ma Yingfeng had nowhere to hide. Suddenly, an extremely long crutch stretched out from the stone wall and Xian Kong's voice came. Dong. With a light sound, Ma Yingfeng was sent flying by the crutch. Boom. The flying sword fell. Not only was Xian Kong's crutch cut in half, but the ground of the entire arena, including the giant rocks and spikes, were also split by the flying sword. A sword mark of more than 100 feet appeared in an instant. Disciple, don't move. It's master. Yuan Ye's figure was naturally sent flying by the sword chi. Just as he was surprised, Xiaohua's voice sounded. Yuan Ye immediately calmed down. Then his body tightened. When he opened his eyes again, his figure was already inside the Kunlun immortal realm. This shocking sword was naturally done by the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. This was also the first time Xiaohua used it after his sword Dao reached the Dishang level. He didn't expect the power to be so terrifying. After putting away Yuan Ye, Xiaohua's heart moved, and his mind wrapped around Jiang Xing. Although Jiangxing was forced back by the sword qi, he stubbornly urged his demonic aura with all his strength. His demonic body once again expanded, wanting to block the sword light. Xiaohua's mind was naturally firmly blocked by Jiangxing. Xiaohua hurriedly used the monster language to whisper, "Jiangxing, this old man is an old friend of Jiangche and Jiangping. At the same time I also know Jianghong. They asked me to save you." As soon as he heard Xiaohua say so many names, Jiangxing immediately stopped resisting. However, he was still somewhat hesitant and struggling. After all, he already felt the strange force around him. He knew that as long as he fell into it, he would have no power to struggle. Everything would be handed over to this person. Damn it! Seeing that Jiangxing was still moving, Xiaohua was anxious. "If you want to die, this old man will leave now." Jiangxing was helpless and could only stop struggling. Then he felt his body fly up. Then he saw light and shadow flash. He was actually in a celestial mountain, and in front of him was the human who had just appeared in the arena like him. Jiangxing was greatly alarmed. He wanted to move again, yet he couldn't. No matter how much strength he used to struggle, he couldn't even budge an inch. However, Yuanya glanced at him indifferently and didn't pay attention to him at all. He walked towards a place on the mountain peak. Where is this? Jiangxing was slightly relieved in his heart, yet a cloud of doubt arose. It was also the moment Jiangxing resisted that several powerful origin senses swept past from all around the arena and descended onto Xiaohua. Clouds and rosy clouds surged around Xiaohua's body, and he shouted loudly, "This is a personal grudge between this old man and Yuan Jinfeng. It has nothing to do with fellow immortals." As he spoke, Xiaohua raised his hand again. Several sword lights condensed in his hand, and he shouted loudly, "Vile creature, when this old man saw that you were injured earlier, I pitied you in my heart and saved you. Then I placed you in this old man's home. However, you actually took advantage of the time when this old man left home to swallow my chick and copulate with the female pufferfish I raised. The most infuriating thing is that you actually abandoned a group of pufferfish that were crying piteously for food and fled. If this old man doesn't take your life today, how can I face the female pufferfish that died under the butcher's knife?" As he spoke, the murderous sword light from before appeared once more. Even though the demon race experts weren't afraid of Xiaohua's divine ability, when they heard that it was a personal grudge between Xiaohua and Yuan Jinfeng, and they heard Xiaohua speak clearly about the chick and the female pufferfish, they acted like they were serious and hurriedly withdrew their origin senses and hid at the side. However, Xian Kong and Yuan Jinfeng were puzzled when these words entered their ears. Xian Kong looked at Yuan Jinfeng with surprise, but when his gaze descended onto Yuan Jinfeng's dazed face, he suddenly came to an understanding and recalled what the chick and female pufferfish Xiaohua spoke of were in the eyes of humans. At the same time that Xian Kong thought of this, Yuan Jinfeng naturally came to an understanding as well, and his face instantly turned extremely livid. Wait. At the same time that Xian Kong recovered from his shock, he hurriedly looked towards the other areas of the arena, and Yuanya and Jiangxing had vanished a long time ago. He's... Xian Kong hurriedly released his origin sense, but unfortunately before he could see Xiaohua's face, another brilliant sword light appeared. Xian Kong was greatly shocked and hurriedly cried out, "Second prince." Actually, there was utterly no need for Xian Kong to shout. At the same time that the sword light appeared, a strand of origin sense swept out from the arena, and a proud and furious voice drifted through the entire arena. "Who dares to cause trouble in this king's arena?" However, this voice was still too late. The sword light shot into the sky and a wave of rumbling resounded. The demon formation at the entrance that everyone had entered through was slashed apart by the sword light, and the group of demon runes were split into two. Along with a wisp of starlight and the smell of the ocean that poured into the arena, Xiaohua's figure transformed into a strand of watery light that vanished at the flaw of the demon formation. At the same time that Xiaohua's figure swayed, the experts of the demon race that sat high above in the distance had recovered from their shock as well. They practically swung their arms at the exact same time, and their claws tore through space and instantly descended towards the spot where Xiaohua stood just a moment ago. Unfortunately, only strands of water vapor drifted through the air, and they weren't even able to capture a single strand of Xiaohua's hair. Damn it. The experts of the demon race were slightly embarrassed and furious. It wasn't just because Xiaohua had fled right before their eyes, but because Xiaohua was a human while they were demons. When had the human race ever acted so arrogantly before the demon race? Xiaohua's escape wasn't just Xiaohua's problem, it was the human race's provocation towards the demon race. Woo! Strands of demon aura soared into the sky as the figures of several great demons expanded, preparing to chase after Xiaohua. At this moment, a huge dragon flew out from the arena. On that ferocious dragon head, a pair of protruding dragon eyes were spewing out sparks, and the dragon's roaming body emitted an aura that caused the demons to feel dizzy. Seeing the huge dragon flying over, the few great demons didn't dare to snatch and hastily dodged. However, with a loud bang, the huge dragon crashed into the fissure that Xiaohua had just escaped from, creating a hole that was tens of meters in size. In the blink of an eye, the huge dragon had already disappeared by riding on clouds. Chase. As soon as the huge dragon left, the few great demons couldn't bear it any longer. They released their Yuan Shen and rode on demon clouds to chase after the dragon. There was a deathly silence in the arena. For a moment, the entire arena was even more heated than before. After the demonic array of the arena was split open by Xiaohua and the gate was broken by the dragon, the demonic array of the entire arena was completely destroyed. All the demonic beasts flew up from their seats and rushed towards the huge gap. While flying, the demonic beast shouted, "Interesting. Interesting." Chapter 39-38. Haha, there's actually a human who dares to cause trouble in the North Sea Dragon Palace's arena. He must be tired of living. No, that's not right. It's because Ma Yingfeng offended this human. Didn't you hear? He had an affair with his female porpoise and even abandoned it. But then again, what is this female porpoise? Why haven't I heard of it? Is it an extremely powerful demonic beast or an extremely charming demonic beast? Who knows? It's probably a rare demonic beast. Otherwise, why would he chase him all the way to the arena? He even dares to offend the second prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace? It should be. This human's sword technique is so high. His demonic beast must be extremely rare too. According to the humans, Ma Yingfeng must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. In the distance, Ma Yingfeng, who had just flown up from the ground, was about to say something to Xian Kong. When he heard the discussion, his face became even more ashen. He opened his mouth wanting to argue, but he didn't know what to say. As for Xian Kong, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. However, when he saw all the demonic beasts flying out of the hole, he immediately thought of something and hurriedly called out, "Fellow immortals." However, Xian Kong only said these two words before he shut his mouth dejectedly. If these demonic beasts didn't leave, Xian Kong could easily find out who left the arena. There weren't many humans in the Yazi arena. If he investigated carefully, he would be able to find out who gave the auction hall's certificate to Xiaohua. Although there were portraits of Xiao Jian and Yuan Ye in the North Sea Dragon Palace's battle strategy, as well as Yuan Ye's record in the Baxiao arena, these weren't enough for Xian Kong to find the power behind Xiaohua. Now both the demonic beasts and humans had left. How could Xian Kong find out? However, the huge hole in the arena was personally opened by the second prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Xian Kong really wanted to cry but had no tears. A group of demonic beasts chased out of the arena. When they saw the second prince of the Dragon Palace flying towards the North Sea, they were all surprised. After all, the troublemaker could fly anywhere, but why did he fly to the North Sea? The North Sea was the lair of the second prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace. There was no way he could escape from the second prince. Don't tell me. Something must be wrong if something was amiss. The demons thought quickly and seemed to have thought of something. Hence, numerous strands of primordial consciousness swept out. However, when their primordial consciousness swept past the second prince, it continued forward, forward, and forward. There was only the boundless sea in front of them. Where was that wretched-looking human? Roar. Just as the demons were wondering what was going on, the second prince raised his head and roared. His dragon body shrunk by half and he dove into the North Sea. How is that possible? That human actually dove into the water? Could it be that he thinks he can hide from the dragons in the water? Although the demons were wary of the dragon clan, they were not afraid of them. After pondering for a moment, they urged the demon cloud to increase their flying speed. They either dove into the sea to chase after the dragon clan or chased above the sea surface. However, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, buzz buzz, the continuous sound of tsunamis came from the sea. Then a huge wave rushed out from the sea. The second prince's huge dragon body soared into the sky. Roar, roar. The dragon's roar resounded for thousands of miles. The layers of dark clouds in the sky were torn apart by the dragon's roar, and rays of sunlight shone through the clouds. No way. The demons chasing after the second prince were shocked. Could it be that the human actually escaped the second prince's primordial consciousness? That human is actually the literary sage of Confucianism? The second prince of the dragon palace rushed into the sky. The huge dragon body shrunk rapidly and gradually transformed into a human form. The second prince was wearing a golden chainmail and a purple gold crown on his head. Above the ferocious dragon head, a pair of huge dragon eyes were bloodshot. Roar. The second prince of the dragon palace turned around. His eyes were like lightning. He opened his mouth and roared to the surroundings. Within 100 miles, the winds and clouds were swirling. Several experts of the demon clan hurriedly dodged. Pa pa pa. A series of explosions came from the surface of the experts of the demon clan. Within 100 miles, whether it was in the air or at the bottom of the sea, countless explosions came one after another. It was more intense than pouring cold water into a pot of oil. While the experts of the demon clan were dodging, their hearts were as clear as a mirror. The second prince of the dragon palace must have lost the human, and he must have lost him long ago. Otherwise, the dragon's roar would have made him appear within 100 miles. Just as the demons were thinking, a blurry human figure suddenly appeared 100 miles away. However, it was like a mirage disappearing in a flash. Damn it! The second prince of the dragon palace had already noticed it. He did not have time to transform into a dragon and chased after Xiaohua again. The dragon palace really has a lot of secret skills. In the distance, Xiaohua used the water escape technique to escape. At the same time, he used the secret skill of the Heavenly Abode River to cover his breath. That day, Jiang Che of the Heavenly Abode River hid beside Ao Zhan with this secret skill and was not discovered by Ao Zhan. Xiaohua was so far away from the second prince of the dragon palace. How could he be discovered? Moreover, among all the skills that Xiaohua had learned, there was only one divine sense that surpassed the second prince of the dragon palace. It must be the Taoist escape technique. Therefore, the water escape technique that Xiaohua used was not inferior to the second prince of the dragon palace. If the second prince had not suddenly stopped and turned around to use the secret skill of the dragon clan, Xiaohua's diversion tactic would have succeeded. However, even if Xiaohua was temporarily discovered by the second prince of the dragon palace, Xiaohua was not afraid at all. The fluctuation of his soul awareness flowed like water waves, washing away the primordial thoughts of the second prince of the dragon palace and other experts of the demon clan. His figure quickly rushed to Yuling Bay. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The second prince of the dragon palace cursed angrily. He used the secret skill of the dragon clan one by one, trying to distinguish Xiaohua's trace. However, Xiaohua was like a slippery loach. It seemed that he was there, but no matter where his primordial thoughts or secret skills fell, they were all empty. Seeing that Yuling Bay was not far away, the second prince of the dragon palace had a bad feeling. After all, the human clan and the demon clan were mixed in Yuling Bay. Although there were not many human clan members, to search one by one was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Not to mention a practitioner like Xiaohua, as long as he relaxed for a moment, his trace would have been thousands of miles away. It was impossible to find him. Just as the second prince of the dragon palace had a bad feeling, the primordial thoughts in the distance immediately became abnormal. Previously he could still feel a trace of Xiaohua, but now it was empty. There was no perception, just like before when he lost track of Xiaohua. At this moment, the second prince of the dragon palace suddenly realized that it was not he who had been chasing Xiaohua, but Xiaohua who had been leading him by the nose. Xiaohua could escape his detection at any time. When the second prince of the dragon palace realized this, a golden light flashed between his eyes. A stream of dragon chi rose from the golden light. The second prince of the dragon palace gave up on the direction of Yuling Bay and swept to the left and right sea. However, when he hurriedly looked around, there was a sudden dragon roar and the nearby space boiled again. However, it was a pity that the bubbles disappeared one after another without revealing the slightest trace of abnormality. Roar! The second prince of the dragon palace was furious. He suddenly waved his dragon tail behind him, turning it into a huge iron rod and hit the sea. Boom! The sea was pushed forward by him and huge waves of hundreds of feet high. Several nearby ships were tottering in the waves. A group of demon clan members on the ships were so frightened by the second prince's dragon chi that they collapsed on the deck and trembled. After the second prince vented his anger, he sped up and rushed to Yuling Bay not far away. His gaze swept to the place where Xiaohua might have fallen. The second prince's figure was like lightning. Just as he was about to rush into Yuling Bay, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at the place where he flew past. It was one of the 5 mountain ranges of Yuling Bay that looked like 5 fingers reaching into the North Sea. At the end of the mountain range there was a protruding cliff. Usually hundreds of seagulls would soar and rest here. However, at this time, there was not a single seagull to be seen. Except for the whistling of the sea wind, it was terrifyingly quiet. The second prince frowned slightly. He looked at Yuling Bay not far away in the morning light, and hesitated for a moment before flying toward the cliff. After the second prince, the 3 demon race cultivators flew over separately. However, they didn't get too close. They just stood in 3 different directions of the cliff, blocking the way to the North Sea. It was as if they were preventing anyone from escaping from the cliff. At the same time, in the direction of Yuling Bay, squads of armored prawn soldiers and crab generals also flew over, gradually blocking the other direction of the cliff. The top of the cliff was very barren. Only a few thumb-sized plants grew tenaciously in the sea breeze. These plants grew out from the cracks of the large rocks. Apart from the dark green rust spots on the large rocks, there were also patches of grayish-white bird droppings. There was simply too much bird droppings layer upon layer. The outermost layer of bird droppings was slowly lifted by the whistling sea wind, blown away by the wind. Among the rocks there was a small stone house. This stone house was completely built from the rocks on the cliff. Although it was not piled up perfectly, it was enough to block the sea wind. However, the second prince's gaze did not linger on this stone house for long. He only glanced at it before sweeping past, landing on the cliff that was sheltered from the wind. However, at this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed from the stone house. A woman with dark skin walked out from inside. This woman had a graceful figure. When she walked, her waist swayed like a willow tree as if she had no bones. Although this woman was wearing clothes, the skin exposed outside of her clothes was clearly covered in scales. What was special was that although the woman's rough face had been transformed to the best of her ability, her scarlet tongue was still in the shape of a snake's forked tongue, involuntarily flicking here and there. There was almost no emotion in those pitch-black eyes. Wasn't this woman the snake demon that Xiaohua had seen in the sky above Yuling Bay last night? Chapter 39:39. Looking at the woman who had just walked out of the stone house, she immediately felt that something was wrong. She looked at the second prince and the expression on her face changed drastically. She stood there in a daze and her entire body trembled like a sieve. She almost fell to the ground. The snake species' natural submission to the dragon clan was involuntarily revealed. Wife. A weak voice sounded from inside the stone house. He seemed to have noticed the abnormality and hurriedly asked, "What happened to you?" "Nothing, nothing. Husband, you must not come out." The woman's voice was a bit shrill and even had a hissing sound. However, in the midst of the woman's voice, there was a slightly dragging sound of footsteps. A man in strange clothes walked out of the stone house. This man had a head full of white hair and 2 big and lifeless eyes. His hands were stretched out in front of him, groping left and right. Obviously he was blind. When the man touched the snake demon's trembling body, he said in surprise, "Wife, why are you so cold? Quickly put on these clothes." As he spoke, the blind man hurriedly took off his clothes and touched the woman, wanting to help her put on her clothes. "Oh, no need, husband." Facing the second prince of the dragon palace, the woman could not restrain her body from trembling. However, she still hurriedly shouted, "The wind is strong here. You quickly put on your clothes." "Humph." The second prince of the dragon palace snorted and looked at the woman and the demon with extreme disgust. The dragon breath from his mouth and nose blew past, creating a fierce wind that blew away the clothes in the man's hands. Such a strong wind, the old man said and hurriedly pulled the woman's arm. Wife, quickly come back to hide from the wind. The snake demon did not dare to move. She hurriedly pushed the man and said, husband, don't worry about me, quickly go back. Damned thing, you actually dare to conspire with a human? The shrimp soldiers and crab soldiers in the distance had already approached. When Ma Yingfeng saw this, he unconsciously thought of Xiaohua's slander in the arena and his heart burned with anger. He waved the trident in his hand and stabbed it towards the trembling snake spirit woman. The woman was shocked and wanted to dodge. However, when she saw the man still holding her arm, she gritted her teeth and tilted her body to block the man. Her body met the trident head-on. Are you crazy? At this moment, a lazy voice came from the place where the second prince of Dragon Palace was looking. They're a loving couple. I envy them. Why do you want to break them apart? If you break them up, then I won't even have a neighbor. Following this voice, a huge black shadow rushed out from that place and blocked the three-pronged fork. When Ma Yingfeng saw that the three-pronged fork had wings that seemed to be cast from copper and iron, he couldn't help but be greatly alarmed. Fellow immortal, where did you come from? The second prince of Dragon Palace was not surprised. He looked at the origin of the wings with interest and asked, when will we arrive at Yuling Bay? Why didn't I know that there was a powerful demon race expert on this cliff? This old man came from where he came from, and in the future I will return to the same place. I just stayed in Yuling Bay for a few years. I don't need to disturb so many fellow immortals, right? As he spoke, a demon race of more than 30 meters flew out from the foot of the mountain. This demon race was now in human form. On his head, which was several feet in size, there was a pair of bright eyes flashing with a sharp gaze. 2 long eyebrows were slanted into his sideburns like sharp swords. His slightly bulging mouth and nose revealed faint red lips and white teeth. The demon's wings were surging with demon aura, and a pair of naked arms with bulging muscles could be vaguely seen amidst the demon aura. What was blocking the sharp weapons was the shadow of one of the demon's wings. I'm Ao Jing, the second prince of North Sea Dragon Palace. The second prince pondered for a moment and cupped his hands. How should I address you, fellow immortal? What's the second prince? The demon race suddenly realized and laughed. I'm Feng Wu. As for where I come from, it's just an unknown place in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. It's not comparable to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Let's not talk about it. So it's fellow immortal Feng Wu? Ao Jing laughed. I wonder if I'm lucky enough to invite fellow immortal to Yuling Palace for a chat? I'm not going. Feng Wu flapped his wings and said, if I wanted to go, I would have gone a few years ago. Since I'm not going, I can only disappoint the second prince. Fine. Since fellow immortal doesn't like to be disturbed, I won't mention this matter. Facing Feng Wu, an unfamiliar demon, Ao Jing acutely sensed that this demon of the Phoenix bloodline was exceptionally powerful. He couldn't help but restrain his arrogance as he smiled and said, however, this king would like to ask you, did you sense a human cultivator who concealed himself and passed by here just now? Second prince really overestimates my strength. Feng Wu laughed. How can I see a human race cultivator that even second prince can't catch up with? Damn human race. At the mention of Xiaohua, an inexplicable anger appeared on Ao Jing's face. He turned his head to look at the snake spirit and the old man in the stone house and said sternly, evil creature, what's the matter with you? If you don't explain clearly, I'll take your life right now. Second prince, please spare my life. The snake spirit almost fell to the ground and said anxiously, Su Lang is this lowly concubine's savior. This lowly concubine doesn't know how to repay him, so I want to accompany him for the rest of my life. Lowly concubine. You're really good at saying the word human race. Ao Jing laughed sinisterly. This man is just weak, how can he save you? Aren't you deceiving me? I'll let second prince know. The snake spirit didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly said, when Su Lang was young, this lowly concubine was chased by an enemy and turned into a small snake. It was winter at that time. This lowly concubine was frozen into a popsicle and was about to freeze to death. Su Lang just happened to come back from the academy and happened to meet this lowly concubine. He was careful and kind. When he saw that this lowly concubine was frozen by the winter snow, he hid this lowly concubine in his arms. After a night of warmth, this lowly concubine finally woke up. This lowly concubine didn't dare to stay in Su Lang's house for long and hurriedly flew underground to hibernate. When this lowly concubine recovered the next year, this lowly concubine went to find Su Lang to repay his kindness. However, when this lowly concubine found Su Lang, this lowly concubine found out that because this lowly concubine didn't know how to restrain the poison in her body when she was seriously injured, Su Lang was poisoned by this lowly concubine when he saved this lowly concubine. Although this lowly concubine was saved by the human race's physician, Su Lang was still blind. This lowly concubine felt that there was nothing this lowly concubine could do to repay him, so I pretended to be a wandering village woman and married into the Su family, pledging my life to you. When Su Lang grew old and no longer had anything to worry about at home, this lowly concubine brought Su Lang out to fulfill his long-cherished wish of traveling 10,000 li instead of reading 10,000 books. When I arrived at the northern sea, Su Lang was already old and couldn't walk anymore. Therefore, this lowly concubine built a house here and accompanied him on his last journey. Wife, what are you talking about? The man in the house was very puzzled when he heard the crooked demon language outside the house. However, he was also familiar with the woman's voice and couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Who is outside? We've been here for so long but we've never had any neighbors come to visit. Could it be that it's our neighbors?" Shi Jinfeng sneered and changed the demon language in the air into human language. He mocked, "Wife, do you know what your wife is? She's just a snake spirit. Do you know where you live? This is a cliff that goes deep into the northern sea. In the past there were many seabirds here but now not a single seabird can be seen. Do you know where these seabirds went? They were all swallowed by your snake spirit wife. Where did you get this neighborhood from?" Hearing Ao Jing's words, the house was silent at first. In the end that man cried out in shock, Wife, who is this person? Is what he said true? Aren't you an orphan of the Bai family? How did you become a snake spirit? How is this possible?" Husband. A trace of sorrow appeared in the woman's previously emotionless eyes. This sorrow was especially obvious in the pitch-black snake eyes. Feng Wu frowned and glared at Shi Jinfeng with some displeasure. Shi Jinfeng's heart shrank as fear appeared in his heart. At this moment he finally understood why his prince was so courteous to this demon with a phoenix body. It wasn't just because Feng Wu was powerful. "My wife, say something. I don't believe what this person said." That man pressed, Are you a human or a demon?" The snake spirit woman hesitated for a moment and said, "Husband, is it important whether this lowly concubine is a human or a demon?" Unfortunately, that old man with the surname Su didn't answer. After a moment, the snake spirit woman said with some sorrow, "Husband, do you still remember the story of the little snake that this concubine often told you?" "Of course I remember." That man's voice trembled. "You often told this story to me. I thought you were comforting me. Could it be?" The man's voice was somewhat fearful. "Wife was also replaced with you." The woman straightened her waist with difficulty and turned her head to look sadly at the stone house. She had accompanied this man for dozens of years. Although she was a demon, she understood the man's thoughts from the change in his tone. "Damn it, this is ridiculous." Ao Jing couldn't help but ridicule. "You've shared a bed for dozens of years and you don't even know what your wife is. Have you spent your nights like this for dozens of years?" Hearing Ao Jing's words, Shi Jinfeng smiled and said, "This muddle-headed brother, perhaps you haven't been able to touch your wife's delicate skin at night before. Then why don't you touch it properly now?" Whether it was Ao Jing or Shi Jinfeng, after being played by Xiaohua, they couldn't help but feel resentment. They couldn't find Xiaohua, and when facing other weak people, they also had the heart to play with them. This kind of despicable person existed in both the human race and the demon race. Sure enough, the sound of light footsteps came from inside the stone house. "Husband." That snake spirit was greatly alarmed and cried out miserably, You can't." Chapter 3940. However, the footsteps were still so resolute, not shaken by the snake spirit's panic. Feng Wu's expression changed as he watched from nearby. This Feng Wu was naturally Xiao Hua's transformation. In fact, it wasn't much of a transformation. Xiaohua only needed to slightly reveal the heavenly phoenix within his body, and that was enough to scare Ao Jing and the other dragons. Feng Wu could stop Ma Jinfeng from killing the snake spirit, but he couldn't stop the man from walking out of the stone house. Moreover, although Ao Jing and Ma Jinfeng were clearly trying to sow discord, the hand that would reveal the truth was on the man. The man had the right to know the truth, and Xiaohua had no right to stop him. The man's figure appeared, and his hand slowly approached the snake spirit's body. The snake spirit's body trembled slightly and slowly moved, trying to dodge. However, the man didn't give up and followed the direction of the snake spirit's movement again. The snake spirit's body trembled violently for a moment before suddenly stopping. She looked at the man's resolute face with a hint of sadness in her eyes, and a look of desperation appeared in her eyes. The snake spirit no longer dodged. She raised her illusory hand slightly and held the man's hand. The man hurriedly touched the snake spirit's arm, and the panic on his face faded slightly. However, the snake spirit immediately pulled his hand, and bit by bit, it moved upwards, towards the place where the scales hadn't transformed. The man's arm trembled slightly, and he was somewhat hesitant but also somewhat resolute. The distance of less than a foot actually took a full half a cup of tea's time. Not to mention the howling sea breeze, even the crowd of demons and shrimp soldiers and crab generals stopped moving, as if they were waiting for some kind of outcome. The man's hand finally touched the snake spirit's ice-cold scales, and the moment he touched the scales, the coldness struck the man like a bolt of lightning. The man's arm trembled and his entire body twitched. His face revealed disbelief, and his empty eyes seemed to flash with spirit as if he had seen many things. However, the man's mouth seemed to say you, and it was unknown what he wanted to say, and then, there was no more. Then the man collapsed on the ground, white foam coming out of his mouth. In just a few breaths, the breath he breathed out was less than the breath he breathed in. The snake spirit looked coldly at the man's hand, which was now firmly gripping a piece of scale on the snake spirit's body. Even in the face of death, he did not loosen his grip. The man died. His grayish-white eyes stared fixedly at the sky, as if he had died with his eyes wide open. His hand was still stretched out, strangling the snake spirit's scales. The snake spirit raised her hand, and with a crack she broke off the scale. The man's hand fell to the ground. The snake spirit reached out to cover the man's eyes and said in a low voice, "Su Lang, I thought that after accompanying you for your entire life, I had already become your true love in your heart. You wouldn't care about my demon body anymore. Actually, there are many times when I want to tell you the truth. I want to know if you care that I'm a snake spirit, but I'm afraid of seeing something I don't want to see. I thought that once we reached this place I would be able to accompany you to the end of the journey and let you have a perfect ending. But the heavens want me to know what you're thinking. Stories are just stories. The more I tell them, the more you listen to them. What I ask and what you answer are not reality." When the illusion had become a thing of the past, when you really faced reality, you actually couldn't believe that you were actually scared to death by your first wife who had accompanied you for decades, and that you were actually scared to death by your first wife who had taken care of you all your life. The ending of this story is really laughable. Su Lang, how can you make me believe in the affection of this world? Demons will always be demons. What's the point of talking about feelings with humans? Ao Jing was also surprised by this unexpected ending, but seeing the snake spirit so sad, he couldn't help but sneer. Maybe it's time to end it. The snake spirit waved her hand and picked up the man's corpse. She looked at Ao Jing indifferently. Although she was still afraid, she still asked, "Can this concubine go now?" Go. Ao Jing waved his hand. Xiaohua asked strangely, "Where are you taking this human's corpse?" After a human dies, it's important to be buried in peace. This concubine will bury him. The snake spirit looked at Xiaohua and replied, "Let's go." Xiaohua flapped his wings and sighed, "This old man should also go. After staying here for a few years, I didn't expect that you two would have such an ending. It's really beyond this old man's expectations. This old man often heard humans say that the world in people's hearts is often the most perfect. Many people don't dare to open their eyes and face reality because the world in front of them is too cruel. There are too many unsatisfactory things. This kid surnamed Su seems to be a pure and kind person from his speech and behavior. He even helped my demon race since he was young. Unfortunately, a pure and kind person is not necessarily a wise and brave person. His eyes are blind and his heart is even more blind. After he finished speaking, Xiaohua spread his wings and a whirlwind appeared. Xiaohua's body turned into a phoenix that was dozens of feet long. As his wings danced, demonic clouds lingered around him. The clouds flickered and his demonic body instantly flew a few miles away, gradually disappearing into the sea breeze. Second Prince. Seeing Xiaohua fly away, Ma Yingfeng whispered, "This Feng Wu is a demon expert." Alas, if not for today's matter, we could have become friends. Ao Jing smiled bitterly. After watching Xiaohua fly away, the snake spirit also rolled up the demonic clouds and went inland. He whispered, "Since this matter has happened, let's wait for another chance." Yes. Ma Yingfeng nodded. He then looked at the several demon experts in the distance and whispered, this subordinate suddenly thought of something. That human who escaped. Was he the Confucian cultivator who took out the Immortal Palace's token? Should this subordinate and the other search Yuling Bay? Naturally, we have to search. This Confucian cultivator actually dared to ruin my North Sea Dragon Palace's matter. We can't let him go easily. Ao Jing nodded. However, it's hard to say whether this human is from the Immortal Palace or not. After all, the Immortal Palace's people have already revealed their identities. He can't directly attack my North Sea Dragon Palace. But then again, the human race is best at creating a diversion. He revealed his identity and thought that we wouldn't suspect him. Then he saved Jiangxing. He used Jiangxing to provoke the dragon palaces of the Four Seas so that the Immortal Palace could benefit. At this point, Ma Yingfeng continued in a low voice. Also, Baxia 47869, who fought with Jiangxing, was also rescued by a Confucian cultivator. This Confucian cultivator disguised as a Taoist cultivator must be related to Baxia 47869. Yes, that's possible. Ao Jing nodded. Check Baxia's records and see if you can find any clues. Actually, there are no more than a few possibilities. One is that the remnants of the Heavenly Abode River asked the Confucian cultivator to help. They borrowed Baxia's power to sneak into the arena and save Jiangxing. The first possibility was that the Confucian cultivator wanted to save Baxia and Jiangxing along the way. Another is that the Confucian cultivator knew these two and saved them at the same time. Yes, Your Highness's analysis is very reasonable. Ma Yingfeng smiled. No matter what, this Confucian cultivator disguised himself as a Taoist cultivator and came to my arena with bad intentions. No, if that Confucian cultivator wanted to save Jiangxing, he could have just entered the arena. Why did he drag Baxia into it? Also, if he wanted to make a move, he could have done it before Jiangxing's fight. Why wait until Jiangxing and Baxia make their move? Ao Jing suddenly realized something, shock appearing on his face. Could it be that the Confucian cultivator wanted to save Baxia, and Jiangxing was just doing it in passing? Damn it. Ao Jing anxiously said, Ma Jinfeng, you're right. Quickly go and investigate the background of this Baxia 47869. Since he's Baxia 47869, he's from the Baxia arena. Why would he come to my Yazi arena? Could it be? Ma Yingfeng smiled bitterly at Ao Jing's words. He naturally knew about Shen Kong's arrangements, but how could he dare to tell Ao Jing? Then, what about the Immortal Palace? Ma Yingfeng asked in a low voice. Investigate, of course we have to investigate. Ao Jing sneered. I can't find the Confucian cultivator or the Taoist cultivator, but I can still find the human in Yuling Bay. Let's see if I can't turn Yuling Bay upside down. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful Ao Jing was, even if he turned Yuling Bay upside down, it would be impossible for him to find traces of Xiaohua. Because Xiaohua turned into a phoenix and flew away right in front of him. This was something that Ao Jing had never dreamed of. A heavenly phoenix with a monstrous aura, whose bloodline was even purer than his, the second prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace, was actually the human Confucian cultivator he was looking for. Xiaohua's heavenly phoenix demonic body spread its wings and soared along with the sea breeze. Looking at the vast sky and the boundless North Sea, a rare kind of comfort involuntarily emerged from the bottom of its heart. Xiaohua opened its mouth and let out a phoenix cry. This sound resounded through the sky. Not only did it shatter the clouds, It even stirred up the seawater in the vicinity of several dozen li layer upon layer of waves, with Xiaohua as the center, spread out in all directions. It looked like a medium-sized storm had already begun to form. Awesome. Awesome. Xiaohua enjoyed the flight and couldn't help but think to himself, no wonder the ancients said, Great Ping rises with the wind one day, soaring up 90,000 li. This poem is refreshing to read, but when I really fly, the feeling is even more inconceivable. Freedom is just like this, to swim freely in the universe, to soar between heaven and earth, to be unrestrained, to do as one pleases. This kind of freedom should be the end of my cultivation. In the future, not to mention the carefree domain, even the void-shattering realm will be as relaxed and free as this. After flying for less than half an hour, in addition to the boundless sea of clouds, there was only the boundless blue sea. Xiaohua knew that he couldn't fly deeper into the North Sea. He released his soul consciousness and looked around. After confirming that there were no demons following him, and there was no demon expert's consciousness, he returned to his original appearance. Then he took out the Pegasus and flying carriage. Relying on his terrible sense of direction, he urged the flying carriage to fly to another place in the hidden immortal continent. Chapter 39-41. Xiaohua urged the Pegasus to sit inside the flying carriage. He secretly pondered over his actions along the way and felt that there was nothing inappropriate. Only then did his mind enter the space to check and sort out the gains of this auction. After nearly an hour, Xiaohua felt that it was about time and released his soul consciousness. Sure enough, at the edge of his soul consciousness he saw the appearance of land. Moreover, there was no bay or human figure on this land. It was not Yuling Bay at all. This naturally didn't exceed Xiaohua's expectations. He calmly put away the flying chariot and Pegasus, then used the water escape technique to reach the shore. He raised his hand and took the mountain river seal in his hand, then released Jiang Xing from the space. Jiang Xing had been standing in the space like a wooden chicken. Suddenly he felt his body tighten and could move again. He hastily waved the sky piercer and guarded left and right. When he saw Xiaohua, he could not help but be stunned. The sky piercer pointed at Xiaohua and stood there in a daze. Jiang Xing. Xiaohua did not dare to waste time and said in the demon language, "This Xiao rescued you from the Yazi arena. That North Sea Dragon Palace's second prince Ao Jing has been chasing after you. I'm afraid you have the North Sea Dragon Palace's warrior slave seal on your body. This Xiao wants to help you get rid of it first. Don't resist." Jiang Xing was not a fool. He did not ask why Xiaohua knew the demon language, nor did he ask why Xiaohua's cultivation was so high at this time. He only gave a simple reply. Xiaohua patted his forehead and used the illusion breaker eye. Those silver-white eyes looked around Jiang Xing's body. Jiang Xing felt a chill coming from his body. It was as if those expressionless eyes saw through his body from the inside out. Don't move, don't resist. Just as Jiang Xing could not help but tremble slightly, several layers of dark green brilliance gushed out from between Xiaohua's eyebrows again. The soul strands that were hard to see with the naked eye split into several strands and entered Jiang Xing's body. When the soul strands touched Jiang Xing's body, the body naturally resisted. Jiang Xing hurriedly dispersed the defense of the body. Those soul strands instantly penetrated Jiang Xing's blood vessels. In just a moment, Xiaohua frowns and says in surprise, "The North Sea Dragon Palace's slave warrior seal is really something. No wonder. No, this isn't the slave warrior seal." However, several strange waves flashed with a faint brilliance as they strangely wandered within Jiang Xing's blood vessels. Although Xiaohua's delusion breaker eyes could see them, his soul strands could not capture these waves. It was not as simple as when Xiaohua saw Xian Kong use the dragon stratagem to extract the warrior slave seal from Yuanya's body. At this point, how could Xiaohua not know that the North Sea Dragon Palace's imprint in Jiang Xing's body was far from something the warrior slave imprint could compare to? When Xiaohua frowned slightly, the soul strands have already retracted. Another layer of green light appeared between his eyebrows. It was Xiaohua's washing heaven and earth technique. As soon as the green light appeared, it immediately turned into a green seal text. This green seal text fell into Jiang Xing's body, causing a burst of rather simple sound. This sound in Jiang Xing's ears seemed to be born from his body. Jiang Xing only felt his blood vessels rapidly surging. as if there were thousands of small hands in his blood vessels grabbing him at the same time. In just a moment, Jiang Sheng suddenly felt his body become light. Xiaohua's voice sounded in his ears again. Jiang Sheng, this Xiao removing the North Sea Dragon Palace's imprint has attracted Ao Jing's attention. Don't move, this Xiao will take you and fly away. When Jiang Sheng heard this, he was a little unhappy, but before he could react, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and grabbed his neck. A wisp of fire flashed and Xiaohua's figure disappeared with Jiang Sheng. Poor Jiang Sheng was born with divine strength, but he had gone through several battles and almost died in the arena. How could he resist Xiaohua's tiger and wolf hands now? He was held in Xiaohua's hand like a little chick. In the time it took to eat a meal, clouds of fire appeared in the sky. A fire dragon roared and flew out of the fire clouds. The huge dragon head hung down from the sky with a ferocious look. Its eyes, which were comparable to flying swords, swept across the place where Xiaohua and Jiang Sheng had just stood. Then the fire dragon roared and sniffed around a few times. Hurricanes swept across the ground, lifting pieces of gravel. This fire dragon was naturally Ao Jing. Xiaohua removing the imprint in Jiang Sheng's blood vessels immediately aroused Ao Jing's vigilance. Ao Jing didn't have time to inform Xian Kong and the other dragon generals. He first transformed into a dragon and chased over. However, he was still too late. Except for a trace of the North Sea Dragon Palace's imprint, there was nothing left here. How is this possible? Who dares to remove the demon imprisoning knot of my North Sea Dragon Palace on the side of the North Sea? Ao Jing was furious. He opened his mouth and spat out a raging fire, burning an area of several miles. This Confucian cultivator, other than someone from the Immortal Palace, how could he have such a powerful method? A Taoist cultivator? A Confucian cultivator? It's just a smokescreen from the Immortal Palace. They want to trick me. Damn it, I'll definitely report this to my father. How dare they destroy the North Sea Dragon Palaces? Plan to lure the enemy. Ao Jing cursed angrily for a moment. He was already furious and had lost all sense of reason. The decision he had made calmly earlier was now nothing but bullshit in his eyes. He flew up and was about to return when Xian Kong hurriedly chased after him with some shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Ao Jing snorted coldly. He ignored Xian Kong and swayed his dragon tail as he flew towards Yuling Bay. On the other hand, Xian Kong stopped in midair. He glanced at the flames on the ground that hadn't been extinguished and the ground that had been charred yellow, and then he sighed and waved his hand. Everyone returned to Feather Spirit Bay. However, before he could fly 100 feet, he hurriedly stopped and looked into the distance respectfully. After a moment, a ferocious smile appeared on his face. He ordered, "Pass down the second prince's order. Track down the people from the Immortal Palace with all our strength. If you find any trace of them, report it immediately." Yes. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals all scattered and went in different directions. Xian Kong set up a demon cloud and followed Ao Jing back to Yuling Bay. Ao Jing thought that the Confucian cultivator in his eyes had already left Yuling Bay with Jiang Sheng. However, he didn't know that he had already been lured away by Xiaohua. Xiaohua only flew for a moment before he asked Jiang Sheng for the direction of Yuling Bay. He turned and flew towards Yuling Bay. Just as Ao Jing was getting angry, Xiaohua had already flown to the left side of Yuling Bay. Xiaohua's figure landed between some mountain peaks. He put down Jiang Sheng and narrowed his eyes as he looked in the direction of Yuling Bay. Previously, Xiaohua had left in a hurry and didn't have time to put the green-robed Xiaohua into the space. At this moment, the green-robed Xiaohua had already sensed Xiaohua's arrival. He had urged the formless Yuanying to return. Xiaohua turned to Jiang Sheng and said, "Jiang Sheng, you must have recognized me. I'm the Taoist cultivator who fought against you when you flooded Longevity Town that year. In order to find Dragon Lady Jiang Hong in Longevity Town, you didn't hesitate to use the water of Liao River and treat the people of the human race as weeds. I shouldn't have saved you, but because you were eager to save your master and because I have some fate with Jiang Hong, the people of Longevity Town didn't lose too many lives because of you. I saved you from the hands of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Your Heavenly Abode River scheme is too big, so I don't dare to get involved easily. You know what happened today and you don't need to worry about my kindness. You can go by yourself. Let's not meet again." As he spoke, the green-robed Xiaohua had already flown over. Xiaohua withdrew his yuanying and the green-robed Xiaohua entered his body. Xiaohua instantly had a clear understanding of the situation after he left. Thus he said to Jiang Xing, "Oh right, I heard that the North Sea Dragon Palace has already sent out shrimp soldiers and crab generals to search for you and me. I won't be returning to Yuling Bay anymore. You don't have to go either." After he finished speaking, Xiaohua urged his magic power and was about to flee into the distance. However, before his figure could disappear, Jiang Xing's words made him stand there in a daze. "Jiang Hong fell into the hands of the North Sea Dragon Palace with me," Jiang Xing said, his words like gold. "What?" Xiaohua turned his head and asked in disbelief. "Jiang Hong is your family's dragon princess. How did she fall into the hands of the North Sea Dragon Palace with you? How did you protect your princess?" Jiang Xing wasn't surprised by Xiaohua's reproach. He even blushed a little as he explained in a low voice, "I escorted my family's princess to Yuling Bay to meet with Jiang Che and the others." Unfortunately, before he could finish, Xiaohua waved his hand coldly. "Forget it. The matter of your heavenly abode river has nothing to do with me." "Who captured Jiang Hong?" "I won't." Just like how he interrupted Jiang Xing's words, Xiaohua was unable to continue speaking at this point. Lu Yi saw Jiang Hong as his own sister. He would rather suffer than let Jiang Hong get hurt. Lu Yi was his favorite disciple. If Jiang Hong was captured by the North Sea Dragon Palace, her ending was needless to say. If she wasn't a princess, she would have been sent to the arena to die like Jiang Xing. If he didn't rescue Jiang Hong, how would he face Lu Yi in the future? Seeing that Xiaohua didn't speak, Jiang Xing said, "Jiang Che and the others are in Yuling Bay. If you don't want to do it directly, please send me to Flowing Lightning Residence." Xiaohua looked at Jiang Xing from head to toe. At this moment, Jiang Xing's physical injuries were still very serious. It was impossible for Jiang Xing to safely find Jiang Che by himself. Even if he didn't want to save Jiang Hong, he should send Jiang Xing to Flowing Lightning Residence. Moreover, how could he not try to save Jiang Hong? "Forget it." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "For my disciples' happiness, I can only be a good person again." Xiaohua said this in human language. He didn't want Jiang Xing to hear it, so Jiang Xing didn't understand. But looking at Xiaohua's expression, Jiang Xing knew Xiaohua's choice. Then Xiaohua took out the mountain and river seal and said, "Ao Jing should be back soon. Come in. When I find Flowing Lightning Residence, I'll let you out." "Thank you, fellow immortal Sha," Jiang Xing said with a smile. He wasn't surprised by Xiaohua's help. Chapter 3942. Xiaohua shook the mountain river seal and retrieved Jiang Xing. He then activated his flying technique and flew towards Feather Spirit Bay. Not long after, Xiaohua arrived at the place where he met the snake spirit. Looking at the familiar place, Xiaohua sighed. In just one night, so many things had happened which made Xiaohua realize a lot. At this time, Yuling Bay was different from before. Whether it was humans or demons, there were much fewer people. The shops and tents were equally desolate. Xiaohua identified the direction and landed on the ground. Seeing a Confucian cultivator hurriedly flying by, he hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Greetings, fellow immortal." That Confucian cultivator looked at Xiaohua and said coldly, "What do you want?" "Sorry to disturb you, fellow immortal. May I know where Flowing Thunder Residence is?" Xiaohua didn't get angry and asked with a smile. "Flowing Thunder Residence? I don't know." Hearing this, that Confucian cultivator waved his hand and flew away without thinking. "Damn it, we're all humans. Even if we're different, there's no need to be like this." Xiaohua sneered and then he looked left and right. After that, he flew over a few hundred meters and blocked the path of a leopard spirit that was similarly riding a demonic cloud. "Fellow immortal, I wonder if fellow immortal knows of the Lightning Flow Residence? Flowing Thunder Residence." That leopard spirit's yellow eyes turned a few times as if he was thinking, then he shook his head and said, "I don't know. You'd better ask other demons." Seeing the leopard spirit hurriedly leave, Xiaohua pinched his chin and became anxious. "Can't be, right? I don't know one, I don't know two, this Jiang Xing can't be lying to me, right?" Looking around, Xiaohua walked into a small tent. The inside of the tent was similar to a shop, but it was very small and there weren't many things. Seeing Xiaohua enter, a shrimp-like member of the sea race hurriedly greeted him and said with a smile, "Fellow immortal, what do you want to choose?" Xiaohua looked at those ordinary pearls and said with a smile, "I don't want to buy anything, I just want to ask for directions." "Hehe, fellow immortal, please tell me." The shrimp-like member's attitude was very good. "Does fellow immortal know Flowing Thunder residence?" Xiaohua said. Seeing the sea shrimp's hesitant appearance, Xiaohua started to feel apprehensive. Sure enough, the sea shrimp shook his head and said, "Sorry, immortal friend. I've only been in Yuling Bay for half a year. I've never heard of the place you mentioned. If you want to find out, it's best to find the demons who have lived here for a long time. They should know." As soon as Sea Shrimp opened his mouth, Xiaohua immediately thought of the general of the sea race near the Bai and Yazi auction hall. Perhaps only the monster race would know such a strange place. "Thank you, fellow immortal." Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands before walking out of the tent. "Who are you? Do you have proof of Yuling Bay?" Just as Xiaohua walked out of the tent, a rather shaky voice sounded in front of him. Xiaohua raised his head to look. It was a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals holding shining weapons in their hands. They just happened to pass by this tent. Seeing a Dao sect cultivator walk out from inside, they immediately surrounded Xiaohua. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't put these small shrimps in his eyes. He took out the jade pendant that you gave him and said, "This is the proof that this old man got from the Sea Whale King. You can take a look for yourself." "Sea Whale King?" The leading crab general's eyes bulged out of their sockets. He looked at the jade pendant in Xiaohua's hand and said coldly, "As long as it's not a token issued by my Yuling Hall, it's invalid. No matter who you are, you have to come with us to the Yuling Hall." "How dare you?" Xiaohua snorted and angrily rebuked. These shrimp soldiers and crab generals were so scared that they trembled. However, they had already received the order from the Yuling Hall. No matter how scared they were, they didn't dare to not brace themselves and surround Xiaohua. Roar. At this moment, a bright cloud of fire flashed in the sky. Ao Jing roared all the way back to Yuling Bay. Along the way he threw fireballs randomly. Who knows how many flowers and plants were damaged. "Brothers." Xian Kong's voice sounded behind Ao Jing at the same time. "Each team will be divided into two groups. One half will continue to search for suspicious Confucian cultivators. The other half will form a team outside Yuling Bay and spread out to search the inland." Yes. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals surrounding Xiaohua didn't dare to disobey the order. Half of them flew out of Yuling Bay on a demon cloud. The remaining half looked at Xiaohua's clothes, scratched their heads and thought for a moment. They asked, "Are you a Confucian cultivator?" "This old man is a Taoist cultivator." Xiaohua raised his sleeve and said with a smile. This half of the shrimp soldiers and crab generals shook their heads and let Xiaohua go. Then they continued to search in front. "Damn it, with this kind of soldiers, they want to catch the Xiaohua? What a fool's dream." Xiaohua laughed inwardly and flew towards the Yazi auction house. On the contrary, when he arrived near the auction house, apart from a small number of demons on guard, there were fewer shrimp soldiers and crab generals patrolling. The humans and demons who were watching the excitement also disappeared. Even the shops around the auction house were mostly closed. The previous lively scene was nowhere to be seen. However, the shop where the sea race general sold sea relics was still half open. It seemed like it was waiting for Xiaohua. Xiaohua's figure had just stepped into the shop when a respectful voice sounded, "Senior is here." "Why are you still here?" Xiaohua was slightly taken aback. "Who are you?" Without waiting for Xiaohua to answer, a yuan thought swept over from afar. It landed on Xiaohua. Soon after, a cold voice sounded. Xiaohua naturally noticed that there were people from the auction house inspecting nearby. He was not afraid of being discovered. When he heard the question, he turned his head and said with a smile, "This one is Xiaohua. My Taoist name is Taoist Xiao. What's the matter?" "General, what's the matter?" The person who came was a sea race general wearing armor. He looked like a big octopus. On the side of the armor, several tentacles held several different weapons. He looked very mighty. "Taoist Xiao?" When the sea general heard this, his expression changed slightly. After all, a Taoist cultivator who could be called a Taoist master should be at the early Yuanying stage. He was not someone he could resist. However, the sea general looked left and right. He swam toward Xiaohua and asked, "What are you doing here? Do you have a certificate issued by my Feather Spirit Palace?" "This Taoist Xiao is this little one's friend." Yuan hurriedly ran out of the shop and respectfully said to the sea general, "He came to the Feather Spirit Bay to play. This little one has already helped him obtain a certificate from the Sea Whale King." Hee hee. When the sea general saw Yuan come out, he unconsciously sneered and said, "The Feather Spirit Palace has already issued an order. Apart from the certificate issued by the Feather Spirit Palace, all other certificates are invalid. All human cultivators with invalid certificates are to be detained in the Feather Spirit Palace. Their whereabouts and any suspicious signs will be investigated. Since you are related to this human, you should also come with this general." Yuan was clearly stunned. He took half a step back in fear. However, it was only half a step. He stepped forward and said, "Senior Xiao was invited by this little one. This little one will guarantee his identity with my life. This little one will follow the general to the Feather Spirit Palace." "You?" The sea general was startled. He was clearly caught off guard. However, he immediately waved his tentacles and said, "What is a small shrimp like you doing in the Feather Spirit Palace? Be a good boy and stay aside." Then the sea general looked at Xiaohua and said, "Taoist Xiao, do you want to go by yourself? Or do you want this one to invite you?" Impudent. At this moment, a rather dignified voice came from behind Yuan. The owner of the shop, the Sea Race General, walked out and scolded, "This is this general's honored guest, Brew. Why aren't you scramming back?" The Sea General called Brew was shocked when he heard the scolding. He almost naturally bowed and said, "This subordinate greets General Lu." Just as he said this, the Sea General suddenly woke up. He straightened up and coldly looked at the Sea General called Lu and said, "Lu, don't forget. You are no longer a general of the North Sea Dragon Palace. What qualifications do you have to order this general around? This general is here on the orders of the Feather Spirit Palace to investigate suspicious humans. Since you are colluding with this human, you might as well come with this general to the Feather Spirit Palace." Xiaohua coldly watched from the side, his heart somewhat rueful. There was a struggle for power and fame between the human race, and it was easy for people to scheme against each other. Xiaohua clearly smelled this kind of dark smell between the Haijiang Lu and the bromine. Lu's face was extremely unsightly. He opened his mouth to say something, but it was very clear that Brew was no longer a small soldier under his command. He could not order him around. But if he let Brew take Xiaohua away, Lu could not bear to. After all, he already saw hope in Xiaohua for a group of old soldiers to get rid of their injuries. It was not that Lu did not think of inviting Xiaohua to the Feather Spirit Palace and then he would tell him about Xiaohua's abilities. But the problem was he didn't know if Xiaohua was willing to cooperate with the North Sea Dragon Palace. If Xiaohua wasn't willing and he had leaked Xiaohua's divine ability, it would bring disaster to Xiaohua. Lu didn't think he would do such a thing. Second, even if Xiaohua was willing to cooperate with the North Sea Dragon Palace, how could the North Sea Dragon Palace waste a divine doctor like Xiaohua on these old soldiers? There was no lack of shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the North Sea Dragon Palace that could not be cured. Xiaohua would not have the free time to treat the old soldiers that he cared about. "What if I can vouch for you?" A faint voice sounded. The sea snake Dee also walked out and coldly looked at Brew. When Brew heard Dee's voice, he hurriedly retreated. It was as if he had suffered a great loss in Dee's hands. His several tentacles quickly danced. He was even more shocked. "You, what's wrong with me? Can't you recognize me?" Dee said with a smile. "The dignified Shanghai general is really awe-inspiring. How come I have never seen a soft octopus with a hard bone? Oh my, I forgot. How can an octopus have bones? I really overestimated you." Dee. Brew's tall figure was like paper in front of Dee. He slightly swayed. He somewhat inarticulately called out, "Why are you here? Do you vouch for me?" Chapter 3943. At this point Bromine hesitated. His two slightly transparent eyes trembled rapidly. He looked at Xiaohua then looked to the left. He was afraid that this was a trap set for him by Dee. However, Bromine had been here for a long time and other soldiers had started to pay attention to this place. This gave Bromine the so-called encouragement. Fine. Bromine clenched his teeth and said, "You're the same as Lu. You're no longer a subordinate of the North Sea Dragon Palace. What qualifications do you have to guarantee? Since you're with this human, you can't get away with it. You don't know what happened in the Yazi arena last night." Scope. Bromine took a few steps forward, and the weapon on his tentacles danced arrogantly. "Is that so? Are you sure you want me to go?" Drip took a step forward with a faint smile. This simple step scared Bromine into retreating a few steps, as if he didn't dare to get too close to Drip. "You're pissing me off." Just as Drip was about to push Bromine back, a low, powerless voice came from behind Drip. Then Chio's grandfather, Old Shrimp, staggered out with a shabby crutch. Without saying a word, he swung the crutch at Bromine. Bromine's body was naturally much bigger than Chio's grandfather. The crutch also looked funny. Bromine only needed to lift any one of his tentacles to knock it away. However, seeing Old Shrimp's crutch coming at him, Bromine didn't dare to move. He just let Old Shrimp's crutch hit him. Bromine could only wave his tentacles and the weapon in the air. He shouted in exasperation, "Old man, you're a veteran who's been through fire and water. You've bled a lot for the North Sea Dragon Palace. You've done a lot in battle, but you can't delay me. I'll guarantee for Daoist Shao." Old Shrimp said loudly, "If you want to take Daoist Shao, then take me too." "You can't do it either." Bromine didn't dare to fight back, but when he saw some of his colleagues coming over, he gritted his teeth and answered. "Of course Old Shrimp can't do it. What about us? We'll all guarantee for Daoist Shao." As he said that, another group of old Sea Tribe members came out of Lu's shop. Some were Sea Tribe members, some were Sea Tribe members, some were loaches and some were crabs. This. Bromine was at a loss for words. He glanced at the soldiers of the North Sea Dragon Palace who had surrounded them, then quickly fled. Although these veterans didn't have any official positions and were on the verge of death, they had made outstanding military contributions. They were all old ruffians who couldn't rub sand in their eyes. They were far from what the current soldiers could afford to offend. Usually, these old ruffians would reprimand these soldiers whenever they saw them, let alone now that Bromine had provoked them. The group of Dragon Palace soldiers saw that the situation was not right and ran away, leaving only Bromine to stay behind. Bromine was dumbfounded at the sight of so many veterans. His head was bigger than a mountain. He didn't think that his duty of inviting this strange human to the Feather Spirit Palace would cause so much trouble. "Hee fellow immortals." Xiaohua smiled and cupped his hands. "There's no need to make things too difficult for this general." Although this Xiao participated in the Yazi auction hall's auction, this Xiao withdrew from the auction midway for some reason. Although this Xiao doesn't know what happened in the auction, if this Xiao needs to go and ask, this Xiao has no objections. "Look at Daoist Xiao." An old loach clapped his hands. "He's really a Daoist master. He can kill you with a raise of his hand, but he's still talking to you calmly. Little octopus, do you think this kind of Daoist master is the human Confucian cultivator you're looking for?" An old crab waved his claws and shouted. "If Daoist Xiao wants to go to the Feather Spirit Palace, we'll go together. Wherever Daoist Xiao goes, we'll go together." Hearing this, Xiaohua didn't need to look anymore. This must be an old ruffian. He hadn't even met Xiaohua and he was already relying on Xiaohua. This. Bromine began to step back and said with a somewhat panicked tone, "The Feather Spirit Palace is looking for a human Confucian cultivator. This Daoist Xiao is obviously not one. Just now my eyes were playing tricks on me." Bromine was a junior in front of these veterans. He couldn't afford to offend any of them. Before the veterans surrounded him, he hurriedly withdrew. At this time, Bromine wasn't afraid of anything going wrong. Although these veterans looked old and weak, they had all risked their lives for the North Sea Dragon Palace for so many years. Their words might not be as useful as his in the Feather Spirit Palace, but in the Feather Spirit Bay, 100 of him couldn't compare to one of them. Seeing Bromine leave with his tail between his legs, several veterans still scolded themselves. "Damn it, where did this little bastard come from? How dare he behave so atrociously in front of me?" Xiaohua smiled and didn't say anything. He just stood aside. "Daoist Xiao." Lu stood aside and said with a smile, "I'm sorry to make you laugh." Bromine was a little narrow-minded, but he was timid and didn't have too many bad intentions. I guess he saw that Daoist Xiao was a human and wanted to take credit for it. In fact, if Taoist Xiao wasn't the Confucian cultivator they were looking for, they wouldn't make things too difficult for Taoist Xiao. It doesn't matter. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, if it wasn't for the fact that I was still worried about your injuries, I'm afraid I would have left long ago and ignored his little tricks. Many thanks for Taoist Xiao's pity. Seeing Xiao Hua return, Lu was already happy in his heart. However, he was still uneasy. He didn't know whether Xiao Hua came back for the sea sirira or to save the old sea shrimp. Now that he heard it, his heart had already flown away. His eyes blurred and he hurriedly bowed to express his thanks. Sea Snakely moved his body and said in a low voice, let's invite Taoist Xiao in first. Now that there are changes in the auction, the entire Feather Spirit Bay is heavily guarded. It's better not to attract the attention of the Feather Spirit Palace. Yes. Lu woke up and hurriedly said, Taoist Xiao, please come in. Please. A group of veterans were now very obedient. They all had smiles on their faces and opened the door of the shop. Although the other party was from the sea race and might have human blood on their hands, Xiao Hua saw that they were all like the old sea shrimp. Many parts of their bodies were wrapped in seaweed, and some strange smell floated out from the seaweed. Xiao Hua still raised his hand and said, seniors. Speaking until here, Xiao Hua stopped again. The sea race was a monster, there was no way to call them seniors. However, before Xiao Hua's face became awkward, the group of veterans hurriedly bowed and said, Taoist Xiao, please. And, seeing this, Xiao Hua no longer modestly declined and stepped into the shop. Then these veterans hurriedly came in under the lead of the old sea shrimp. Taoist Xiao, please sit. After Lu walked into the shop, he hurriedly took out a chair from who knows where and respectfully placed it beside Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua looked at the group of veterans. Those veterans hurriedly raised their hands and said with a smile, Taoist Xiao, please. All right. Xiao Hua sat down, looked at Li and said with a smile, is this Xiao's pill easy to use? Li swam over and prostrated herself in front of Xiao Hua. She said in a low voice, this one thanks Taoist Xiao for the pill. This one's illness has been completely cured. Even, this one feels that my strength can still increase in the future. Xiao Hua was slightly surprised, but he immediately understood. The soul-nourishing pill refined by the green-robed Xiao Hua was refined in the space. There were 3 moon stars and 6 sun stars in the space, so the power of the stars and moon naturally surpassed that of the hidden immortal continent. Moreover, the soul-nourishing pill nourished Di's soul, allowing Di to better control her own bloodline through her soul. Moreover, the secrets of the sea snake's bloodline could also be known by Di, so Di could use these to enhance her strength. After understanding, Xiao Hua said with a smile, then I congratulate Taoist Xiao. I didn't expect that the pill that this one casually refined would have such an effect. Casually refined? Li was somewhat dumbfounded. In her eyes, that pill was really miraculous and wonderful. At the same time, Lu said in surprise, that pill was really refined by Taoist Xiao? And naturally. Although it was refined by the green-robed Xiao Hua, was there any difference between this and Xiao Hua's refinement? Xiao Hua naturally admitted with a smile. That. Lu opened his mouth as if he wanted to ask, but he was somewhat hesitant. Xiao Hua said straightforwardly, since this one has returned, I also want to see if I can do anything for you. After all, if your illness can be cured, then you can hunt less sea relics. This is also a matter of boundless virtue. It's just that this one doesn't know much about your sea race's healing techniques. Similarly, I also don't have the pill formula for refining pills or medicines. This is easy. An old ruffian shouted without hesitation, we will kill our way to the apricot forest medicine shop and make them hand over whatever pill formula. Xiao Hua smiled but didn't say anything. The sea snakely hurriedly said, if you want to go, then go. In this way, even if Taoist Xiao wants to help, he won't dare. Yes, I was just joking. Taoist Xiao shouldn't take it seriously. That old ruffian laughed mischievously. He naturally understood that Xiao Hua wouldn't let him loot the human race's medicine shop and harm the human race's interests. Taoist Xiao. Lu said from the side, this one also thought for a long time just now. It's not realistic to get the pill formula from the apricot forest medicine shop. Moreover, his pill formula might not be useful. Daoist Zhao's pill formula still needs to be obtained from the North Sea Dragon Palace, Zhaixing Lu Yazi Auction House, Li Lai Trading Company and Luo Yi Merchant Union. Of course the Dragon Palace has it, but the Feather Spirit Palace may not give it. Zhaixing Lu Yazi Auction House and Li Lai Trading Company need to bid. To be honest, not to mention whether these things are available, we don't have many sea crystals and may not be able to bid. The last place left is the Luo Yi Merchant Union. This one has heard of the Luo Yi Merchant Union's reputation before. It's a merchant union formed by the demon race of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. It's not large in scale and its transactions are always fair. Moreover, they are indeed resourceful and can get things that ordinary demon race can't. This one wants to see Daoist Zhao and ask him clearly. This one will go find the Luo Yi Merchant Union now. Chapter 3944. Oh. Xiaohua smiles and turns to look at Yuan, asking, "Is this your recommendation again?" Yuan hurriedly waves his hand and says, "This is not what I said. General knew about it and then asked about it. That's why I reported it to you." Xiaohua thinks for a while and says to Lu, "It would be best if you could find Bei Wen who recorded the pill recipe in Luo Yi Merchant Union. I would be able to refine pills according to the recipe." "Daoist Zhao, you don't want to go with me?" Lu is a bit surprised and disappointed. Xiaohua smiles, "I don't know much about the pill recipes of the monster race. It doesn't matter if I go or not. You only need to ask the monster race in Luo Yi Merchant Union for the pill recipe. They should be in charge of it. Moreover, I have something important to do. I'm afraid I can't accompany you." Alright. Lu naturally wants Xiaohua to go with him. However, Xiaohua has something important to do so he can't force him. Beside him, Drop hastily asks tactfully, "Daoist Zhao, what is it? Do you want to do it in Yuling Bay?" And Xiaohua nods. After thinking for a while he asks, "Do you know a place called Drifting Pavilion?" "Drifting Pavilion?" Drop thinks for a while and shakes his head. "I am familiar with every place in Yuling Bay but I have never heard of Drifting Pavilion. Could it be that this drifting lightning abode that Daoist Zhao mentioned is located outside of Yuling Bay?" Xiaohua shakes his head and replies, "No, it's in Yuling Bay." Drop looks at some old soldiers on the left. After thinking for a while he says in a low voice, "Daoist Zhao, if possible, you should ask these old sea race." Xiaohua nodded, then raised his head to look at the closed shop door and said, "Everyone, this Xiao came to Yuling Bay to look for an old friend. He left a message for this Xiao, saying that he was at the Drifting Pavilion, but this Xiao couldn't find him anywhere in Yuling Bay. I wonder if anyone can answer my question?" Drifting Pavilion? The group of old Oceanids are also slightly startled. They all look at each other wanting to share Xiaohua's burden. However, they seem to have never heard of this name before. One of the old Oceanids even asks, "Daoist Zhao, do you think this flowing lightning residence, is it the E residence? Or place name? Or a brothel that you humans often talk about?" Xiaohua smiled and said, "This Xiao doesn't know either, I only know the name of this place." "Io." Suddenly, old sea shrimp seemed to have thought of something and said hurriedly, "I remember now. It seems that there is such a place. But, oh, you know about it?" Hearing this, Xiaohua was overjoyed. Seeing that old sea shrimp didn't say anything, he asked, "Could it be that there's something strange about this place?" "Indeed." Seeing Xiaohua being so cautious, old sea shrimp winked at the group of old sea race members and whispered a few words to Xiaohua. Sure enough, Xiaohua's brows slightly creased. After a while, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Since this Xiao has come, then I should still make a trip. Everyone just stay here or go somewhere together. General, hurry to the Louis Merchant Union. When this Xiao pays a visit to my old friend, I can refine some pills or medicines for you." Okay. Lu nodded vigorously and said, "I'll go now. When I find the pill formula, we'll meet at Yaoshi. This place is too close to the Yazi auction house. After all, it's inconvenient for Daoist Zhao to be here." "Indeed. You all go first. I'll immediately go find a Feather Spirit Palace certificate for Daoist Zhao," an old sea race member said hurriedly. Xiaohua watched as Lu opened the shop door and the group of old sea race members walked out. He said to the fish monster, "Yuan, take this Xiao to that place. Okay, this little one understands." The fish monster was extremely excited. It rubbed its illusory hands and nodded vigorously. Sea Snakely hurriedly said, Taoist Xiao, do you want me to accompany you? No need. Xiao Hua waved his hand, you go with Lu to the Louis Merchant Union. Since there is a pill formula, there must be some demonic herbs, demonic fruits and so on. You also help to take a look. Lu is not a shrewd businessman. He, Li covered his mouth and said, he's not a human to begin with. Xiao Hua nodded. He looked around and said, if possible, give all the sea relics in this shop to this Xiao. This Xiao has a use for them. No problem. Li said without hesitation, this one will pack it up right away. When Taoist Xiao returns, I'll give them all to you. Xiao Hua took out a Qinkuan bag and handed it to Li. He directly took the fish monster and prepared to leave the shop. The little sea shrimp waiting at the entrance of the shop hurriedly said shyly, Taoist Xiao, Grandpa and the others have gone to find a certificate for Taoist Xiao. Please wait for a moment. They really went. Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Thus, Xiao Hua simply stood inside the shop and watched Li tidy up the sea relics in the shop. On the other hand, the somewhat tyrannical shop assistant from before had long disappeared. After a while, Li tidied up all the sea relics in the shop and gave the Qinkuan bag to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua looked inside and saw that there were indeed a lot of sea relics. Thinking about how each sea relic was the life of a sea race member, Xiao Hua increasingly felt that doing these things was worth it. Xiao Hua had just received the Qinkuan bag when the old sea shrimp brought the two old sea race members back hurriedly. From the looks of it, they didn't seem to be injured at all. Xiao Hua received a fish card and carefully held it. He smiled and said, many thanks everyone. You can go and rest first. When this Xiao comes back, I will help you refine pills. Seeing Xiao Hua treasuring the fish card very much, the old sea shrimp and the others were quite happy. They cupped their hands and said, thank you for everything, Taoist Xiao. Seeing the old sea shrimp and the others leave, Xiao Hua also waved his hand and hurriedly took the fish monster out of the shop. After a while, the fish monster asked in a low voice, Taoist Xiao, where are you going? Bayan. Xiao Hua said these two words through sound transmission. You want to go to tea? The fish monster was shocked and almost blurted out. Fortunately, he only spoke half of it and stopped. Xiao Hua smiled and said, if you don't dare to go, then just point in the direction. The Xiao already knows where it is, I can ask. No, this little one will take Taoist Xiao there. Yuan clenched his teeth and said. Then he raised his hand and a demonic cloud appeared under his feet, asking Xiao Hua to fly with him. Xiao Hua urged his flying technique and followed behind Yuan, flying towards the outside of Yuling Bay. Sure enough, along the way there were many shrimp soldiers and crab generals patrolling, stopping Xiao Hua from time to time. The certificate given to Xiao Hua by the old sea shrimp was quite useful. Every sea race took a look at it and didn't ask much, directly letting them go. After flying over the mountain range of Yuling Bay, they arrived at the other side. Before they could get close, a hot aura hit them in the face, and a strong smell of sulfur gradually diffused in the air. Near this hot aura there were no sea race, and the patrolling shrimp soldiers and crab generals were also gone. After flying for a while, Yuan's figure was already trembling. Obviously he couldn't adapt to the heat here. Xiao Hua said, Yuan, Chi must be in front. You don't need to get too close. This old man will go by himself. You find a suitable place to stay. After this old man comes out, I will come to find you. The fish monster stopped in midair and said very shamefully, many thanks for Taoist Zhao's sympathy. This little one really can't stand it anymore. And this is a hot place. It's different from the humid life of UC race. It's normal that you can't stand it. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand, then flew forward. The fish monster watched Xiao Hua's figure fly over the foothills and fall into the valley. It quickly turned around and flew straight to the inside of Yuling Bay. The salty sea breeze swept up the moisture and fell on the fish monster's body. Only then did the fish monster let out a long sigh of relief. It didn't even transform into its human form and returned to its fish form. It twisted in the air as if it was enjoying it to the extreme. Xiao Hua flew over the mountain valley, and in front of him was a sea of scarlet red mountain rocks, scarlet red sand, and also surging scarlet red lava. However, this scarlet red only covered a range of a few dozen li. Looking further into the valley, There was another stretch of dilapidated fences and dilapidated walls. Some dilapidated stone pillars, collapsed pavilions and other things piled up in the valley. Many weeds and wild vines wrapped around these buildings. Xiaohua had already learned from old sea shrimp that this valley was called Drifting Pavilion thousands of years ago. It was a place where some monster race gathered. However, there was a change later on. A huge amount of magma was produced overnight, completely destroying the entire Drifting Pavilion. After the monster race left, another monster race occupied this place and changed the name of this place to Chi-Chi. As for why Yuan's expression changed when he heard about this place, it was not only because this place was hot and basically no sea race came here, but also because the monster race that occupied this place was a barbarian, a monster beast that liked to eat sea race. Yuan usually didn't have enough time to hide. Why would he come here? Xiaohua stood in midair and released his divine sense to explore. He had already seen the dried fish hanging on the mountain rock in the depths of the valley. These dried fish were not the kind that ordinary people would hang in their homes. The short ones were a few feet long and the long ones were several zhang long. They were all dried up and shrunk to one place. It was obvious that when these barbarians hunted these sea race people, the sea race people's bodies were huge. Xiaohua secretly smiled and said, "This place is not bad." Presumably, the North Sea Dragon Palace also didn't expect Jiang Che to be hiding here. Then Xiaohua let Jiang Xing out. The moment Jiang Xing came out, he immediately shrunk his neck and looked a little uncomfortable. He then looked around and asked curiously, "This is Drifting Pavilion? I'll let fellow immortal Jiang know." Xiaohua smiled and said, "This place was originally called Drifting Pavilion. Later on, because magma spewed out, Drifting Pavilion was destroyed. Now it's called Chi-Chi this." Jiang Xing was a little hesitant. He frowned and said, "Since it's called Chi-Chi, why did Jiang Che say it's Drifting Pavilion? How can I find Jiang Che? Anyway, this is Drifting Pavilion." Xiaohua shrugged and replied, "As for how to find Jiang Che, I don't know. However, there's a group of barbarians here who know how to forge weapons. You might as well go and ask them." "Alright." Jiang Xing thought for a while and nodded. However, after flying for several zhang, he turned his head and asked, "Daoist Xiao, the North Sea Dragon Palace didn't chase after us, right?" "No." Xiaohua looked between the mountain rocks and casually replied, "That's good." Jiang Xing smiled and flew down the valley. Chapter 39:45. At the bottom of the valley was an enormous mountain crevice. Within the mountain crevice was a space of hundreds of meters. Within this space, one after another, stone caves surrounded the crimson magma in the center. In front of the stone caves, there were many materials and large pieces of stone scattered about. At the edge of the magma, there were also some weapons submerged in the magma. Only some parts of the handles were exposed. Xiaohua and Jiang Xing had just approached this mountain crevice when they were immediately discovered by the demon race. They saw 5 leopards, each about 30 meters in size, holding weapons as they flew over from the left side of the magma on a demon cloud. The leopard in front was holding a dried fish in its hand and was biting it with all its might. Its sharp fangs flashed with a blood-red color. "Stop!" one of the leopards shouted loudly. "Is this a place where you can come?" Jiang Xing turned his head to look at Xiaohua and smiled. He flew forward a few steps, cupped his hands and said, "GG Pai." Xiaohua was stunned and blinked his eyes. He could be considered proficient in the demon language and dragon language, but he actually didn't understand what Jiang Xing was saying. However, since Jiang Xing and Jiang Che had arranged to meet here, and Jiang Xing didn't bring any keepsake, presumably this strange demon language was also what they had agreed on, right? As expected, when the leopard heard Jiang Xing speak, its expression changed slightly. The leopard that was eating the dried fish threw away the dried fish in its hand and flew a few steps closer. It also spoke in a similar demon language, but the speed of its speech was even more hurried. The 2 demons spoke a few words, and then they both stretched out their claws and stuck them together. The claws slightly touched a few times and the rhythm was also different. Then the leopard raised its head and looked at Xiaohua. On that sinister and strange leopard face, a trace of a smile was squeezed out. Seeing this, Xiaohua also nodded and returned a smile at him. The leopard raised its hand. It was still that strange demon language which seemed to mean please. Jiang Xing transmitted his voice in a low voice. Spiritual Master Shao, please follow me. Xiaohua knew that Jiang Xing was being cautious, so he also sent a sound transmission and flew down with Jiang Xing. The other few barbarians also gave way, their faces were also filled with respect. The leopard in front led Xiaohua and Jiang Xing into a cave. The inside of the cave was even hotter than the outside. Several streams of magma seeped in from the four corners of the cave, then flowed through several grooves and fell into a furnace similar to a cauldron. This furnace was square in shape, and strange demon characters were engraved on it. There were many patterns in the demon characters, and those patterns were actually filled with the splendor of the moon and stars. Seeing this, Xiaohua knew that this was a tool used by the demi-human race and couldn't help but take a few more glances at it. However, he could see that there were only some raw materials in the furnaces, presumably still being refined. When he thought about the weapons in the lava outside the cave, Xiaohua lost interest in taking a closer look. The strength of these barbarians was limited, and they could only use the lava to refine weapons. They had no value to him as a reference. Naturally, there were also some barbarians following behind Xiaohua. When they saw Xiaohua looking at the furnace, they frowned and looked at each other with dissatisfaction in their eyes. After passing through this cave, they arrived at an even larger cave. Inside, there were some weapons commonly seen by the sea race, and they seemed to be of good quality. However, Xiaohua's gaze didn't even stop. He directly looked into the cave and saw another deep cave. At this moment, there were several larger barbarians standing in front of the deep cave. The leader of the barbarians walked forward and whispered a few words. Unexpectedly, he also spoke in strange demon characters. The barbarians guarding the deep cave also raised their heads in surprise. They looked at Jiang Xing and then at Xiaohua. After a slight hesitation, they muttered a few words before turning around and entering the deep cave. Xiaohua looked at the dark cave and didn't release his divine sense. He then lowered his head and looked at his feet. Below his feet was a layer of magma that had cooled down. It was ochre red in color, and there were some fire-type yuan qi emitting from it, causing the entire cave to be scorching hot. At this moment, Jiang Xing turned his head and smiled at Xiaohua, as if indicating for Xiaohua to wait a moment. Xiaohua also smiled and nodded. He didn't mind. After a while, the barbarian came out and waved the large black fork in his hand. Go in. Damn it, I finally understood a few words. Xiaohua cursed inwardly as he followed Jiang Xing into the deep cave. The deep cave was indeed large. There was a huge stone table with several strange weapons placed on top of it. At the head of the stone table, there was a barbarian that was over 10 zhang tall sitting coldly on a stone bed. Next to it were several other barbarians with graceful figures. They were probably female and were obediently accompanying it. Next to the stone table there were also a dozen or so barbarians. They were all staring at Xiaohua and Jiang Xing with fiendish expressions. Gigi Gugu. The barbarian opened its mouth and spoke in a difficult demon character. Jiang Xing took a few steps forward and also spoke a few words. Then the barbarian was slightly stunned as if it didn't dare to believe it. Similarly, the dozen or so barbarians were also stunned. Some of them even looked at the barbarians that had attracted Xiaohua and Jiang Xing in disbelief. What did you say? The barbarian was a little anxious and finally spoke in a demon character that Xiaohua could understand. I didn't say anything. Jiang Xing turned his head and glanced at Xiaohua. He said coldly, I already said that I am a dragon general of the North Sea Dragon Palace. My subordinates have already surrounded this place. All of you, leave behind the things used to forge weapons and hurry up and get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing all of you. Don't you think that Taoist Master Xiao? Jiang Xing's tone was gloomy. The gaze he used to look at Xiaohua was also sharp and even had a hint of ridicule. You. Xiaohua listened to Jiang Xing's baffling words and couldn't help but be stunned. Just like those barbarians from before, when he looked at Jiang Xing's gaze again, Xiaohua suddenly understood. After all this fuss, he had been led by the nose by Jiang Xing. There was no Jiang Che in the flowing lightning residence. Even now Jiang Xing still didn't believe him. Damn it! Without waiting for Xiaohua to say anything, the leader of the barbarians roared angrily and swung his arm. The female barbarians around him were immediately sent flying. The leader of the barbarians pounced towards Xiaohua like a flying mountain. The two claws made a woo-woo, whistling sound and instantly slapped in front of Xiaohua's eyes. "You're sick." Xiaohua coldly spat out 2 words at Jiangxing. His left hand waved in midair and the wishful steel staff appeared in his hand. Boom. There was a loud noise and it hit the claws of the barbarians. The claws on the head of the barbarians were very powerful. In the loud noise, a line of sparks appeared. The leader of the barbarians was actually not sent flying by the wishful steel staff. Moreover, the leader of the barbarians actually used the huge force of the wishful steel staff to flash in midair. The thick leopard tail made a woo sound again and swept towards Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua urged his magic power and the air waves in the nearby space surged. Xiaohua slightly flicked his finger and a spell was cast. A fist-sized earth shield immediately appeared in front of him. Puff. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the tail of the flying leopard hit the earth shield. A thick crack appeared on the earth shield but it didn't shatter. However, the flying leopard's tail drooped down. It was clearly injured by the counterattack of the earth shield. Roar. At this moment, the dozens of barbarians next to the stone table roared and rushed towards Xiaohua and Jiangxing respectively. Xiaohua did not face them at all. After blocking the attack of the leader of the barbarians, he sneered and urged the fire escape technique. Shua. There was a light sound, but a string of flames was born and his figure disappeared from the distance. The barbarians that rushed towards Xiaohua were startled. They looked at each other and 2 of them turned around and chased out of the deep hole, while the rest rushed towards Jiangxing. Roar. Xiaohua appeared outside the mountain valley. Hearing the faint dragon roar in the mountain valley, he snorted coldly and flew towards the top of the mountain valley without stopping. Those dozens of barbarians were only in the light-gathering realm and could not be considered as powerful experts. However, the leader of the barbarians had the strength of the Enlightenment Star realm. If Jiangxing was at his peak, he would be able to put up a fight. As for now, Jiangxing was already injured, so how could he be a match for these barbarians? However, this had nothing to do with Xiaohua. Xiaohua wanted to help Jiangxing with good intentions, but he didn't expect that Jiangxing would make a fool out of him like this. Xiaohua, who looked very reckless, was actually so scheming. It really made Xiaohua's heart cold. Xiaohua's divine sense swept through the bottom of the mountain valley. 2 barbarians led a few weaker ones out. Xiaohua originally wanted to teach these monsters a lesson, but when he saw the scarlet mountain rocks nearby, he sighed. His figure moved, turning into a rainbow and flying into the sky. Then Xiaohua waved his large sleeve and swept up Yuan, who was standing far away from the mountain rocks, and disappeared in a moment. Where did the Dragon Palace marine soldiers come from? Then, where did that powerful human fly off to? Dozens of barbarians flew up the mountain valley with weapons in hand. Their gazes were all empty. Not only did they not see Xiaohua's figure, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals were also nowhere to be seen. The leader of the barbarians released his divine sense and looked around for a moment. His eyes turned a few times, and he instructed the barbarians behind him, "Go to the Feather Spirit Palace and find out if the second prince of the Dragon Palace wants to go back on his word again. Oh, and while you're at it, see what happened in Feather Spirit Bay recently." Yes. The dozens of barbarians scattered and flew away, disappearing in a moment. The 2 barbarians who had chased after Xiaohua were still not at ease. They once again circled the entire mountain valley before descending into the mountain valley. Xiaohua's figure landed in Feather Spirit Bay. Yuan shook his head, looked left and right and said with a smile, "Taoist, have you finished your business?" "And yes, it's already finished. Bring this Xiao to Yaoshi." Xiaohua nodded, his face not showing any abnormality. "Senior, please follow this little one." Seeing that Xiaohua was so serious about his promise, the fish monster was overjoyed. It carefully flew in front of Xiaohua, bringing him into the depths of Feather Spirit Bay. While Xiaohua was flying, he was thinking about how to refine pills for old sea shrimp and the others. At this time, he was not in the mood to be angry about Jiangxing's distrust. After all, from the beginning to the end, Xiaohua was helping Jiangxing with his own wishful thinking. It was normal for Jiangxing to be suspicious, but Xiaohua helping others to this extent was indeed a bit shameful. Chapter 3946. Now that he thought about it, ever since Xiaohua saved Jiang Xing in the Yazi arena, Xiaohua had never let Jiang Xing see the fight between him and the North Sea Dragon Palace. How could Jiang Xing trust the few names that Xiaohua mentioned? Even if Xiaohua escaped with Jiang Xing still saw the fight between Xiaohua and the North Sea Dragon Palace. If it was Jiang Xing, he could also see it as the North Sea Dragon Palace playing hard to get. Jiang Xing thought that Xiaohua was bait to capture Jiang Che Jiang Hong, and the people of the Heavenly Abode River. This was very normal. Since that was the case, what Jiang Xing said to Xiaohua earlier should also be a test. In other words, Jiang Hong was not captured by the North Sea Dragon Palace. Perhaps it was because of this that Jiang Xing saw the flaw. And it was also because of this flaw that Xiaohua was relieved. As long as Jiang Hong was fine, the matter of the Heavenly Abode River had nothing to do with Xiaohua. Especially since Jiang Xing drowned Longevity Town, he deserved to die. Xiaohua pulled himself away and left without the slightest bit of hesitation. After flying past some shops, Xiaohua frowned slightly. Everywhere he looked, there were large and small puddles. Some of these puddles were empty, and some of them were floating on the surface of the water. Some of these puddles were filled with filth, and some of them had some members of the sea race floating on them. However, these puddles were emitting an unpleasant odor. This odor was somewhat stinky and rotten. Xiaohua felt that it was very strange. Looking at the end of the puddles, there were some simple origin arrays. Xiaohua's eyes could not see through them. Although Yuan was flying in front, his eyes never left Xiaohua's face. Seeing Xiaohua frown, he hurriedly smiled and said, "Taoist, this is the place where the sea race like me live. This place is filled with seawater brought in by the Feather Spirit Palace. Normally it is changed every half a year. If it was the place where the ordinary sea race lived, there would not be an unpleasant smell. However, if it was the place where the old sea shrimp lived because of their injuries, the seawater would inevitably be contaminated with the smell. The seawater that is changed every half a year does not require sea crystals. If you want to change it normally, you need to pay a lot of sea crystals, so... And no harm." Xiaohua smiled and said, "This old man will not smell it." Yes, enlightened master. It's not far ahead." Yuan pointed at a place protected by an origin formation in the distance. In fact, there was no need for Yuan to say anything. Outside the formation, Old Shrimp and the other old members of the Sea Clan were already waiting there. Seeing Xiaohua coming over, all of them had smiles on their faces. After the old members of the Sea Clan entered the formation, the other old members of the Sea Clan welcomed them. "Taoist Xiao, please." Old Sea Shrimp very respectfully invited Xiaohua to enter the origin formation. In front of Xiaohua were dozens of old sea creatures with different appearances. Before Xiaohua even opened his mouth, these old sea creatures all slightly bowed, carefully greeting Xiaohua with smiling faces. Xiaohua raised his hand, saluted everyone and said with a smile, Gentlemen, has General Lu returned?" Old Sea Shrimp hastily walked out, raised his claws and said with a smile, "Old men, don't surround Taoist Xiao. Since Taoist Xiao is already here, he will definitely help us if he can. I still want to let you rest for a while and wait for you to return." "All right." As they spoke, the dozens of old sea race members dispersed. However, they didn't go far and their gazes were fixed on Xiaohua. "Taoist Xiao, this way please." Old Sea Shrimp raised his hand and invited Xiaohua to walk towards the center of the origin formation. The interior of the origin formation was about a few li in size. Looked like an island with seawater all around. There were some trees on the island and there was actually a pavilion among the trees. Near the pavilion, there were also some clear and melodious chirping sounds of birds. Xiaohua flew across the seawater and landed on the island. He looked around and said with a smile, "This Yaoshi really lives up to its name." "Indeed." Old Sea Shrimp said with a smile, "This Yaoshi is a famous place to receive guests in Yuling Bay. Many humans like to rest here. When I came over, a few Confucian cultivators had just left this place." General Lu is very considerate. Xiaohua understood. So this Yaoshi wasn't what he had imagined. It was the place where Old Sea Shrimp and the other sea creatures lived. Walking into the pavilion, there was a stone table, a few jade chairs, and a few small cups placed on top of the stone table. The cups were filled with some light green liquid and Xiaohua couldn't tell what it was. "Taoist Xiao, please take a seat." Old Sea Shrimp respectfully invited Xiaohua to sit down. He raised his hand and picked up a cup and placed it in front of Xiaohua. This is Yuling Bei's ice rain liquid. It is produced from the ice spring at the bottom of the North Sea. It is said that it is useful for the cultivation of humans. Xiaohua sighed. He took the cup and said, "Why are you so polite? Presumably this thing will cost a lot of sea crystals. It is enough for me to know your intentions." Old Sea Shrimp said with a smile, "There is a saying in the human race, no one will blame you for being polite. We are all vulgar sea creatures. We don't understand the etiquette of the hidden immortal continent. Normally we would only learn it after seeing others do it. As long as Taoist doesn't get tired of it, we will be satisfied." "Forget it." Xiaohua raised the cup, raised his head and swallowed the ice rain liquid into his mouth. As the ice rain liquid entered his stomach, an ice-cold yuan qi came out from the ice rain liquid and rushed into Xiaohua's meridians. At the same time, Xiaohua's body felt refreshed, as if all the pores on his body were about to open. "Not bad," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Ice rain liquid really lives up to its reputation. Taoist likes it, then use it all." Old Sea Shrimp hurriedly put the other cups in front of Xiaohua. "These things are useless to us sea creatures." Xiaohua bitterly smiled. This ice rain liquid was admittedly not bad, but that was only for ordinary cultivators. The amount of yuan qi within this ice rain liquid was simply insignificant to Xiaohua. The only thing that could make Xiaohua praise it was the momentary feeling and nothing more. Looking at Old Sea Shrimp, who was very eager, Xiaohua waved his hand and received the ice rain liquid. He said with a smile, "I appreciate your intentions. I have no use for this thing now. Let's talk about it later." Good. The Old Sea Shrimp smiled and chatted with Xiaohua for a while. Xiaohua also asked about the Feather Spirit Bay with interest. At this time Xiaohua knew that the Old Sea Shrimp and the other soldiers of the North Sea Dragon Palace were born in the sea. However, because of the war they were sent to guard Yuling Bay because of their meritorious service. Yuling Bay was naturally a peaceful place and there would be no more war. However, after these veterans retired, they could no longer cut through the wind and waves and return to the Northern Sea territory. They could only spend the rest of their lives here. In fact, for these old sea creatures, as long as there was seawater, anywhere was their home. However, they were injured and in pain every day. Usually, it was inevitable that they would think of their former carefree life and miss their former sea. As for Lu, he was just as Xiaohua thought. He was a loyal sea creature general. When he saw that his subordinates' injuries could not be healed and they were howling every day, he took out the sea crystals he had accumulated to treat their injuries. The sea relics in the shop were also killed by him using sea crystals to invite soldiers he was familiar with. As for Old Sea Shrimp and the other sea creatures, they naturally lived in the puddles that Xiaohua saw when he walked over. The fishy smell was emitted by the pus and blood on their bodies. "How many sea creatures like you are in Yuling Bay?" Xiaohua asked with a frown. "At least 100,000. Old Sea Shrimp answered without hesitation. Xiaohua was puzzled and asked curiously, "How come there are so many? Then, why do you all have to live in Yuling Bay? Won't you return to the Northern Sea?" Old Sea Shrimp smiled bitterly and said, "Taoist Xiao, you don't know." However, before he could explain, a sharp voice called out from afar, "Taoist Xiao, have you returned? Taoist Xiao, have you returned?" Then a yuan shin hurriedly swept over and landed on Xiaohua. The voice sounded again, "Quick, Taoist Xiao, Lu has encountered trouble in the Flowing Merchant Union." Xiaohua stared blankly. He didn't understand why Lu had encountered trouble in the Flowing Merchant Union and why Drip was looking for him. However, he didn't hesitate. His figure turned into a rainbow and flew to the sea where the Yuan Shin formation was and said, "Quick, let's go." On the way, Drip told him what had happened. In fact, it wasn't a big deal. Today there was a small auction in the Flowing Merchant Union that was similar to the Yazi auction house. After participating, Lu came across a beast skin and bevan that had a pill formula recorded. Coincidentally, the Apricot Forest Medicine Shop also participated in this auction. The Apricot Forest Medicine Shop was determined to get the beast skin and bevan. Of course, Lu wouldn't give in. The two sides started to bid and the beast skin and bevan reached an extremely high price. The Apricot Forest Medicine Shop obviously didn't believe that Lu could take out so many sea crystals. Therefore they took out their Qingquan bag and asked for the sea crystals immediately after bidding. This was contrary to the auction rules of the Flowing Merchant Union, so the Flowing Merchant Union didn't agree. However, the Flowing Merchant Union reminded Lu that if he couldn't take out so many sea crystals after the auction, not only would the beast skin and bevan belong to the Apricot Forest Medicine Shop, Lu would also have to pay a large amount of sea crystals to the Apricot Forest Medicine Shop. Of course, Lu didn't have so many sea crystals. He hurriedly asked Drip to come back and find Old Sea Shrimp and the others to raise the sea crystals. Drip was well aware of how many sea crystals Old Sea Shrimp and the other sea tribes had. She knew that these sea tribes definitely wouldn't be able to gather so many sea crystals. Therefore, she went to find Xiaohua as soon as she entered the Yuanshan formation. After all, the human race Dao cultivators who could participate in the Yazi auction house would definitely have sea crystals in their Qingquan bags. After hearing Drip's explanation, Xiaohua's heart was also relieved. After he asked about the price of the beast skin and bevan, his heart was completely at ease. He smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about the price. Even if it was 10 times more expensive, this old man can still take it out." That's good, that's good. Drip was actually a little panicked. Now that she heard it, she was really grateful and said, "Taoist master, this matter. Originally, we sea tribes had to deal with it properly, but I didn't expect that Taoist master would have to take out the sea crystals. This one doesn't know what to say." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "My human race has a saying, send Buddha to the Western paradise, send people to their home. Since this old man has the spare energy, this old man will do it alone. But we are monster race." Drip wouldn't say this sentence normally, but facing such a compassionate Taoist master Xiao, Drip admired him from the bottom of her heart and couldn't help but say it. Chapter 3947. If the human race doesn't have humanity, then what's the difference between them and beasts? If the demon race has a human heart, then what's the difference between them and the human race? Xiaohua replied with a smile. "AI." Drop sighed in shame. "Back then I also devoured a lot of humans. Now that I think about it, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. As long as you start today." Xiaohua replied indifferently. Dee nodded slightly and pointed to a cave in the stone wall in front of her and said, "Here it is." Xiaohua looked at the cave. It was similar to the Yazi auction house, but the scale was a lot smaller. Even the words "Continuous Merchant Union" above the cave was a lot inferior. Xiaohua and Drop landed. Drop took out a palm-sized jade tablet and handed it to the demon race guarding the cave, then pointed at Xiaohua and said, "This is the honored guest of my general. He heard that the Continuous Merchant Union has the rare treasure of the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm. He was very happy and specially came to take a look." The demon race of the Continuous Merchant Union checked the jade tablet and returned it to Drop, then bowed and said, "Immortal friend, please." "Not bad." Xiaohua followed Drop into the cave and said with a smile, "The guards of this Continuous Merchant Union are much better than the Yazi auction house. Moreover, they actually let us in during the auction." "Hee hee." Drop covered his mouth and said, "It's just some superficial words. The Continuous Merchant Union already knew that I went out to look for sea crystals. Of course, the Luo-E Merchant Alliance is much better than the Yazi auction. Although the scale is small, they treat all the members of the Sea clan equally." Just as Qi said this, a voice sounded from inside, "Fellow immortal, the entire auction is over. I've been waiting for you for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. The other immortal friends also accompanied me and waited for you. If you can't take out 100,000 sea crystals, then just say it directly. What are you pretending for? In fact, although I am a human, I am also a person with a reputation in the Yuling Bay. I also know a little about what you are like. It is impossible for you to take out 100,000 sea crystals. For the sake of the Continuous Merchant Union's face, and for the sake of immortal friend, I have patiently waited for so long. If we were in the hidden immortal continent, I would have already become hostile. So I forget it. You probably can't take out 10,000 sea crystals anyway. You might as well take out 5,000. My Apricot Forest Medicine Store has been taken care of by the immortals of the Sea Clan in Yuling Bay, and the Luo Merchant Union has been good to us as well. My Apricot Forest Medicine Store will bid for the pill formula and bay when at the price of 100,000 sea crystals." I. Even though Xinglin Drugstore's words were arrogant, they were reasonable. Wu did not know how to respond. Xiaohua's figure flew into the auction house and laughed brightly. Who said that General Lu doesn't have sea crystals? Spiritual Master Xiao? Xiaohua's figure still hadn't appeared, but the crowd of sea race and human race in the auction hall all turned their heads in surprise, wanting to see who had arrived. At the same time, a voice that Xiaohua was very familiar with called out in astonishment. Moreover, Xiaohua understood that this voice was definitely not Lu's. When Xiaohua's gaze followed the voice, he couldn't help but be amused. It turned out that the one standing in the middle of the auction wasn't another demon, but the demon clan's Yingpo whom Xiaohua had met before. Needless to say, the Luo Yi Merchant Union must be related to Yingpo's clansmen. Xiaohua landed in front of everyone's gaze and looked around the auction hall. This auction hall was only a few hundred feet in size and looked rather simple. There were some demon clan and human race sitting in a few simple origin arrays. However, these humans and demon clan didn't cover their faces. The shock on everyone's faces fell into Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua slightly nodded towards Yingpo and walked to Lu's side. He took out a Qianquan pouch from his Taoist robe and handed it to Lu. General Lu, this is your sea crystal. Alright. Lu took the sea crystal with a grateful expression like Lu's. Spiritual Master Xiao. Across from Lu, a handsome Confucian scholar held a folding fan in his hand. He frowned and said, "This one is Zhang Yong of Yu Province's Nanyang Zhang clan. Greetings to Spiritual Master Xiao. Even though this one doesn't know which province Spiritual Master Xiao is in charge of, even though our Confucian Tao is different, we are all humans. Why is Spiritual Master Xiao helping the sea race? If this matter were to spread to the hidden immortal continent Spiritual Master Xiao, and Spiritual Master Xiao's country would have a bad reputation, right? Yu Province's Nanyang Zhang clan?" Xiaohua slightly pondered and immediately realized. Isn't medical saint Zhang Zhongjing from Yu Province's Nanyang Zhang clan? This Zhang Yong is naturally the descendant of medical saint. Xiaohua hurriedly raised his hand and said, "So it's medical saint Zhang Zhongjing's descendant. This one has been disrespectful. That's all because of my ancestors' great reputation. My ancestors' medical skills have long been lost in the hands of us juniors. This one is ashamed." Zhang Yong saw that Xiaohua knew his clan's reputation and was slightly proud. He kept his folding fan and cupped his hands. Even though he didn't say anything, his smile already revealed a kind of victory in his hands. He knew that Xiaohua had to give Zhang clan face. Spiritual Master. Lu also understood and said with a bitter smile, "Since that's the case, there's no need to make things difficult for Spiritual Master. This one doesn't want these things." However, without waiting for Xiaohua to speak, Yingpo in the distance smiled and said, "So General Lu is acquainted with Spiritual Master Xiao. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Sorry, fellow immortal Zhang, my Luo Yi Merchant Alliance won't be bidding for this item." Zhang Yong and all the other humans and demons in the auction house were stunned. Zhang Yong shouted, "Fellow immortal, if this item wasn't taken out then it's fine. But now that the auction is over, you're saying that you won't be bidding. Where's the credibility of your Luo Yi Merchant Alliance? In the future, who will come to the Luo Yi Merchant Alliance to bid for things? Your Luo Yi Merchant Alliance can't compare to Yazi Auction House and Zhai Xinglu. With this matter, I'm afraid that in the future, there won't be any humans or even demons coming to the Luo Yi Merchant Alliance to bid for things, right?" "Hee, fellow immortal, you don't have to be like this." Xiaohua smiled and raised his hand saying, "This one knows that the auction house should let people take a look at the items before bidding, right? This one hasn't seen this item before. Fellow immortal, can you let this one take a look?" Of course. Yingpo originally wanted to give this item to Xiaohua. Hearing Xiaohua's words, he naturally raised his hand and waved the beast skin and beiwen. The two items landed in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua took the beast skin and beiwen. When he turned around, the beast skin shook slightly and instantly kept it into the space. He then handed beiwen to Lu Dao. "General Lu, this one doesn't have any elemental thoughts. I'm afraid I can't take a look." "Take a look." Lu didn't know what Xiaohua was planning to do. After taking beiwen, he heard Xiaohua's voice transmission. The corner of his eyes twitched a few times. He activated his elemental thoughts and pretended to look at Beiwen. He said, "Where's the beast skin? Let this one take a look again." At this moment Xiaohua gave the beast skin to Lu and returned Beiwen to Xiaohua. Xiaohua took Beiwen and kept it into the space. Lu looked at the beast skin and pondered for a moment. He nodded and said, "Daoist Xiao, these two items are indeed what this one wants. Sigh, if it was someone else then so be it." Xiaohua reached out and took the beast skin. Beiwen also appeared in his hand. He then sighed and said, "But Yuzhou's Nanyang's Zhang clan is the descendant of the medical saint. This item, it's better to give it to them." "Alright." Lu hesitated for a moment and replied, "But 5,000 sea crystals. We still have to compensate Xinglin drugstore." Xiaohua said without hesitation, "If we didn't interfere, how could Xinglin drugstore spend so many sea crystals? But just for this we still have to compensate them with 5,000 sea crystals." "Yes." Lu replied. He took out 5,000 sea crystals from his Qinkun bracelet. Xiaohua took it and gave it to Zhang Yong along with the beast skin and Beiwen. This happiness came too suddenly. Zhang Yong was caught unprepared. But looking at the beast skin and Beiwen, Zhang Yong clenched his teeth. Buying these two items for 95,000 sea crystals was indeed not worth it. He originally wanted to take Lu's sea crystals and then bargain with Luo Yi Business Alliance. But Xiaohua was so generous that he couldn't open his mouth anymore. Zhang Yong could only take the two items. He took out a Qiankuan bag from his bosom and gave it to Yingpo along with the 5,000 sea crystals. He smiled bitterly and said, "Daoist friend, here is 75,000 sea crystals. As for the remaining 20,000 sea crystals, when this one returns to Xinglin drugstore, I will immediately send someone to deliver it." "Hee, no problem, no problem." Yingpo took the Qiankuan bag and said with a smile, "This one believes in Xinglin drugstore's reputation." "Good." Zhang Yong nodded. He then cupped his hands towards Xiaohua and said, "Many thanks, Daoist friend Xiao. If you have time, come to this one's Xinglin drugstore. This one will welcome you with open arms." "No problem." Xiaohua replied with a smile, "If I have time, this one will definitely pay a visit." "Fellow Taoists." Yingpo raised his hand and said, "This auction ends here. Fellow Taoists, please come again next time." The group of demons and humans all left. Yingpo sealed the entrance of the auction hall. He turned around and bowed, "Greetings, Taoist Xiao. Rise." Xiaohua helped Yingpo up and said with a smile, "It has been several decades since we parted on Yaotai Mountain. Fellow Taoist, how have you been?" "It is all thanks to fellow Taoist," Yingpo said with a smile. "With fellow Taoist's primeval stones, this one and my clansmen were able to open this Luo Yi merchant union. Our lives have been passable." "Ah, fellow Taoist's words are becoming more and more like my human race." Xiaohua laughed loudly. Yingpo looked at Lu Heli and said with a smile, "Taoist Xiao, can you come with this one for a chat?" "Of course." Xiaohua nodded. He then said to Lu Heli, "You all can go back first. This one will go back in a moment." "Yes, Taoist." Lu Heli replied. He took out the Qiankuan bag and was about to return it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua said with a smile, "This one arbitrarily made you lose 5,000 sea crystals. The primeval stones in the bag can be considered as compensation." Yingpo smiled and took out 5,000 sea crystals from Zhang Yong's Qiankuan ring. He handed it to Lu and said, "Wool comes from a sheep's back. Fellow Taoist allowed this one to earn 80,000 sea crystals. Take these 5,000 sea crystals as my thanks." This. Lu was at a loss. Beside him, Lu Heli said, "Since Taoist Xiao is very close with the Luo Yi Merchant Union, you can take it." "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Lu took the sea crystals and returned the Qiankuan bag to Xiaohua. Xiaohua did not say anything. He took the Qiankuan bag and watched as the two sea race flew out of the auction hall. Chapter 3948. Taoist Master, please. Yingpo raised his hand and invited Xiaohua forward. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't be so polite with me. You lead the way." "Yes." Yingpo smiled faintly and led Xiaohua into the auction field. They arrived at a rather large hall. This hall was similar to what the human race would normally see, but it was filled with large pieces of gravel. Ingpa said to the demon on the side of the hall, "Go and invite the 9 elders here. Tell them that Taoist Master Shao is here." Taoist Master Shao? The demon was startled. He looked at Xiao Hua with a different gaze and hurriedly left. 9 elders? Xiao Hua stepped into the hall and said with a smile, "Are they the elders of your clan?" Ingpa nodded and said, "Yes." Then Ingpa took out a jade chair from the heaven and earth ring and placed it on the side of the stone. He raised his hand and said, "Taoist Master, please sit." Xiao Hua knew that this was the place where the human race's honored guest sat, so he sat down without hesitation. He then looked at Ingpa sitting on the main seat next to him. Xiao Hua suddenly woke up and cupped his hands. "Oh, congratulations, Taoist Master. You are now the head of a clan?" "Taoist Master Shao, you must be joking." Ingpa smiled. "My clan is a small clan in the 1,000-demon sacred realm. Being the head of a clan is nothing. Moreover, my position as the head of a clan is related to Taoist Master Shao." Could it be? Xiao Hua already understood. Ingpa explained, "Taoist Master Shao is right. It is because I made a few transactions with Taoist Master and Black Wind Mountain Range. My clan's head just happened to be in trouble, so I stood out." "Haha, Taoist Master Shao is prepared and has the ability to seize opportunities," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "This has nothing to do with me." Ingpa smiled and took out some rare fruits from the heaven and earth ring for Xiao Hua to taste. After a while he probed, "Taoist Master Shao, after making a few transactions with Black Wind Mountain Range, when I was preparing to go there, I received the news that Black Wind Mountain Range was being attacked by Immortal Palace. I also heard Taoist Master Zhao's fame of defeating Immortal Palace. I am very worried for Taoist Master Shao. I even secretly went to see Black Wind Mountain Range. That place is completely different from before. But I really didn't expect that Taoist Master Shao would suddenly come to Yuling Bay today." "It's nothing," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "I had an appointment with a fellow Taoist, so I came here, but I didn't run into him. Therefore this Shao is preparing to return." Xiao Hua roughly explained everything that he could say. In the end he smiled and said, "If I didn't see it with my own eyes, how could I have thought that the Luo Yi Merchant Union was actually fellow immortals? It seems like fellow immortal is fated to follow me. Otherwise, why would you still come to my Luo Merchant Alliance after several rejections?" Ingpa laughed and said, "If fellow immortal wants any Bei Wen elixirs or pill formulas, I can ask my clansmen to find them." When he heard up to here, Xiao Hua had an idea in his heart and he probed. "Fellow immortal, I'll ask you something." "Please go ahead, fellow immortal," Ingpa replied with a smile. "Earlier, you said that you obtained information about the Black Wind Mountain Range," Xiao Hua said in a low voice. "So, your Luo Merchant Union has a certain source of information in the hidden immortal continent?" "Of course." Ingpa nodded. "For Zhai Xing Lu Li Lai Trading Company and my Luo Yi Merchant Union, information is sometimes like sea crystals. Only by having a source of information all over the hidden immortal continent can we find business opportunities. However, my Luo Yi Merchant Union has only been established for a short period of time, and we haven't done enough in this aspect. A lot of information is bought with vitality stones. So it's like this." Xiao Hua pinched his chin and his mind spun rapidly. Then he said something shocking. "Fellow immortal, if this Xiao manages this Luo Yi Merchant Union with you, will your Luo Yi Merchant Union be able to develop very quickly?" "Ah? What did fellow immortal say?" Ingpa was shocked and he didn't know how to answer. After a moment, Ingpa said with a bitter smile, "Fellow immortal Xiao, this Xiao knows that your cultivation is profound, and there are also a lot of vitality stones in your Qinkuan bag. However, not to mention that for my Luo Yi Merchant Union to develop, the amount of vitality stones that fellow immortal thinks is far beyond what fellow immortal thinks. This Xiao doesn't think that fellow immortal can take it out. If fellow immortal wants to cooperate with my Luo Yi Merchant Union with just these vitality stones, I'm afraid it's impossible." "Of course," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "This Luo Yi Merchant Union belongs to fellow immortal and your clansmen. This Xiao definitely doesn't have any covetous thoughts. This Xiao just wants to cooperate with fellow immortal and be able to obtain information about the hidden immortal continent from your Luo Yi Merchant Union. And even information about the Thousand Demons sacred realm in the Western Paradise. Fellow immortal. You think too highly of this Shao. Ingpa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How far does my Luo E Merchant Union have to develop to be able to provide so much information for fellow immortal Shao? Why not? Xiao Hua said with a smile. As long as the Luo E Merchant Union cooperates with this Shao will let you broaden your horizons. How is that possible? If Xiao Hua wasn't Ingpo's benefactor, Ingpo would have already driven him away. How could a Taoist cultivator know the twists and turns of running a merchant union? Even if he could defeat perfected Lord Qingyuan. However, before Ingpa could say anything else, 9 demon clan members who looked similar to Ingpa came in from the outside. Ingpa stood up and introduced with a smile. Elders, this is the Taoist Master Shao that I mentioned to the elders earlier. If it wasn't for his help, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy for us to establish the merchant union. Since Taoist Master Shao has come to visit, I invite the elders to come and meet him. The 9 elders were different from Ingpa. Some of them looked enthusiastic while some looked cold. However, Xiaohua didn't care. One by one he returned the greeting. His etiquette was very considerate. However, seeing that the 9 elders of the Ingpa clan were all in Yuling Bay, Xiaohua was a little surprised. Elders, please take a seat. Ingpa sat down first and said to the 9 elders. The 9 elders sat on different pieces of gravel. Rather than saying that they were sitting, it was better to say that they were lying down. They looked very comfortable. Ingpa looked at Xiaohua, thought for a moment and said, Elders, Taoist Master Shao has done a favor for our clan. He came to find me today because he has something important to discuss with me. Since all the elders are here, I would like to hear your opinions. With that, Ingpa told them that Xiaohua wanted to cooperate with the merchant union and obtained information from the merchant union. An elder waited for Ingpa to finish speaking, then waved his hand and said, although Taoist Master Shao has done a favor for our clan, this merchant union belongs to our clan. When we established it, we didn't plan to cooperate with anyone. Besides, our clan no longer has a place to stand in the Thousand Demon sacred realm. This merchant union is our clan's last hope. The human clan has a saying, how can we allow others to sleep beside our bed? I don't think it's appropriate. That's right. If Taoist Master Shao wants information, he can exchange it with primordial stones. Why do we have to cooperate? Humans are humans. It's hard to get rid of their greedy hearts. Originally, they wanted to make a deal with our clan, but now that they see our merchant union prospering, they want to interfere. In the end, they want to swallow the entire merchant union for themselves. This kind of thing, I've seen many times. Xiaohua smiled but didn't say anything. After all, what the elders said was true. Everyone had their own thoughts, not to mention the difference between the human race and the Yao race. It was normal for these Yao race that he had never met before to doubt him. He. Ingpa smiled and said to Xiaohua, fellow Taoist, as you can see, although I'm the clan leader, many things need to be unanimously decided by the elders. I've already told you about this situation before. Xiaohua stood up, raised his hand and took out a universe bracelet. He casually handed it to an elder beside him and said, fellow Taoist, take a look at this first. Then you can make a decision later. That elder was a bit hesitant. He looked at Ingpo and the other demons but still took it. Xiaohua continued, this Shao knows that fellow Taoists have misgivings. After all, this is the first time we've met. Moreover, although Ingpa trusts this Shao, after all, he represents the interests of the clan. There are many things. Just as Xiaohua was speaking, the clan leader of the demon clan cried out in alarm, his face showing an inconceivable expression. Xiaohua wasn't surprised and continued, Ingpa has many things to consider from the clan's interests. He can't make decisions on his own. This old man hasn't seen Ingpa much, but I know that he's a genius in business. However, what he lacks is the conditions to make the merchant union bigger. This Shao has never been interested in the merchant union. My hope for the merchant union is some information. Of course, if you want to buy information you can, but how can it be as efficient as controlling the information yourself? This Shao is different from Ingpa. This Shao has no interest in managing the merchant union, but this Shao has the means to expand the merchant union. When the two are combined, it's a win-win situation. At this moment, the Yin-Yang bracelet in the hands of the clan leader of the demon clan had already been passed to two elders. The two elders were also extremely surprised, but fortunately they didn't cry out in alarm. Seeing this, Ingpa was also somewhat surprised. His gaze fell on the Yin-Yang bracelet and he seemed to be lost in thought. Ingpa, take a look at this. As he spoke, Xiaohua took out another Yin-Yang bracelet and passed it to Ingpa. Ingpa took it and scanned it with his origin force. He couldn't help but cry out again, "What?" Then Ingpa realized that he had lost his composure. He looked at Xiaohua and passed the Yin-Yang bracelet to an elder beside him. "Ingpa, this Xiao has more than this," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Moreover, this Xiao will continuously provide these things to the Merchant Union. Do you think this Xiao has the capital to cooperate with the Merchant Union?" This. Ingpa was somewhat hesitant. Xiaohua struck while the iron was hot. He took out a jade bottle and passed it to Ingpa. "Take a look at this." "What is this?" Ingpa took the jade bottle and looked at it. He was somewhat puzzled and asked curiously, "This bitter, what is this?" "Medicine." Xiaohua pointed with his hand and said, "This is the medicine of the Water Clan controlled by the Apricot Forest Medicine Store. This Xiao already had the bevan from before. This Xiao refined some of it myself. The raw materials are all from the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm and the North Sea." Chapter 39-49. Hearing this, Ingbo couldn't help but stand up. Previously, Xiaohua's Heaven and Earth bracelet only contained some magic tools and other things. Although Ingbo was surprised, it was not enough to shock him. However, the medicine that Xiaohua took out made Ingbo unable to sit still. He clearly knew the status of the Apricot Forest Medicine Shop in the Yuling Bay. Since Xiaohua could take out this kind of medicine, he could naturally take out other things. Don't worry. Xiaohua decided to say something shocking. He raised his hand and took out another Heaven and Earth bracelet and handed it to Ingbo. He said, "Fellow immortal, take a look at this. What is this?" Ingbo didn't wait for the Heaven and Earth bracelet to fly over. He walked over and took the Heaven and Earth bracelet from the air. He checked it with his primordial thought and said in surprise, This is just a grain for the human race? What's the use of it?" Hee. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Perhaps you demons don't need this grain, but what about the hidden immortal continent and the Pure Land? If the Merchant Union wants to gain a foothold in these two places, which Confucian cultivator or Buddhist disciple would dare to go against the Merchant Union when you take out these things that are related to the people's livelihood? Ingbo and other demons naturally don't need this grain. They couldn't figure out the importance of it. However, after hearing Xiaohua's words, they immediately understood. Ingbo even said with a smile, "Not just the two continents of the human race, even in my Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, there are still many demons who need this grain. But the problem is..." Ingbo was a little hesitant. "Fellow immortal, you can only take out these, a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood." Hee. Xiaohua laughed. "Don't forget about the disciples of my Black Wind Mountain. Where did they go?" Ingbo patted his forehead and said with a smile, "Daoist Xiao is really far-sighted. I seem to understand a little. Now, I'm afraid the number of disciples of my Black Wind Mountain is more than 10 times what you saw that day." Xiaohua said with a smile. "Besides, with my reputation now, recruiting some Daoist cultivators is not a difficult thing. These spiritual herbs, magic tools and grain can be endlessly given to me. Actually, my Daoist cultivators in the hidden immortal continent ostracized us. Otherwise, why would I cooperate with the Merchant Union?" "Say, not bad." Ingpa finally understood Xiaohua's thoughts. He raised his head and looked at the elders who had already seen the universe bracelets. Then he passed the medicine to them. "This medicine," Xiaohua chuckled. "To tell you the truth, if the continuous Merchant Union can find more demon herbs, demon fruits and other things, I can still let the disciples of the Black Wind Ridge refine even more. There's no need to talk about the seeds, but the medicine should be enough to make the name of the trade union known throughout the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm." "Immortal's condition," Ingpa said with a bitter smile. "I really can't refuse." The 9 elders looked through the items in the universal bracelet, and their eyes revealed a rare look of greed. Unfortunately, they couldn't see through Xiaohua's strength. Moreover, they knew that Xiaohua had defeated perfected Lord Qingyun. Who would dare to have any evil thoughts? Elders, what do you think? Yingpa asked. The group of elders looked at the universal bracelet in Yingpo's hands. They looked at each other for a moment and said, Immortal Xiao is an old friend of the clan leader. This matter, let the clan leader decide for himself. Immortal friends. Xiaohua hurriedly said, when I talked to Yingpa earlier, I didn't plan to take out so many things. Therefore, I only plan to cooperate with the continuous merchant union to obtain information. Now that I've made it clear, I'm sure all the elders can see that the things I took out, not to mention the Profit Merchant Union, even Star Picking Tower, is willing to cooperate with me. Therefore, my cooperation with the Continuous Merchant Union may have to deepen a bit. Immortal Xiao, do you mean that the Black Wind Ridge will cooperate with the Continuous Merchant Union? Yingpa understood something and asked. Xiaohua nodded. Yes, you're right. My Black Wind Ridge provides the Continuous Merchant Union with an endless supply of things. Naturally, my Black Wind Ridge will get something in return. This is different from the cooperation between me and the Luo Yi Business Alliance. Yingpa thought for a moment and said, it's possible to cooperate with the Dao sect. However, this matter is of great importance. I can't decide on my own. I need to discuss it with the elders. Immortal Xiao, please wait a moment. Well said. Xiaohua sat down and said, you wait for the discussion. Bring me some demon herbs and demon fruits. Hee, no problem. Seeing Xiaohua's current appearance, Yingpa knew that he was very confident in this cooperation. He answered and called the demon race on guard outside. He then left with the group of elders. Xiaohua asked the demon race on guard for some demon fruits and some special aquatic plants in the North Sea. Then he waved his hands and created waves of water. The water melted the aquatic plants and demon fruits one by one like flames. Then Xiaohua used the water dissolution technique to start refining medicine in the hall. Seeing Xiaohua's miraculous skills, the demon race on guard was dumbstruck. Xiaohua's Qi Huang technique had long been perfected to the point of perfection. Refining a simple medicine was a piece of cake for him. In just a short moment, Xiaohua had finished refining the medicine. Seeing that Yingbo and the other members of the demon clan had yet to return, he simply continued to refine. Only after he had refined more than 10 medicines did Yingbo return to the hall. However, the 9 elders did not follow him, and the universe bangles were no longer in Yingbo's hands. Hee, Xiaohua naturally understood. He waved his hand and the water disappeared. He asked, fellow immortal, have you made a decision? Alas, immortal Xiaohua's things are really good. The conditions are also very generous. My inferior clansmen have no choice but to agree. Yingpa smiled bitterly and said, however, the elders also made it clear that this continuous merchant union is the last hope of my clan. They don't want immortal Xiaohua to control it. Alas, what kind of worry is this? Xiaohua waved his hand and said, this Xiao will definitely not. Moreover, this Xiao also guarantees that my Black Wind Ridge will not interfere in the development of the continuous merchant union. This Xiao and my Black Wind Ridge's development will only be in the cultivation of Taoism. If that's the case, this one agrees to cooperate with the Black Wind Ridge on behalf of my clansmen. Yingpa raised his claws and said solemnly, the continuous merchant union can give Black Wind Ridge 70% of the profits from the items of the Black Wind Ridge. As for the information that Black Wind Ridge needs, our continuous merchant union will unconditionally provide it. Immortal Xiao, as an ally of our continuous merchant union, not only will our continuous merchant union provide Immortal Xiao with the things that he needs first, our continuous merchant union can also give Immortal Xiao 10% of the profits every year. Of course, the condition is that whenever our continuous merchant union needs Immortal Xiaohua must act at any time. You still want this one to act? Xiaohua was somewhat surprised by the last condition. Yingpa smiled bitterly and said, the continuous merchant union is the hope of my clan. However, my clan no longer has a place in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. Therefore, this one has been thinking about finding a backer. Previously, this one did not feel that Immortal Xiaohua was very powerful. However, since Immortal Xiaohua was able to defeat Immortal Qin Yuan, your future prospects are limitless. If this one does not establish a good relationship with Immortal Xiaohua, When should I wait? Of course, if Immortal Shao feels that 10% is not much, this one can give Immortal Shao 5% of my profits. That's not necessary. This one just feels that as a Taoist cultivator, I will inevitably have some conflicts with Confucian cultivators in the future. I'm afraid that I will implicate the continuous merchant union in the future. Immortal Shao doesn't need to worry about this. The demon clan's business in the hidden immortal continent and western land of ultimate bliss is already filled with difficulties. Immortal Shao doesn't matter if you are a Taoist cultivator or a Confucian cultivator, as long as your strength is outstanding. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and was about to agree. However, his heart moved and he said, also, the food, seeds, medicine and other things, you need to say that they are provided by Immortal Shao. If possible, there is no need for any sea crystals or primeval stones. This is naturally possible. Ingpa nodded. There are also many poor demon clans in the Thousand Demons sacred realm. They may not have any primeval stones to give to Immortal Shao. Good. Xiao Hua raised his hand and patted Ingpo's claws. This is considered a formal alliance. Many thanks to Immortal Shao for giving my continuous merchant union another chance. Ingpa knew that Xiao Hua was a man of his words and his heart was set. He smiled and took out a flat bone piece from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Hua. This is Immortal Zhao's keepsake. With this keepsake, Immortal Shao can exercise authority in the continuous merchant union that is second only to me and the 9 elders. Haha, good. Xiao Hua took the bone piece and looked at it. There was a strange demon beast engraved on it. It was actually similar to a low-level demon beast in the legacy world. Xiao Hua took the bone piece and said, since this one is an ally of the continuous merchant union, you should bring some more universe bracelets over. This time this one came out with something. If it wasn't for meeting fellow immortal, perhaps the Linlai Trading Company would have benefited. Good. Ingpa hurriedly ordered the demon clan guarding outside to take the universe bracelets. However, he said in a low voice, Immortal Shao, when this one came in, Immortal Shao was refining medicine? Yes. Xiao Hua nodded. That's what this one promised Lu Hedi. Actually, there are many old Sea Clan members in this Yuling Bay. You should bring enough demon fruits and seaweed. This one will refine a batch for you first. This is naturally possible. Ingpa said somewhat embarrassedly, but what this one means is, this refining technique, can Immortal Xiao Hua teach this one's clansmen? Hearing this, Xiao Hua immediately came to a realization. He nodded and said, of course. You and I are now in a cooperative relationship. This one naturally can teach your clansmen what this one knows. Immortal Xiao Hua. Ingpa was almost about to cry. Just now, there was an elder who said that Immortal Xiao Hua had bad intentions. This one, as the patriarch, rejected it. Now, it seems that elder was really measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. My human clan has a saying, distance tests a horse's strength, and time reveals a person's heart. In the future it will be fine after a long time. Xiao Hua said indifferently, you should find a few, or call all the clansmen who have some experience in refining medicine. This one is now thinking of how to teach them the refining technique. Okay, this one will do it right away. Ingpa couldn't even close his mouth. He hurriedly ran out by himself. He didn't even call the demon clan member on duty. Xiao Hua sat back in his chair. In his mind he was thinking of how to teach the demon clan how to refine medicine. Chapter 3950. Not long after, Ingpa actually brought in 30 or so demons and even an elder came along. Greetings, Master Shao. The 30 or so demons obviously received Ingpo's orders, and saluted respectfully as soon as they came in. Master Shao. Xiao Hua smiled and raised his hand, and get up, then this Shao will be your master for once. Thank you, Master Shao. The demons happily stood up. Xiao Hua raised his hand and a green light flashed in the entire hall, and 30 or so green crystal threads entered between the eyebrows of the demons. In just a few breaths, all of the demons had painful expressions on their faces. Xiao Hua withdrew his soul technique and said indifferently, all of you carefully recall and comprehend after an hour, you should be able to remember half of what the demons left behind. Yes, this disciple understands. The 30 or so demons all answered, then closed their eyes and carefully memorized. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Ingpa, come over here. Yes, master. At this moment, Ingpa prostrated himself in admiration of Xiaohua, and hurriedly walked over. Are the universe bangles ready? Here. Ingpa took out a dozen or so universe bangles. It's almost enough. Xiaohua held a universe bag in his left hand and a universe bag in his right hand. In just a short moment, Ingpo's dozen or so universe bangles were all filled, and he said with a smile, This is the first time my Black Wind Ridge cooperated with the Luo E Merchant Union, and I'm quite sincere. In the future, I'm afraid we'll have a long relationship. Ingpo was so excited that his face turned pale. Although there were many things, but it was enough to take his life. When he was bidding, he still had to consider the safety of the Luo E Merchant Union, and it was really not easy. Ingpa took out a universe bangle and handed it to the elder who followed him, and said in a low voice, This universe bangle and the previous ones, you all discuss how to bid, do not attract the attention of other experts. And this old man knows. This elder could be considered to be completely at ease with Xiaohua, and he cupped his hands towards Xiaohua and Ingpo, then hurriedly left. After the elder left, Xiaohua asked again, Ingpo, what good things does the Luo E Merchant Union have now? I'll let master know. Ingpo shook his head and said, Previously I had prepared some things for you. However, when I heard that the Black Wind Ridge was gone, I bid for those things. However, if Taoist master needs anything, feel free to tell me and I'll have my clansmen search for it. Some news. Xiaohua said in a low voice, News about metal and wood magnetism, metal and earth magnetism, wood and water magnetism. Also, where can I find the extreme magnetic ray? Ingpa didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Taoist master, these. I'm afraid that our clansmen won't be able to find them. I'll help you take a look elsewhere. All right, thank you, fellow immortal. Xiaohua understood the difficulty of this information and nodded. As long as we can find it, the time doesn't matter. There's also a universe bracelet here. Ingpa took out another one from his bosom and smiled. I just took this from the storage area. It's filled with demon fruits, demon herbs, seaweed, seawood, and other ordinary items of the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm. These should be able to be refined into medicine. All right, this old man understands. Xiaohua took the universe bracelet and said, This old man will do his best to refine it. Throwing the universe bracelet to Green Robe, Xiaohua asked with a smile, Fellow immortal, what other good things do you have here? Ingpa shook his head and said, The Luo E Merchant Union just held an auction. There aren't many things left. I reckon that they won't be able to enter Taoist Master's eyes. If Taoist Master wants to find something, Zhai Xinglu's auction is in 3 days. This one can accompany fellow immortal to take a look. There's an auction? Xiaohua smiled and said, The day before yesterday it was Yazi Auction House. Now it's Luo E Merchant Union. 3 days later it's Zhai Xinglu's. Then Lilai Trading Company will also have one in the near future, right? That's right. Ingpa nodded and said, In Yuling Bay, only our 4 clans are qualified to hold auctions. We usually arrange our own auctions according to Yazi Auction House's auctions, most of which are held recently. Tomorrow should be Lilai Trading Company's, but Sea Soul Scholars' items are mostly from the human race, and most of them are from Confucian cultivators. This one also went to participate, and I reckon that it's somewhat different from fellow immortals' expectations. Therefore, this one suggests fellow immortal to participate in Zhai Xinglu's auction 3 days later. Their items are not inferior to Yazi auction houses, and are usually placed at the end, which is the so-called finale of the human race. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, Since the Luo Chamber of Commerce has some relationship with the Lilai Trading Company, you might as well send one of your subordinates over to ask what the Lilai Trading Company has prepared for this auction. If this Xiao has any intentions, this Xiao can go over and take a look. That's right. Ingpa nodded and said, Taoist Master is right. In every auction, if there isn't a special reason, we will make the items to be auctioned public. This one will send my clansmen over to inquire. Not to mention that Ingpa sent his clansmen to Lilai Trading Company to inquire. Just these 30 or so clansmen of Ingpa slowly woke up after a full hour. Xiaohua originally had some expectations, thinking that the longer they comprehended, the more they would be able to remember. However, after asking, he was very disappointed. Most of them had forgotten 80% of the simple water fusion technique, and only 4 clansmen of the demon race had remembered 30%. It seems that the inheritance of the demon race really emphasizes bloodline. Xiaohua thought to himself, it's completely different from my human race. This water fusion technique is not too complicated. As long as the cultivators of my human race put in the effort, even if they can't be outstanding, they can at least comprehend the majority of it by analogy. Waving his hand to let the 20 or so clansmen of the demon race leave, Xiaohua said to Yingpe standing next to him, Yingpe, it seems that only these 4 clansmen can try to refine the medicine. Not only was Yingpe not disappointed, but his eyes were also abnormally fanatical, and he couldn't suppress the joy in his mouth as he said, Thank you, Taoist Master. If it weren't for Taoist Master's secret technique, how could my clansmen master the Taoist cultivation method? In the future, if my clan can prosper, I will have to thank Taoist Master Xiao. Oh. Seeing this, Xiaohua was enlightened again. He wasn't a demon, so his thoughts were different from the demon race. However, he forgot that as long as he taught these 4 clansmen of the water fusion technique, and these 4 clansmen of the demon race passed it on in the clan, perhaps in another 1,000 or 10,000 years, this water fusion technique would be integrated into the bloodline of Yingpe's clan. Yingpe and the other clansmen of the demon race in the future might be born with the water fusion technique. No wonder Yingpe shed tears of gratitude. Thinking of this, an inconceivable thought appeared in his mind. Damn it, this Xiao knows so many secret techniques of the demon race, and has obtained the bloodline of the absolute saint. Then this Xiao's descendants, what kind of situation will they be? This thought naturally flashed through Xiaohua's mind, but how could Xiaohua know? The hand of karma in his space was gradually taking shape, so how could all these thoughts appear out of thin air? Many of them were related to the karma of the river of karma. What he occasionally thought of might just be a small wave in the river of karma. Afterwards, Xiaohua asked the 4 clansmen of the demon race about their comprehension, and gave them detailed instructions on how to use their demon power to perform the water fusion technique. Furthermore, in front of these 4 clansmen of the demon race, he refined the medicine again and again. Unfortunately, although the 4 clansmen of the demon race already understood how to control their demon power, no matter what, they couldn't display their demon power properly. This made Xiaohua very depressed. When did he have to be so patient when teaching his disciples? Fu Jiwen, Lu Yi, and the others, which one of them didn't immediately understand when he casually mentioned it? Even Black Bear, White Lion, and Golden Eagle only had a single soul technique to teach them the cultivation method. How could these 4 wooden clansmen of the demon race compare? However, it was good that Xiaohua needed to refine medicine for Bromine and the other old members of the sea race, so he simply patiently refined it again and again. After 3 days, Xiaohua gave the refined medicine to Yingpe, and had him find a clansman to give it to Lu. He then looked at the demon race who were still frantically practicing the water fusion technique and said, This old man's teachings end here. As for how to practice in the future, it will be up to you. In the secret techniques this old man left you, there is also a method to use a pill furnace to refine medicine. When you find a pill furnace in the future, you can try it yourself. That way it might be much easier than now. You don't have to be too radical now. Reverend, rest assured, this one has already sent clansmen to look for it. The human pill furnace may not be easy to use, but our demon race should have something similar. Yingpe smiled at the side and said, Now, I will accompany Reverend to Zhai Xing Lu. Many thanks, Master Xiao. The 4 clansmen bowed and thanked this unfathomable Master Xiao with heartfelt admiration. Xiaohua waved his hand, indicating the 4 to continue practicing. He then followed Yingpe out of the Luo Yi Merchant Union. As soon as he went out, he saw a sea beast holding a conch-like carriage waiting there. Xiaohua smiled, It's still better to have sea crystals. Previously, when I followed Lu and Di, I had to rely on myself to fly. In the middle of the journey, I was interrogated by the sea race of the Feather Spirit Palace. Now that we are riding a sea carriage, there shouldn't be so many trifles, right? Reverend, please. Yingpe invited Xiaohua onto the sea carriage and said with a smile, Reverend, these few days in Yuling Bay are different from the past. The Feather Spirit Palace caused a mess in Yuling Bay because of the matter of the Yazi Arena. Normally there are also many sea carriages. Even if you don't ride a sea carriage, you won't be interrogated. Xiaohua's heart moved and he asked again, this Xiao also knows about these matters, I just don't know. Has the North Sea Dragon Palace found the Confucian cultivator that caused trouble? Has the monster that escaped been caught? According to reliable information, the North Sea Dragon Palace has already sent dragon generals more than 10,000 li deep into the hidden immortal continent, but they still haven't found any traces of the Confucian cultivator. Ingpa replied, if the Confucian cultivator can't be found, then of course there's no news about the monster that escaped. Oh, Xiaohua casually responded, but his heart was slightly bewildered. Damn it, could it be that Jiang Xing was eaten by those leopards? But whether they were eaten or not, what does it have to do with this Xiao? After the time it took to eat a meal, the sound of wind gradually appeared outside the window. The sound of the wind was getting louder and louder. Not only was there a mournful sound, even the sea carriage was slightly shaking. Ingpa looked at the gloomy sky outside the window and said with a smile, it's rare that there's no tsunami wind these few days. Today it's starting to blow again. This time it will blow for several days. Chapter 39:51. Xiaohua nodded when he saw how powerful the sea breeze was. The winds and clouds above the North Sea are unpredictable. No one knows when a tsunami will appear. Yuling Bay is right by the sea. Naturally, it will be the first to be affected. As he spoke, Xiaohua looked outside. Whether it was the E-residence or the E-shop, they were all glowing. It was obvious that the demon array of Yuling Bay was slowly activating to resist the strong sea breeze. As Xiaohua and Ingpa were talking, the sea carriage actually flew up again towards the foot of the mountain. Io. Xiaohua looked up and saw a few majestic palaces standing at the foot of the mountain. Amidst the raging sea breeze, wisps of light appeared around the palaces. Xiaohua couldn't help but ask in astonishment, could Zhai Xinglu be in one of these palaces? Damn it, I always thought that this was Yuling Palace's place. Yuling Palace is filled with the water clan of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Although they can leave the water, they still like to stay in the water. Yuling Palace is built underground in the mountain and is connected to the North Sea. They will not build their palaces on the mountain. Ingpa smiled. Only Zhai Xinglu is wealthy enough to challenge the North Sea Dragon Palace and build palaces on the foot of the mountain. Xiaohua frowned and narrowed his eyes. He looked at the approaching palaces and asked curiously, is Zhai Xinglu so powerful? They can actually challenge the North Sea Dragon Palace? How powerful is Zhai Xinglu? This is a question that I considered when I first formed the Continuous Merchant Alliance. Then I started to gather information to find the answer. But, even now, I do not know the answer to this question. Actually, there is no need to think too much. Look at Yuling Bay. All the powers rely on the North Sea Dragon Palace. Only Zhai Xinglu has built palaces on the mountain. This is enough to show how powerful Zhai Xinglu is. Ingpa said with some fascination. Xiaohua smiled. He had not expected that Zhai Xinglu, whom he had met in the Bronze Pillar country, would actually be so powerful. Looked like he would have to re-evaluate the words of Zhu Qing. However, thinking about it from another perspective, Duanmu Qing and Murong Tsongyun, who were both secondary first-rank aristocratic families, were well-behaved in Zhai Xinglu. Even the East Sea Dragon Palace's patrol envoy was well-behaved. Presumably, Zhai Xinglu would not be as unbearable as Xiaohua had previously thought, right? Woo! A huge gust of sea wind swept over, and the entire carriage finally couldn't withstand it. It spun in the air and crashed towards the mountain peak. Xiaohua's figure flashed and appeared in midair. With a shake of his big sleeves, he covered the sea chariot. After that, Xiaohua transformed into a rainbow and landed on the ground. Looking at Ingpa, who was unable to fly out of the sea chariot in time, he said with a smile, the sea breeze is so strong, you don't need to accompany this Xiao to the auction. You can go back first. Ingpa pondered for a moment and nodded, the sea breeze is indeed too strong. There won't be too many monsters participating in the auction. My strength is too weak and I might delay the auction. It's better for me to turn back. Then Ingpa reminded him again, the token of the Continuous Merchant Union in Zhai Xinglu's hands should be useful in Zhai Xinglu. Don't forget to take it out when you enter. This old man knows. You can go back now. Xiaohua smiled and transformed into a rainbow again. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived near the palace. Seeing Xiaohua's figure disappear, Yingpa took a deep breath and muttered, "Zhai Xinglu, I hope you won't disappoint this one." In order to pull Zhai Xinglu into the merchant union, this one had a falling out with the 9 elders. The affairs of the world were very strange. Many accidental factors were often more decisive than certain factors. If the continuous merchant union had developed normally, with the efforts of Yingpa and the elders of the clan, it might have been able to develop. However, this development was filled with hardships. Every day, countless merchant unions and trading companies appeared in the 3 continents. Every day, countless merchant unions and trading companies closed down. Perhaps, this kind of continuous merchant union would disappear one day. However, they had met Xiaohua. They had met Xiaohua, who had come to Yuling Bay to look for Ao Zhantian. This mere chance encounter had completely changed the fate of the continuous merchant union. Perhaps many years later, when Yingpa and the 9 elders thought about this seemingly hasty decision, they would be very glad that they had seized this one and only opportunity. Xiaohua didn't think as much as Yingpa. His figure was flying in the air, and he had already seen clearly that in front of the palace, there was a pavilion that was dozens of feet tall. On the pavilion, there was a signboard that was about 10 feet tall with the words Zhai Xinglu written on it. These 3 words looked exactly the same as the ones Xiaohua had seen in the Bronze Pillar Nation. They were written by the same person. However, Xiaohua didn't dare to underestimate them now. And when Xiaohua withdrew his contempt, those 3 big words looked extremely wonderful again. It was far from having the aura of the secular world that it had in the past. Damn it! Xiaohua looked at it for a moment, then withdrew his gaze and smiled bitterly. Are the words good, or is this Xiao's heart dirty? Along with Xiaohua's figure appearing in front of the pavilion, a respectful voice sounded out from within. "Greetings, senior." Then, a light pillar that was like a ladder stretched out from the pavilion, and a young man in plain clothes walked out from within. He respectfully saluted and said, "Senior, have you come to participate in the auction?" "Yes." Xiaohua stood in the air. Although there was no light around him, the sea breeze didn't even lift a corner of Xiaohua's Taoist robe. "Senior, please." The young man took a few steps forward, and the light pillar also extended and covered Xiaohua. Xiaohua didn't need to use his magic power, and the light pillar brought Xiaohua into the pavilion. The interior of the pavilion was similar to the Zhai Xinglu in the Bronze Pillar Nation. It was a huge open space and the ground looked like a huge glass. Xiaohua could clearly see the low vegetation on the mountain peak swaying helplessly in the sea breeze. On both sides of the open space, there were already some dragon horse carriages. There were also some sea beasts lying obediently on the ground. Several tall sea race people were holding strange weapons in their hands, guarding these carriages. After the open space there was a huge palace. Behind this palace, there were also many interconnected palaces. It was much larger than the Zhai Xinglu in the Bronze Pillar Nation. At this moment, the palace's doors were wide open, and more than 10 men in plain clothes stood there in an orderly manner. They all had smiles on their faces. "Senior, this way please." The young man was well trained. He waited for Xiaohua to pause for a moment and clearly see the situation around him, then he raised his hand and said respectfully. And Xiaohua nodded and followed the young man to the front of the palace. The 10 men respectfully bowed at the same time and said in unison, "Greetings, senior." "Rise." Xiaohua nodded and walked closer to the Zhai Xinglu. After entering the Zhai Xinglu twice, Xiaohua was no longer the unknown Taoist cultivator of the past. Sure enough, as Xiaohua had expected, the moment he entered Zhai Xinglu, he was faced with the same screen. Xiaohua had originally wanted to pass by it, but after taking 2 steps he stopped and turned to the man behind him. "What's your number?" The man was stunned, then he smiled and said, "Senior, I'm here to welcome guests. I don't have a number." Xiaohua nodded and said with a smile, "In that case, you don't know anything about this screen." "Screen?" The man was stunned, then his expression immediately changed to one of respect. He said, "Senior, since you know about the screen of my Zhai Xinglu, you are naturally my Zhai Xinglu's distinguished guest. Senior, please wait a moment. I'll ask the chief steward to come over. Okay. Xiaohua thought for a moment and simply stood there without moving. The man didn't dare to leave. He took out a jade slip and flicked it. The jade slip flew out soundlessly. He then said to Xiaohua, Senior, please wait a moment. My chief steward will come over immediately. In just a few breaths, a beautiful cloud appeared not far away. Then a woman even prettier than the clouds walked out. When the woman saw Xiaohua, a strange expression appeared on her face. She didn't even walk close to him and immediately said respectfully, So it's Daoist Xiao. Junior Zhong Qiao greets Senior. Seeing that Zhong Qiao recognized him at a glance and flew over, Xiaohua was no longer surprised. Some people in this world were born to be chief stewards. Xiaohua's strength was outstanding, and he believed he had a photographic memory for cultivation techniques and other aspects. However, he never dared to place high hopes on himself when it came to judging people's faces. Xiaohua raised an eyebrow and raised a hand to lift Zhong Qiao up. He smiled and said, I thought the chief steward was a man. I didn't expect you to be an outstanding woman. People often say that women are not inferior to men. Indeed, it's true. Zhong Qiao stood up and said with a smile, Senior, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary person. I do what I should do and get what I should get. Well said. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, The matters of the world are so simple. However, many people don't understand. Zhong Qiao smiled and asked, Senior, may I know why you've come to my Zhaixing Lu? Xiaohua was about to answer, but his heart skipped a beat and he asked again. I occasionally passed by Yuling Bay and heard that there was a Zhaixing Lu here. I wanted to see if Xu Qing was here. I'm here. Of course Xu Qing isn't here. Zhong Qiao said with a smile. As for where Xu Qing is, I don't know either. In that case, I can only ask Miss about the matters of the Xingyue Palace. Xiaohua asked again. Senior, you're indeed here for the matters of the Xingyue Palace. Zhong Qiao said with a smile. It looks like the Xingyue Palace is fated to be with you. Oh. Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he asked curiously, could it be that there's news about the Xingyue Palace? This is not the place to talk. Senior, please come with me. Zhong Qiao looked around. Although it was the same as before and there were no other cultivators or members of the sea race nearby, Zhong Qiao still felt worried and said. Xiaohua nodded. Zhong Qiao raised a hand and pointed, and a spiral staircase appeared beneath their feet. Under Zhong Qiao's lead, Xiaohua came to a loft. Xiaohua looked at the loft that was similar to the auction house in the past and said with a smile, This is the high platform of the auction house, right? Chapter 3952. Senior, you're right. Zhong Qiao smiled. Since you're here, let's bid again. It's still early now, so I'll tell you about Xingyue Palace. Alright. Xiaohua nodded. I remember Xu Qing said that if I hear news about Xingyue Palace, I can find any Zhaixing Lu Xingyue can send me to Xingyue Palace. It's exactly as you said. Zhong Qiao smiled. Senior's name and image have been left in Xingyue. As long as you appear in Zhaixing Lu, we will definitely tell you about Xingyue Palace. Moreover, you defeated perfected Lord Qingyuan of the Immortal Palace and sowed seeds for justice, benefiting all living beings in the world. Now that your reputation is growing, as long as you appear in Zhaixing Lu, we will give you news about Xingyue Palace without any name or image. Ha, I'm ashamed. Xiaohua smiled. It's just an act of fishing for fame, but you all know about it. Hee hee. Zhong Qiao covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes rippling with an indescribable expression. If you're fishing for fame, there won't be any good deeds in the world. Zhaixing Lu also wants to do such a good deed, but with Zhaixing Lu's strength we can't do it. This shows the importance of Senior's good deed. Moreover, when I saw Senior's good deed just now, I thought it was Senior's simple benevolence, but thinking carefully, there are too many things to ponder about. Seeing that Zhong Qiao did not talk about Xingyue Palace and instead changed the topic, Xiaohua asked, Why can't Zhaixing Lu do it? What did you see? If it's immortal herbs or demon fruits, Zhaixing Lu may be able to find them. But if it's so many seeds, where will Zhaixing Lu get them? There are many disasters in the hidden immortal mainland now, and only Su province and Yu province are safe. How can the people of these two provinces have extra food? Although there is food in the Western Paradise, the war between immortals and Buddhas is imminent. No one dares to take this risk. Moreover, how many primordial stones can this risk be worth? Zhong Qiao explained with a smile. After all, Xingyue isn't a piece of white paper. Xiaohua sighed. Once stained with the stench of money, even the white jade will be covered in dust. Zhong Qiao ignored Xiaohua's sigh and continued. Moreover, Senior has just defended the immortal palace. Now, taking advantage of the grain seed matter, you are wantonly gathering the people's support. If the immortal palace wants to suppress you again, I'm afraid they will be extremely scrupulous. Now that I think about it, I really admire your calculation. You can actually think of getting rid of the control of the immortal palace from the hearts of the people. This is something that I have never dreamed of. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. When he took out the grain seed, he never thought about it. If it had such an effect, it could only be an unintentional result. Also, Zhong Qiao continued, if Senior had been the only one spreading the news, the Confucian cultivators would have killed it long ago and no one would have known. However, the Confucian cultivators led by the four great clans were not convinced by the immortal palace, so they used Senior's matter to humiliate the immortal palace. As a result, Senior's matter spread like wildfire and more cultivators knew about it. There were even many clans that sent Senior's grain seeds to various places in 9 regions. Taoist Xiao has become the savior of many people in the hidden immortal continent. As long as time passes, Taoist Xiao's name will certainly be known by all the people in the hidden immortal continent. Also, Senior Xiao, if this junior's prediction is correct, it won't be long before Senior will be pardoned by the immortal palace, and even be rewarded by the immortal palace. Xiaohua was somewhat stunned. He didn't expect that his seed planting in the god and devil blood pool would be known by the world so quickly. Even more, he didn't expect that the speed of the Confucian cultivator clans was far beyond his imagination. How long had it been? They had already spread their grain seeds throughout 9 regions. In particular, he really envied Zhai Xinglu's source of information. This small chief manager of Zhai Xinglu actually knew so much. However, when he heard Zhong Qiao's words, he was somewhat puzzled and asked curiously, "Ah? How is that possible? This old man is already surprised that the immortal palace didn't arrest me. How can there be a reward?" Hehe, presumably Taoist Xiao knows that your Tao school has an old senior called the Grand Mist Ancestor, right? Of course I know. Xiaohua somewhat understood. Since that old senior doesn't listen to the immortal palace and wants to go against the immortal palace, then the immortal palace naturally has to find someone who can go against that old senior. Zhong Qiao explained, and isn't Senior Xiao just the right person? Xiaohua's mouth was bitter, but he still shook his head. Unfortunately, this old man's strength is too far from the Grand Mist Ancestors. It doesn't matter if your cultivation is lacking. The immortal palace has countless methods. Raising Senior's cultivation is just a matter of lifting a finger. Zhong Qiao smiled and said, but if you want to find someone with such a good reputation like Taoist Xiao, you won't be able to find one even in 100,000 years. This is the immortal palace's plan to sow discord. Presumably, the Grand Mist Ancestor can see through it with a glance. Otherwise, this old man will be in danger. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "He Taoist Xiao." Zhong Qiao smiled and said, "If it's that simple, then it's good." In fact, Junior sometimes thinks about Senior's actions, although it's calculated very well if there's no time, or if Senior's luck is bad. Even if you pile up grain seeds all over the hidden immortal continent, the immortal palace may not give face to the Confucian aristocratic families. Don't talk about rewards, perhaps they might even kill the chicken to scare the monkeys and warn the 4 aristocratic families. Senior, don't forget what you said in the Copper Pillar State. If the immortal palace wants to kill Senior, the 4 aristocratic families definitely won't dare to brazenly stop it. Oh? Where is this old man's luck good? Xiaohua was somewhat at a loss as he was in the middle of the situation. Naturally, it's the war between immortals and Buddhas. Zhong Qiao replied. Xiaohua scratched his head. Since it's a war between immortals and Buddhas, what does it have to do with this old man, a Taoist cultivator? The war between immortals and Buddhas naturally has nothing to do with Senior. But Senior has won the hearts of the people. Zhong Qiao's words hit Xiao Hua like a thunderbolt. Xiao Hua instantly understood. The Buddhist sects obtained believers in the hidden immortal continent, and their power infiltrated the lower levels of the Confucian cultivators' rule through the common people. This was precisely what the Confucian cultivators feared, and at the same time, it was also their shortcoming. The war between immortals and Buddhas was also based on this fundamental reason. And the appearance of Xiao Hua broke the situation where the Buddhist sects were the dominant power among the common people. Xiao Hua's good deeds were exactly similar to the Buddhist sects, and even more direct. Although the common people who knew or respected Taoist Master Xiao couldn't be compared to the common people who worshipped Mahavairocana. But in the future, under the intentional push of the Immortal Palace, a Taoist master who fought against the faith of the Buddhist sects would definitely be formed. This kind of faith was a powerful aid for the Confucian cultivators in the war between immortals and Buddhas. As for the threat that Taoist Master Xiao posed to the Immortal Palace simply didn't put it in their eyes. The Immortal Palace was afraid of the Buddhist sects, but they were simply not afraid of the weak Taoist Master Xiao. Ha! Thinking of this, Xiao Hua laughed. Zhong Qiao also covered her mouth and said, Taoist Master really understands. It seems that Junior doesn't need to say it clearly. That's right, you don't need to say it clearly. Xiao Hua nodded. No matter how clearly this matter was explained, it was likely that no one would know the peculiarity within. No one would know that the Namo Guanyin Bodhisattva revered by the Buddhist sect and the Taoist Tao sect's Taoist Xiao were the same person. Since ancient times there had been many cases where the fishermen benefited from the fight between the snipe and the clam, but there had never been such a big fisherman like Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua actually wanted to know what kind of reward this snipe of the Immortal Palace would give him. Moreover, Xiao Hua also clearly knew that the Immortal Palace would definitely give him a reward, not only because of the support of the four great families, but also because of his merit and virtue, allowing him to confront the faith of the Buddhist sections. If that's the case. Xiao Hua thought again. Previously, this Xiao vaguely felt that there would be a disaster. But now it seems that this disaster has nothing to do with the Immortal Palace. Senior. Zhong Qiao of course didn't know what Xiao Hua was planning in his heart and said, these are all Junior's guesses. It's because Junior read the Book of Heroes and really admired the ingenuity of Senior's chess set, which is far more useful than the Demon God chess set. That's why Junior couldn't help but speak in front of Senior. If there's any disrespect, I hope Senior can forgive me. It's fine, it's fine. Xiao Hua said with a smile. This Xiao likes straightforward people the most. Since that's the case, Junior will tell Senior about the Star Moon Palace. Zhong Qiao paused and said, actually there's no clear news about the Star Moon Palace for the time being, but there are some strange phenomena. Judging from previous experience, I'm afraid that it will take at least 200 years for the outline to appear. So Junior can't tell Senior where the Star Moon Palace is, nor can I tell Senior the specific time. 200 years. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, that's not particularly long. The Star Moon Order says at least 200 years, there's no guarantee if it's more than that, maybe 2,000 years. Zhong Qiao said with a smile. Hearing this, Xiao Hua suddenly raised his head, stared at Zhong Qiao and asked word by word, what you said earlier. I'm afraid it's not your own thoughts, right? Zhong Qiao's face changed and she hurriedly got up, bowed and said, Senior, please forgive me. Some of it is Junior's thoughts and some of it is from the Star Moon Order passed down from Xingyun. It should be from all the managers of the star-picking towers. Senior, you don't have to worry. Other than these matters, there are also some related to the Confucian cultivators recorded in the Book of Heroes. For these human elites, Xingyun holds the greatest goodwill and cooperation and can even provide some help. Xiao Hua's expression was a little cold and he took out a jade eye and handed it to Zhong Qiao, saying, this is something I need. Take a look, does Star Moon have it? Yes, Senior. Zhong Qiao did not dare to be negligent. She took the jade eye and looked at it, then said with a bitter smile, Senior, you're making things difficult for me. Wood and water elemental magnetism, water and fire elemental magnetism, fire and earth elemental magnetism, and metal elemental magnetism are all things of legend. Where can I find them? Not to mention Connate Wood Mother and Connate Earth Mother. I'm not asking you to find them. Xiaohua replied indifferently. Don't you have Star Moon behind you? Isn't Star Moon willing to help? Zhong Qiao did not know whether to laugh or cry and said in a low voice, the things you want are too rare in this world, even for Star Moon. Chapter 3953. Forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand with a smile. You don't have to find it. Just give me the news. Yes, I will report this to Xingyue in a moment. Senior can inquire about it at any Zhai Xinglu in the future. Zhong Qiao felt that she had outsmarted herself. That's more like it. Xiaohua said as he reached out and took out a jade eye. What about the materials inside? Oh, so much? Zhong Qiao was dumbfounded when she saw the materials used to build the teleportation array and the thunderbolt in Xiaohua's jade eye. After a moment of surprise, she said with a smile, we do have these materials, and many of them are being auctioned at today's auction. Senior wants so many materials I dare not make the decision. If possible, Senior only needs to bid. Isn't that the same as not saying anything? Xiaohua snorted coldly, scaring Zhong Qiao into cold sweat. Seeing Zhong Qiao's expression change, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, forget it, I will bid later. Yes, thank you, Senior. Senior is an honored guest of Zhai Xinglu. Everything will be discounted, Zhong Qiao hurriedly said obediently. Oh, that's right. Besides me, are there any recent deeds of those Confucian cultivators in the Book of Heroes? Xiaohua asked. When Zhong Qiao heard this, her expression changed again. She hurriedly said, Senior, please forgive me. I cannot speak of those things casually. After all, each person's secrets are hidden within. Can you at least tell me the names of those Confucian cultivators? Xiaohua asked with a smile. But in Zhong Qiao's eyes, his smile was full of conspiracy. Zhong Qiao thought for a moment and said with a bitter smile, Senior, did you come to Zhai Xinglu because you obtained some information? Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He stopped smiling and looked out the window. What do you think? Alas, since Senior wants to find trouble with that person, actually, you can wait until that person leaves Zhai Xinglu. After all, whether it's Senior or that person, they are both honored guests of Zhai Xinglu and are protected by Zhai Xinglu. Zhong Qiao sighed. A few days ago, Long Jiang from Feather Spirit Palace forced his way to Zhai Xinglu, but I did not reveal that person's whereabouts. If that person was Senior, I would still do the same. Therefore, I hope that Senior won't force me. Zhong Qiao's words made Xiaohua even more curious. There were quite a few Confucian cultivators who had enmity with him, but most of them were secrets. However, Xiaohua already knew how powerful Xingyu was. Perhaps they knew some secrets. Who was this person who deserved his bad luck? Duanmu Qing. That's not right. With Duanmu Qing's current cultivation, how could she be worthy of this old man's bad luck? It's Duanmu Liangxing. The first thing Xiaohua thought of was the Duanmu family and Duanmu Liangxing. Xiaohua even felt a little guilty, but he immediately shook his head. That's not right. This old man's grudge with Duanmu Liangxing is too secretive. Xingyue couldn't possibly know. Then, who is it? Suddenly, Xiaohua was startled. He seemed to have thought of something and almost jumped out of his chair. Since it was Star Picking Tower, then he should have thought of Bronze Pillar State. Since there was Bronze Pillar State, then he should have thought of Bronze Pillar Academy. Thinking of Bronze Pillar Academy, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of its dean and deputy. And since he thought of these two people, Xiaohua can already determine who the person who is worthy of his bad luck is. Other than Dou Shanjun, who had fought with him in front of Bronze Pillar Academy, and Dou Shanjun, who had revealed his extraordinary cultivation in the Black Wind Ridge Cave abode, who else was worthy of Xiaohua's bad luck? Who else could see Xingyu and the big hand behind the screen like Xiaohua? Xiaohua forcefully suppressed his surprise. He really didn't know what he was feeling now. Did he want to see Dou Shanjun, or did he want to quickly escape from this place? Facing Dou Shanjun, Xiaohua felt that he was a child without any strength to fight back. He really didn't like this feeling. This old man hasn't seen Professor Dou for many years and wanted to see if he was still as elegant as before. You don't have to be afraid. Since you don't want to say, this old man won't force you. Xiaohua said with a smile while stealing glances at Zhong Qiao's expression. Sure enough, Zhong Qiao's face was obviously relaxed. She said with a smile, "Thank you, senior, for your tolerance." However, before Zhong Qiao's voice fell, a very strange divine sense swept in from outside. The restriction inside the pavilion was completely invisible to this divine sense. When this divine sense swept over Xiaohua, it immediately caused a very slight tremble in the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. Damn it! Xiaohua immediately became alert. He was greatly alarmed. He didn't need to think at all. His first thought was, this Do Shanjun, what cultivation level is he at? This Xiao had only just mentioned him and he immediately sensed it? Since he knew that Do Shanjun was in Jai Xinglu, Xiaohua's tone pretended to be respectful. He waved his hand and said, "We didn't get to know each other until we fought. Although he's a Confucian cultivator and I'm a Taoist, I've also practiced Confucian swordsmanship and have a certain relationship with Confucian cultivators. How can I find trouble with him as you think?" This is probably what a hero cherishes another hero. Zhong Qiao covered her mouth and laughed again. She looked very indescribably beautiful. Although Do Shanjun's cultivation level can't compare to Taoist Zhao's, he can also see the secret of the screen. In the future, if the two seniors enter Xingyue Palace hand in hand, it may be another beautiful story in the future. Xiaohua was a little tongue-tied. Zhong Qiao's words were awkward no matter how he heard them, but he couldn't refute anything. Zhong Qiao had probably said everything she needed to say. She stood up and said, "The auction will begin in half an incense stick's worth of time. Junior won't nag senior anymore. Junior wishes senior a fruitful return today." I'll take advantage of your auspicious words. Xiaohua nodded, not standing up. Zhong Qiao took her leave. Not long after, a beautiful woman came to deliver spirit fruits and other things. Xiaohua asked, and this woman was indeed called Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi had just left with the spirit fruits and returned in a moment, holding a visiting card in her hand. She said with a nervous expression, "Senior, Do Shanjun of Bronze Pillar Academy wants to visit." "Oh? Is that so? Why aren't you inviting him in?" Xiaohua was well aware, but he pretended to be surprised and stood up. Xiao Yi's expression relaxed and she said with a smile, "Senior, please sit down. Do Shanjun is here to visit. You're a senior, so there's no need to be so courteous." This old man and Do Shanjun are old acquaintances. It's nothing to welcome him. Senior is really amiable and approachable, Xiao Yi said and left the pavilion. A moment later, Do Shanjun walked in. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly went up to greet and was about to salute. Do Shanjun waved his hand and waved his big sleeve. A cloud of rosy clouds came out from his sleeve and blended into the pavilion's surroundings in a moment. A layer of warm jade-like luster emerged from the four walls. Xiaohua knew that Do Shanjun had set up a restriction to prevent others from spying on the scenery here. He bowed and said, "Junior Xiaohua greets senior." However, just as he bowed and his gaze fell to the ground, he was suddenly shocked. He secretly frowned and said, "Even with Do Shanjun's cultivation, he has to be so careful in Jai Xinglu. Then, who is he guarding against?" Get up." Do Shanjun raised his hand to help Xiaohua up and sat at the place where Xiaohua was sitting before. He raised his head to look at Xiaohua, who was standing respectfully in front of him, and said with a smile, "It's only been a few decades since we last met, but your name is actually so resounding that it far surpasses this old man's. Wherever you go, this old man still has to retreat 3 steps. Xiaohua said in panic, "Senior is thinking too much. It's all because Senior is keeping a low profile and doesn't want others to know. Compared to Senior, this Junior is only the light of a firefly." "Oh no." Do Shanjun picked up a spirit fruit and took a bite. He said with a smile, "This old man said that the things you did were really beyond this old man's expectations. This old man can't see through your thoughts anymore. If it's like what Zhong Qiao said, your schemes are really too deep. But if you didn't think so much, I'm afraid that even Thunder Monastery's Virokana would have to give up his seat for you." "Senior." Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "Don't you know what this junior is thinking? This junior just wants to cultivate in peace. Cultivating in peace is only a kind of ideal. This ideal is only a white lotus flower in your heart. In this world, no matter how profound your cultivation is, You're all like a piece of duckweed. You can only drift in an unpredictable situation without being able to control yourself. Perhaps if your cultivation is high, you'll have a trace of power to protect yourself. But any resistance will be strangled by everything in this world. Do Shanjun said with a sigh. Even if it's this old man, it's also the same. Do Shanjun's tone at this time was already different from when he was at Black Wind Ridge. Although he still didn't see Xiaohua as an equal cultivator, his tone already faintly contained extremely high praise. Yes, this junior understands. Xiaohua naturally didn't dare to follow Do Shanjun's tone and asked further. He only said respectfully, this junior obtained senior's cultivation method and secret technique and has always been practicing bitterly. I want to have the power to protect myself. The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. Xiaohua, you're in the middle of the situation. Right now you're in the limelight. If you want to protect yourself, just relying on your cultivation isn't necessarily enough. Do Shanjun glanced at Xiaohua and said, Zhong Qiao's words are quite reasonable. You should also think more about it. Xiaohua was startled and said in a low voice, Senior, when did you hear it? How come this junior didn't notice it? If I was discovered by you, what face would this old man have left? Do Shanjun scolded, then looked at Xiaohua and said with some praise, your concealment technique is quite good. With this old man's ability, I can't see the whole thing. Remove the secret technique and let this old man see your cultivation. Thank you, Senior. Xiaohua's face showed ecstasy. Because Do Shanjun said this, it was clear that he wanted to give pointers to Xiaohua's cultivation. For an ordinary cultivator, this was a rare opportunity. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's heart was abnormally bitter. He didn't dare to let Do Shanjun, this old monster, touch his body. If Do Shanjun discovered the secret of his body, who knew what kind of fangs he would reveal? Chapter 3954. However, since Do Shanjun had pointed it out, Xiaohua was also helpless. He could only brace himself and withdraw the secret technique, revealing the early stage of the spirit-severing stage. Fortunately, Do Shanjun didn't reach out his hand at all. Just like before, his two eyes gave birth to black and white lattices. On each black and white lattice, tiny runes appeared. The runes rushed out like ants, filling Do Shanjun's entire eyes. In these black and white eyes, Xiaohua's whole body was cold, as if he was seen clearly by Do Shanjun from the inside out. It's a little strange. Do Shanjun exclaimed in surprise, just like when he examined the 5 brocade cloud painting. Then he raised his hand and pressed his index finger and middle finger between his eyebrows. Pop! A strange silver rune exploded between Do Shanjun's eyebrows. In Do Shanjun's eyes, the black and white runes flashed with colorful brilliance, extremely dazzling. After a while, the brilliance in Do Shanjun's eyes gradually dissipated, revealing the previous black and white starry eyes. At this time, Do Shanjun's eyes showed obvious surprise. Xiaohua, when did you start to practice the red nascent soul technique? Do Shanjun stared at Xiaohua's eyes and asked word by word, why didn't this old man notice it last time? Red nascent soul technique. Xiaohua was stunned and asked, Junior doesn't know what red nascent soul technique is. Oh. Do Shanjun replied, it's the common loose immortal technique in the cultivation world. Xiaohua's heart jumped, and he hurriedly took out the scattered nascent soul Inkyuntong from his arms and handed it to Do Shanjun and said, Junior got this Inkyuntong by chance and saw that there was a secret technique to cultivate the nascent soul technique. You also know that Junior's spiritual power is relatively strong, and I don't have a useful technique. I saw that there were some unique techniques in this secret technique, so I tried to cultivate it. Do Shanjun took the Inkyuntong and looked at it. His face was relieved, but he didn't speak but closed his eyes and thought about something. Xiaohua's heart tightened. He stared at Do Shanjun and didn't dare to speak. After a while, seeing Do Shanjun open his eyes, he carefully asked, Senior, this technique, is there a great flaw? Where's the cultivation technique I gave you? Do Shanjun did not directly answer Xiaohua's question, but instead asked, Why don't you cultivate those upright cultivation methods? Xiaohua replied with an extremely wrong tone. Senior, Junior naturally used the cultivation method that Senior gave me to cultivate. How can the crimson nascent technique be cultivated together with the immortal nascent technique? Do Shanjun sneered. An ordinary nascent soul cultivator only has 2 meridians. These meridians ultimately support the yin and yang of the spirit body. All cultivation methods rely on the body's meridians. Does your nascent soul have meridians all over your body? Can he cultivate Tao techniques? Junior. Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment and then said with a smile, I use Senior's cultivation method to cultivate my physical body, meridians and nascent soul, with the help of this so-called crimson nascent arts trick. Sigh, you're really bold. Do Shanjun sighed and said, although the crimson infant technique is very powerful in the end without the protection of the physical body, it is difficult to achieve the great Tao. Such examples can be found everywhere. Thus, as long as ordinary cultivators had a physical body, they would not attempt this cultivation technique that had no end in sight. Your cultivation is still shallow, so quickly give it up. Yes, Junior understands. Xiaohua nodded. Now your realm seems to have reached the spirit-severing stage, but in fact you are still in the late nascent soul stage. In these decades, has there been no bottleneck from the nascent soul stage to the spirit-severing stage? Do Shanjun asked again. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly replied, Yes, Senior, Junior has been wondering what's going on with me. Moreover, I can cultivate the spirit-severing cultivation method that Senior gave me. The reason is naturally this crimson infant technique. Do Shanjun said, Your physical body and nascent soul have different cultivation paths. Of course, there will be a situation of chaos in your realm. Then how should I solve it? Xiaohua asked. Do Shanjun shrugged his shoulders and said lightly, You can't live if you want to. This old man also doesn't know how to solve it. Xiaohua was shocked. Looking at the ink cloud pupil that was still in Do Shanjun's hand, his eyes turned and asked, Senior, do you have the complete crimson infant technique? What? Do you want to go all the way? Do Shanjun raised the ink cloud pupil in his hand and asked thoughtfully. Junior thinks that if you want to solve it properly, you must have a complete understanding of the crimson infant technique. The cultivation method that Junior got is incomplete, and it is the understanding of others. I am afraid that it is not as authentic as the cultivation method in Senior's hands. Senior has it, can you give it to Junior to comprehend? Maybe I can find a way to deal with it. Xiaohua explained. Moreover, Junior wants to break through from the nascent soul stage, but I have not found a suitable medicinal pill. If Senior has a suitable medicinal pill, Junior can also solve it from another way. Your appetite is really not small. Do Shanjun sneered. This old man has not promised to give you the crimson infant technique, and you still want the breaking darkness pill? Xiaohua said with a smile, Since Senior has already given me a helping hand, you might as well help Junior to the end. If Junior walks a unique path, I may be able to help Senior in the future. Do Shanjun closed his eyes and the ink cloud pupil in his hand turned over and over. After a while, Do Shanjun's finger moved, and the ink cloud pupil turned into ashes. Xiaohua was delighted. Sure enough, another ink cloud pupil appeared in Do Shanjun's hand. Do Shanjun opened his eyes and looked at Xiaohua. He passed the ink cloud pupil to Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, this old man has high expectations for you. As long as I can help you, this old man will give it to you. However, you must not bite off more than you can chew, and do not be self-opinionated and arrogant like the Grand Mist ancestor. As long as you cultivate step by step and everything you did before was out of your heart, this old man can guarantee that you can cultivate to the Mahayana realm. Of course, whether you can ascend or not depends on your own luck. This old man cannot guarantee it. See. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. Do Shanjun's words contained too much, and Xiaohua did not dare to think too much about it. This scarlet infant technique is complete. You can use it as a reference. Moreover, this old man did not add any restrictions. Do Shanjun said and handed the ink cloud pupil to Xiaohua. Then without waiting for Xiaohua to take it, he took out a Qinkuan bag from his sleeve and said, This is the dark breaking pill, void bearing pill, lotus connecting pill and green heaven pill. Since this old man wants to give it to you, this old man might as well give it to you. See? Xiaohua was stunned. He sucked in a breath of cold air again and looked at Do Shanjun in disbelief. The dark-breaking pill was a necessary pill to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm and enter the spirit-severing stage. The void-bearing pill was used to break through to the void-refining stage. The lotus-connecting pill was used to break through to the unity stage. The green heaven pill was used to break through to the Mahayana realm. Although the hidden immortal continent and dawn rain continent were different, Xiaohua did not know whether the pills given by Do Shanjun would be useful. However, based on these pills, Xiaohua was able to see that Do Shanjun cared for him deeply. Xiaohua did not accept Mo Yun Tong and the Qingquan bag like before. Instead, he tidied up his robe and bowed respectfully. Junior Xiaohua thanks Senior for your kindness. What Xiaohua said was not excessive. Xiaohua had never had a real master since he started cultivating. No cultivator had ever guided Xiaohua in his cultivation for a long time. Do Shanjun not only gave Xiaohua the cultivation method and divine sense secret technique after he separated his spirit, but now he also gave Xiaohua the red nascent soul technique and various pills and pill recipes. His importance in Xiaohua's cultivation was not inferior to the inheritance left by Tsang Longzi. How could Xiaohua not be grateful? However, to Xiaohua's surprise, Do Shanjun waved his hand and stopped Xiaohua from bowing. He said lightly, "This old man doesn't intend to teach you anything. You don't have to say this in front of this old man. This old man just thinks that you are a promising talent. Now that the hidden immortal continent is declining, this old man can help as much as he can." Although Senior has such a simple idea, Senior doesn't dare to accept it so easily. Xiaohua shook his head and insisted, "Senior, please accept Junior's bow." Xiaohua didn't use his spiritual power, he just simply bowed. "There's no need for that." Do Shanjun also insisted, "I think you also know that this old man is just making a deal with you. All of this is for this old man to get more in the future." Yes, this Junior understands. Seeing this, Xiaohua had to get up and said, "Junior can promise Senior here that as long as it's not something that offends the heavens and reason, Junior can help Senior." Ah? Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, Do Shanjun interrupted him in astonishment. He even asked with a little dumbfounded, what did you say? As long as it's not something that offends the heavens and reason, you will help this old man?" Xiaohua nodded and said righteously, "Yes, this Junior is a principled cultivator of the Tao sect. This Junior can be selfish, can be greedy, can plot against others, but there is one thing that this Junior will never do, and that is not something that offends the heavens and reason. If Senior wants to make a deal with this Junior, then Senior should take back these things. Even if this Junior accepts them, he will never make a deal with Senior in the future." He looks like this old man's things from before are gone forever? Do Shanjun's face turned cold as he said in a low voice. Seeing that Do Shanjun was angry, Xiaohua felt a little regretful in his heart. He felt that he shouldn't have accepted them just now and acted according to the circumstances in the future. But he thought for a moment. Do Shanjun was so powerful, even if he cultivated for another 1,000 years, it would probably be difficult for him to be a match. Instead of making things difficult for him in the future, he might as well make a decision now. However, Xiaohua also understood in his heart that he was gambling right now, gambling that Do Shanjun wasn't the kind of person he thought. Xiaohua gritted his teeth and nodded. This Junior has already cultivated the cultivation technique Senior bestowed. The Senior wants to take back Mo Yun Tong and the other things, this Junior will give them to Senior right away. But Senior didn't say what you wanted this Junior to do that day, so this Junior can't be considered to have broken the contract. Chapter 3955. I'm still stubborn. Do Shanjun looked at Xiaohua, who was a little rascal but still had some backbone. He was both angry and amused. With a wave of his hand, he threw Mo Yun Tong and the Qingquan bag into Xiaohua's arms. He said, "This old man wants to do something outrageous. Why would I need your help? In the 3 continents, there are only a few people who can stop this old man. As long as it's not an outrageous thing, this Junior can help Senior." Xiaohua took the things with a smile and sent them into the space. Even if Do Shanjun wanted to take them back, he was afraid that he couldn't. Let's talk about helping later. Do Shanjun sighed. Your cultivation is still not enough. If I say it now, it will mess up your cultivation. Seniors matter. This junior is really curious. Xiaohua was really puzzled. His realm had already reached the spirit-severing stage, which was already considered good among the Dao cultivators of the hidden immortal continent. But in Do Shanjun's eyes, he was still not good enough. He really couldn't think of what Do Shanjun wanted him to help with. Alas, in the past, there was also a Dao cultivator like you who also thanked me like this. He knew how to conduct himself better than you, and he kowtowed to this old man, but in the end, Do Shanjun looked at Xiaohua and sighed. This old man still ended up with nothing. Xiaohua's heart moved. He seemed to understand something, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He smiled and said, this junior is a casual person. I didn't expect that. I was right not to insist today. Yes. Do Shanjun nodded. You were right not to be too attentive today. With that, Do Shanjun shook his hand again and took out a 1-foot-long jade ruler from his sleeve. He handed it to Xiaohua and said, this thing is called the Thunder Ruler, and it records the thunder cultivation method of 10,000 thunderbolts. This old man sees that you have a 3-legged cat's thunder cultivation method, so this thing is also given to you. Remember, heavenly thunder is the power of heaven and earth. If you are not completely loyal and have a clear conscience, you can't cultivate it. Your character seems to be more upright than this old man, so this thunder cultivation method is just right for you. Moreover, you must practice well. This thunder cultivation method is related to what this old man needs your help in the future. Ah! Xiaohua was simply wild with joy. He almost blurted out, Senior, this junior hasn't bowed at all. Why are you being so courteous? Do Shanjun flicked his finger and the thunder ruler turned into a bolt of lightning that fell into Xiaohua's arms. The moment the lightning touched Xiaohua's Taoist robe, it immediately converged. It was enough to show that Do Shanjun's magic had reached the realm of being able to release and withdraw at will. This time Xiaohua wasn't polite. He stretched out his hand and took the lightning ruler into his space several times faster than the lightning ruler. Then he rubbed his palms together with all his strength. He seemed to be very excited. Do you feel like you've taken advantage of me? Do Shanjun snappily glared at Xiaohua. That's right. Junior wanted to see if there was anything good in the auction. But I didn't expect that before the auction even started, I would meet a lucky star like Senior. The things that Senior bestowed upon me are things that I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Tell me, how can this junior not be excited? Xiaohua spoke the truth. Auction house. When Do Shanjun heard this, he rolled his eyes and said with a smile, were you the one behind the Yazi auction house? As Senior. Xiaohua knew that he couldn't hide it from Do Shanjun, so he admitted it very quickly. Do Shanjun didn't understand and asked, why didn't you stay in Yuzhou and think about how to avoid the expedition of the Immortal Palace? Why did you come to Yuling Bay to pick a fight with the North Sea Dragon Palace? Senior, Junior can't compare to you. How could I dare to pick a fight with the North Sea Dragon Palace? Xiaohua smiled apologetically and explained the origin of the matter in a simple manner. When Do Shanjun heard this, he nodded his head and said, if that's the case, then it is in line with your character of being a good person. Xiao Jian schemed against Yunya. You should be helping him get rid of the karma. That's right. Junior is a good person. Xiaohua smacked his lips and told him about the matter of Jiang Xing misunderstanding him. Do Shanjun waved his hand helplessly and said, the matters of the 3 rivers and 4 seas are the matters of the sea race. Even the Dragon Island doesn't pay much attention to it. Why are you getting involved without any reason? Their bones are broken but their tendons are still connected. The karma entanglement within is disorderly. No one can understand it clearly. At this point, Do Shanjun suddenly thought of something. He closed his eyes for a moment and said, in room 7, there seems to be a dragon from the heavenly abode river. If you want to explain clearly and help your disciple tie this red string, you might as well go and take a look. Forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand, they almost sold me. Junior still wants to count copper coins for them? Do as you wish. Do Shanjun waved his hand and stood up. I have stayed here for too long. I am afraid that it will cause misunderstandings. Oh, that Star Moon Palace will appear in 300 years. You have to hurry up and cultivate. If there is a chance to enter, it will be beneficial for you and me. Yes, Junior understands. Xiaohua nodded. Junior will definitely work hard to cultivate. You are on your own. Your cultivation method is too complicated. I hope that the Thunderbolt can suppress these cultivation methods. Do Shanjun waved his hand and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly said, Senior, back then, did you see that Junior knew how to attract lightning, so you, he? Who would have thought that Do Shanjun would not answer him at all? He raised his hand and grabbed, and several rays of light fell into his hand. He muttered as he slowly walked out of Xiaohua's pavilion. Seeing Do Shanjun's figure disappear, Xiaohua could not help but laugh loudly. His entire body turned into a ball and flew into the air. He somersaulted a dozen times in the air before floating down. He let out a long breath and shouted, Damn it, this is too refreshing. The Crimson Infant Technique. This is not a cultivation method that can exist in the cultivation world. Thunderbolt, this is a complete lightning cultivation method. Even if the lightning element technique of the Imperial Thunder Sect is not lost, it cannot be compared to this. This is a cultivation method that I cannot imagine. Today's auction was really worth it. Immediately Xiaohua sat down and his mind entered the space. At this time the green-robed Xiaohua also threw his job of teaching disciples to the side. He was holding the Thunder Ruler in his hand. On top of the Thunder Ruler, there were thin streaks of lightning that flowed into his hand. The green-robed Xiaohua's body was also surging with lightning. His entire body seemed to have turned into lightning. Waves of indescribable enlightenment came from the green-robed Xiaohua's primordial spirit. Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed. His two eyes also turned into lightning. This lightning first trembled, then blurred and overlapped. One turned into two turned into four. In just a moment, small lightning streaks came out from Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes and fell on his face and robe. Moreover, these lightning streaks seemed to have spirituality as they rushed into the air and formed a huge lightning bolt that fell on the immortal beheading platform. Rumble. The immortal beheading platform flashed with lightning and invisible waves spread in all directions. At the same time, another lightning bolt came out from the immortal beheading platform and fell on Jade Archive Xiaohua's body. The two lightning bolts seemed to form a cycle that flowed in circles. A moment later, Xiaohua's body emitted the sound of thunder and lightning. Xiaohua's figure flickered and rushed to the front of the green-robed Xiaohua. He raised his hand and grabbed a lightning talisman and placed it on the green-robed Xiaohua's body. Rumble. A thunderous sound came out from the green-robed Xiaohua's body. More lightning runes came out from his body and rushed along the lightning towards the immortal beheading platform. So that's how it is. Jade Archive Xiaohua's body fell outside the lightning cycle. He looked at the runes and thoughtfully said, This lightning cultivation is not something an ordinary cultivator can cultivate. Not only does one have to have a straight and irreplaceable mind, but one also has to have a tough body. Presumably, Senior Du has already noticed that I's body is different, so he thought of teaching me. This Senior Du, what kind of person is he? His cultivation is so high that it can scare people to death. I almost lost my secret in front of him. The unstoppable thunderbolt is cultivated by fellow Taoist in green robes. This scarlet infant technique is equally important. It seems that only I can comprehend and cultivate it myself. As Jade Archive Xiaohua muttered to himself, he raised his hand and the ink eye fell into his hand. A clear light flashed from Jade Archive Xiaohua's eyes, and the ink eye gradually turned into nothingness. However, it was only a moment before a solemn expression appeared on Jade Archive Xiaohua's face again. Moreover, there was an inconceivable expression mixed with this solemn expression. Not knowing how much time had passed, Jade Archive Xiaohua suddenly opened his eyes. His figure shook as he came out of the space. When his mind returned to its original position, Xiaohua opened his eyes. He saw the pretty Xiao Yi carefully standing at the side. She asked in a low voice, Spiritual Master, there will be a bid for refining materials soon. Xiaohua nodded. This old man knows. You can leave now. As Senior. Xiao Yi didn't dare to say more. The auction had been going on for a while, but Xiaohua hadn't bid. He hadn't even opened the window of the pavilion. Zhong Qiao was afraid that there would be a change in the pavilion, so she forced Xiao Yi to break in and wake Xiaohua up. Xiao Yi woke Xiaohua up with trepidation, fearing that Xiaohua would be angry. Now that Xiaohua didn't pursue the matter, how could she not tactfully leave? Oh wait, Xiaohua said. Xiao Yi was startled. Her body trembled slightly as she turned around and asked, Senior, do you have any other orders? Take this spirit fruit. Xiaohua pointed at the spirit fruit and smiled. This old man hasn't eaten it yet. You can use it. Many thanks, Senior. Xiao Yi was overjoyed. She quickly walked over and took the jade plates, then respectfully bowed and left. After Xiao Yi left, Xiaohua raised his hand and patted the air. The window on the wall opened, revealing a huge auction hall. It wasn't much different from the auction hall in the Copper Pillar country. Fellow immortals. A tall and handsome Confucian cultivator held a folding fan in his hand and pointed at an inkstone-like imperial tool. He said, if no one bids, this inkstone-like imperial tool will be this fellow immortals. After waiting for a while, no one spoke. The Confucian cultivator tapped the folding fan in his hand and the imperial equipment disappeared. Then in front of the windowsill opposite Xiaohua, a disc as smooth as a mirror suddenly appeared. The imperial equipment was placed inside the disc. From the windowsill, a white and tender arm like a lotus root stretched out. Two slender fingers took the imperial equipment and placed a qiankuan pouch on top of the disc. Only then did the disc disappear. Chapter 3956. Alright, the Buddhist, imperial and demon artifacts have all been auctioned. Next is a batch of Taoist magic treasures. The Confucian cultivator paused for a moment, and a strange expression appeared on his face. However, these magic treasures are different from the magic treasures of ordinary auctions. They were obtained by the merfolk of the North Sea by chance on a deserted island. After being appraised by our star-plucking tower's consecrator, they should be used by ancient cultivators. Fellow immortal Feng, is this true? Ancient Taoist magic treasures? A loud voice cried out in shock. The Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng shrugged and smiled. I am not a Taoist cultivator, so how would I know if these magic treasures were used by ancient cultivators? However, this Jedi says so. Even if fellow immortal doesn't believe me, you have to believe our star-plucking tower's consecrator, right? Quickly, let us see. A few impatient Confucian cultivators began to shout. Don't be impatient. The Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng raised his hand and took out 4 or 5 magic treasures of different appearances from his qiankuan bag. As these magic treasures fell into the air, everyone's eyes lit up. These 5 magic treasures were simple and unadorned. A layer of light that could be seen with the naked eye faintly protected these magic treasures. Within the light, strands of runes faintly flickered, showing how precious these magic treasures were. Fellow immortals. The Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng raised his hand and grabbed the magic treasure closest to him. A scarlet brilliance of several feet shot out from the magic treasure as if it wanted to burn the surrounding space. The Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng introduced, this magic treasure is called the Li Fire Pestle. There is an ancient Li Fire formation inside. Under the activation of magic power, 3 layers of fire formations will be created. As for the specific power, I don't dare to speak carelessly. Fellow Taoist will know after bidding for it and refining it. At this point, the Confucian cultivator surnamed Feng hesitated for a moment and seemed to quietly open his mouth. However, his voice once again echoed throughout the auction hall. That's right, I won't tell ordinary people. This magic treasure is suitable for Taoist cultivators of the 5th grade and above. If fellow immortal is only at the 3rd or 4th grade, it's best not to bid. See. In an instant the entire auction hall was deathly silent. Even Xiaohua, who had just opened the window and hadn't said a word, was stunned. Damn it, Yuling Bei is indeed Yuling Bei. They even dare to bid for a magic treasure used by a 5th grade essence energy Dao cultivator. That is to say, there are Taoist experts at the 5th grade of essence energy and above in this auction. Xiaohua thought to himself in surprise. But it was only for an instant and Xiaohua laughed involuntarily again. Not to mention himself, even Do Shanjun was also in the bidding hall. 5th grade origin energy. What did it count for? How do you bid for this item? A slightly hoarse voice broke the silence. 1 million top-grade primal stones. The scholar surnamed Feng replied without hesitation. All right, this old man offers 1 million. The hoarse voice cried out, his tone full of urgency. 1,100,000. Another voice called out before the first voice could even finish its sentence. 2 million. Damn it, Yuling Bay is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Xiaohua listened to several different voices and inwardly cursed. Normally, even a single nascent soul cultivator is rare, but today so many appeared all of a sudden. No wonder the people of the Immortal Palace came here. Not long after, the price of the leaf fire pestle had already reached 4 million high-grade primal stones. In the current hidden immortal continent, it was difficult to find traces of cultivators at the 5th grade of essence energy and above. However, what was even rarer than cultivators were ancient magic treasures like the leaf fire pestle, so 4 million top-grade primal stones was normal. Another cultivator raised the price a few more times and finally, the leaf fire pestle was bought by an unknown Taoist cultivator for 7 million top-grade primal stones. Subsequently, the jade water toad, yearning soul entanglement, dragon crouching pillar, heaven shaking sword, and other magic treasures were also bought by unknown cultivators for around 3 million top-grade primal stones. Finally, the scholar surnamed Feng pointed at 2 items that looked like rings and said, finally, these 2 magic treasures should be a pair, so they were put together in the bidding. What I want to say is that this magic treasure's effect is extremely special, and it may not be used in ordinary places. Moreover, whether it is Taoist magic power or Confucian true qi, they can all be used. Seeing that the scholar surnamed Feng only mentioned the appearance of the magic treasure but not its name, the group of human cultivators secretly laughed and didn't speak. Sure enough, after the scholar surnamed Feng said a few more words, a sea race couldn't help but shout, "Hey brat, what is this thing? You've been talking for half a day, how come I don't understand?" "Ah, are you stupid?" A human voice laughed loudly. Brat Feng talked for half a day just to tell us that this magic treasure is a real treasure, and ordinary cultivators shouldn't covet it. I can tell you that if Brat Feng doesn't have 1 million primal stones per word, you can twist my head off. Hee, this senior is going too far with his words. The scholar surnamed Feng smiled and said, Junior's words only cost 700,000 primal stones. How can it reach 1 million? Bullshit. Quickly tell us what this thing is. The sea race shouted. The scholar surnamed Feng wasn't angry at all and he pointed at the 2 rings and said with a smile, this thing is called the Heaven Wing Spectroscope, that thing is called the Earth Wing Spectroscope. These 2 treasures put together are called the 2 Wing Spectroscope. What bullshit thing is this? What's the use of it? The sea race was stunned and Xiaohua stood up from his seat in surprise and couldn't help but walk to the window. The scholar surnamed Feng said again, this magic treasure is refined with the polar magnetic rays, so it has no use in ordinary places. It can only be used inside the polar magnetic rays, and it can be used to control the polar magnetic rays. Boom. When the scholar surnamed Feng said this, the human race cultivators who knew about the polar magnetic rays were in an uproar. No one thought that the incomparably powerful polar magnetic rays could be controlled through magic treasures, so someone couldn't help but shout, fellow immortal Feng, you just said 6 words, right? Could it be that this 2-wing spectroscope has a price of 2 million primal stones? That's right. The scholar surnamed Feng nodded and said, the last ancient Tao magic treasure, the 2-wing spectroscope has a price of 5 million primal stones. Fellow immortal can bid if you like it. For 5 million primal stones, this old man wants it. Just as the scholar surnamed Feng's voice fell, someone immediately shouted. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed and his ears heard the bids of others. He took a deep breath and shouted, 10 million primal stones. Whoosh. The entire auction hall instantly became deathly silent, even faster than before. The scholar surnamed Feng looked at the window that hadn't appeared before in disbelief, and said with a trembling voice, "Senior has bid 10 million primal stones?" "Nonsense," Xiaohua said coldly, "who else wants to bid with this old man?" Xiaohua's voice was extremely cold, and it even contained soul cultivation soul techniques, which carried an indescribable threat in the ears of others. Is there anyone else who wants to bid with Senior?" The scholar surnamed Feng's heart trembled and he hurriedly asked, "Granny, 10 million primal stones, how many cultivators can afford it?" An almost inaudible voice came from the corner. Seeing this, the scholar surnamed Feng didn't dare to be long-winded. He waved the folding fan in his hand and said, "Okay, this item is Senior's." Seeing the two-wing spectroscope disappear in front of the scholar surnamed Feng and land in his window, Xiaohua waved his sleeve and immediately put it into the space. Then he let out a long sigh. Don't be fooled by his calm expression, his heart was clenched. After all, the two-wing spectroscope was a magic treasure that he had coveted for several hundred years. Seeing that he was about to bid for it, it would be strange if he didn't bid for Zhang Kai. Moreover, he was also afraid that someone would bid, so he directly bid 10 million primal stones, frightening many cultivators who wanted to bid. However, it was fortunate that the immortal envoys from the Immortal Palace who opposed him weren't here, otherwise his trick might not have succeeded. After putting away the two-wing spectroscope, Xiaohua calmly placed a Qinkuan pouch on the disc in front of the windowsill, and then hid in the pavilion without saying anything. Cough cough. The scholar surnamed Feng checked the Qinkuan pouch and his face was filled with ecstasy. He said with a smile, "Many thanks for Senior's support. This is the highest bid in this auction. If fellow immortal can't surpass it in the future, my star-picking tower will give fellow immortal a small surprise." Alright, next up is the beast slaves. The scholar surnamed Feng put away the Qinkuan pouch and the clouds beneath his feet moved. Several cracks appeared on both sides of the auction hall, and dozens of demonic beasts wearing chains inscribed with runes walked out from the cracks. Some of these demonic beasts were directly captured from the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, some were sold to my star-picking tower by the demonic beasts, and some were eliminated from the arena. The scholar surnamed Feng explained, "However, fellow immortals, please don't worry. These demonic beasts have all been implanted with beast-slave talismans. After a fellow immortal bids, as long as he controls the talisman, he can control the demonic beast's life and death. Moreover, this beast-slave talisman was refined by an expert, so there definitely won't be any signs of backlash." Xiaohua hid in the window, coldly watching the demonic beasts bidding. His heart was a bit confused and there was an indescribable feeling in it. He looked at the humans in the auction hall who were very excited. One by one, they enthusiastically bid for the beast slaves, and the atmosphere reached a climax. "Oh, I understand now." As he watched the beast slaves being put into the Qinkuan bracelet by their masters, Xiaohua suddenly realized something. No wonder the Sea clan of the Grotto Heaven River came to the Star-Picking Towers auction hall. Turns out that they want to win here. Or perhaps they want to bid for a Yazi Arena's beast to test the Yazi Arena's strength. Then Xiaohua looked at the surrounding windows. These windows were all protected by essence arrays, so Xiaohua's spiritual force could not penetrate them. He also could not tell which of the Sea clan of the Grotto Heaven River belonged to. Perhaps I should pay them a visit? Xiaohua's heart wavered, just as Do Shanjun had expected. At this moment the scholar surnamed Feng said, "Next up is a batch of materials for refining tools. Fellow immortals, if any of you are interested you can bid." Soon after, the person in charge of the auction reported the quantity and type of materials. There were many materials that could be used to construct lightning boats and teleportation formations. Xiaohua didn't hesitate and started bidding. Chapter 3957. Xiaohua bought the majority of the materials in the auction in one go. Coupled with the fact that he had enough primeval stones in the space, he bought the majority of the materials in one go. Xiaohua's big spending surprised many of the humans and monsters who were participating in the auction. They whispered to each other and tried to guess who Xiaohua was. After all, the current Xiaohua was completely different from the Xiaohua of the stargazing tower. He had the bearing of a great master, and the aura of a saint inside and a monarch outside was brewing. How could his tone be the same as before? Even if Zhu Qing was by his side, she wouldn't be able to see Xiaohua's true face. After buying enough materials, Xiaohua had nothing to worry about in this auction. He thought for a moment and pulled Lu Yi out of the space. Lu Yi had obviously heard what Yuanya said. When he saw Xiaohua, he respectfully saluted and asked, "Master, is Xiao Yun in danger?" Although Yuanya didn't know much, Jiang Xing's appearance in the space was enough for Lu Yi to guess a lot. Xiaohua was glad that he let Lu Yi out. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what Lu Yi was thinking in the space. Xiao Yun should be fine. The one who is in trouble is Jiang Xing. Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment, then explained the ins and outs of the matter. When Lu Yi heard that Xiao Yun wasn't in danger, he smiled and said, "That's good. Disciple is only worried about Xiao Yun's safety. Disciple doesn't care about the heavenly abode river." Jiang Xing and the other sea races flooded the longevity town. Even if they were eaten by the barbarians, Disciple would still ask for a few skewers to eat. Xiaohua smiled and glared at Lu Yi. "Master still wants you to show off in front of the heavenly abode river and deepen their impression of you. But you want to eat dragon meat. How can Master let you go?" He. Lu Yi smiled and replied, "Master, Disciple knows what you're thinking. However, in the eyes of the sea races of the heavenly abode river, revenge and a great undertaking are of great importance. Disciple's cultivation is shallow. I'm only a first or second grade cultivator. How can they put me in their eyes? If Disciple goes there now, other than Xiao Yun, no one will give Disciple a second glance. Rather than give them a bad impression, Disciple might as well not show his face." Not bad, not bad. Xiaohua nodded. "Master was thinking of leading." "Oh, I was thinking of letting you all gain experience, but I forgot about this. You should focus on your cultivation. When you are able to stand proudly among the hidden immortals, there is no need for you to look for others. Even the dragons of the heavenly abode river might come knocking on your door." "Master." When Xiaohua said the word visit, there was a double meaning to it. Lu Yi was a little embarrassed when he heard it and said in a low voice, "This disciple regards Xiao Yun as his own little sister. You shouldn't think too much." He. Xiaohua smiled and said righteously, "In the future, when this old man has the opportunity, I will also accept Xiao Yun as my disciple." "Damn it, fire prevention, theft prevention, senior brother, I want to see how you're going to take care of your little sister." "Master." Lu Yi's face flushed red. He who had always been clever didn't know how to answer. "Ha!" Xiaohua laughed loudly. How could he not see through Lu Yi's thoughts? Wasn't a youth yearning for love exactly what Lu Yi and the others were thinking? "This disciple is going back to cultivate." Lu Yi bowed and said, "I will leave everything to Master." "When this disciple reaches the Grandmaster realm as soon as possible, I will come to share Master's worries." "Ah." Xiaohua was slightly surprised and said curiously, "Grandmaster realm. Your requirements are really high. Master will have to wait for you to share his worries. Who knows how long that will take?" If this disciple becomes a Grandmaster, then won't Master be a Mahayana realm master?" Lu Yi pursed his lips and smiled. This disciple is looking forward to that day. Good flattery. Xiaohua flicked his sleeve and put Lu Yi into the space. He smiled and said, "Go back and cultivate well." After putting Lu Yi away, Xiaohua pondered for a moment and walked out of the pavilion. When Xiao Yi saw Xiaohua coming out, she hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior, what's the matter?" "Take this old man to room 7. This old man is going to visit an old friend." Xiaohua ordered indifferently. Xiao Yi hurriedly nodded, raised her hand and said, "Senior, please." Outside the pavilion was a corridor, but there was no trace of other people. As Xiao Yi walked for a distance, Xiaohua felt a faint aura of a yuan ray sweep past. Then his eyes lit up. Another pretty Xiao Yi came to greet him and said respectfully, "Greetings, Senior. This old man is here to visit an old friend." Xiaohua took out a jade eye and wrote 2 words Jiangxing in it. He handed it to Xiao Yi and said, "This old man doesn't have a name token, so I will give this to them." "Yes, senior." Xiao Yi took the jade eye, walked to the door and whispered a few words. Then a finger stretched out from the door and hooked the jade eye, not allowing Xiao Yi to enter. After waiting for half a cigarette, a layer of inscriptions and clouds flashed in front of the door, and a human figure in a cloak poked his head out. Although the cloak covered the aura of the sea tribe, an unconcealable dragon's breath still passed through, and the 2 little girls trembled under the pressure. "Who are you?" A hoarse voice came from the cloak. It was obviously changed. Xiaohua raised his hand and saluted. He transmitted his voice, "I am Xiaohua of Dao sect. The matter of Yazi auction house was done by me." The cloak clearly trembled again and the tone was somewhat hurried. "You? How did you know I was waiting here?" Xiaohua smiled. "How I know is not a big deal. You don't need to know. You only need to know that I came here alone, and I have nothing to do with the North Sea Dragon Palace." "Please." The dragon in the cloak said a rare word. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "I am not in a hurry to go in. You discuss with the dragon inside first. Don't wait for me to go in and make a move. At that time both of us will lose face and we will attract the attention of Zhai Xinglu." "Spiritual Master Xiao, please wait a moment." The dragon in the cloak nodded slightly and returned to the room. After a while the door of the room appeared and the hoarse voice came from inside. "Spiritual Master, please come in." "Okay." Xiaohua agreed and stepped into the room. However, in view of Jiangxing's vigilance, Xiaohua did not let down his guard. Sure enough, after entering the room, Xiaohua was greeted by 4 cloaked dragons. Each of them stood at a corner surrounding Xiaohua in the middle. 4 powerful dragon forces were like big hands clamping Xiaohua in the middle. Xiaohua's body flashed with a faint golden light. He did not deliberately resist and only said, "Jiangxing is in the hands of Ba Bao of Baiyan. If you don't believe me you can go and investigate." Of course, if Ba Bao handed Jiangxing over to the North Sea Dragon Palace, then it has nothing to do with me. "What? How did Jiangxing fall into the hands of Ba Bao?" Another slightly shrill voice came. Xiaohua smiled faintly and ignored the murderous dragon force. He walked to a chair and said, "What's the point of asking this? If you were late, Jiangxing might have been roasted by Ba Bao into dragon meat skewers. Of course, I also want to remind you that if Ba Bao and the North Sea Dragon Palace work together to set a trap in Baiyan, don't blame me for not warning you." The 4 dragons whispered to each other and discussed for a moment. 2 of them hurriedly left while the other 2 dragons stood there vigilantly. Xiaohua ate a few spirit fruits and stretched out his finger. 2 spirit fruits flew out and landed in front of the 2 dragons. He smiled and said, "My 2 dragon friends, why are you so nervous? I came alone, what are you afraid of? Besides, what happened in the Yazi arena a few days ago, don't you know?" Swish. 2 streams of dragon chi swirled in the air, and the 2 dragon fruits turned into powder. A dragon said with a hoarse voice, "This old man and the other dragons naturally know about the Yazi auction house. But, as for what exactly happened, I'm not too sure." "Oh, I see." Xiaohua understood. He knew everything that happened in the Yazi arena, but the North Sea Dragon Palace did not disclose the details. In particular, the dragons of the Heavenly Abode River couldn't find out the details. Otherwise, they wouldn't have prepared to bid for the Yazi arena. Xiaohua raised his hand and said, "Please have a seat. Let me tell you the ins and outs of the matter. However, since I'm not afraid of the North Sea Dragon Palace and treat you so honestly, you 2 dragon friends don't have to be so stingy and careful, right?" "Right." The 2 dragons looked at each other. It was unknown if they could see each other's expression through the cloak. Then one dragon took off his cloak and the other did the same. However, the dragon who took off his cloak first walked over and sat beside Xiaohua. The other dragon was still on guard. Xiaohua glanced at the dragon. It still had a ferocious dragon face, no different from Ao Zhan Ao Qian and the others he had seen before. However, the 2 snow-white eyebrows above the fist-sized eyes were a little eye-catching. "Fellow immortal, your surname is also Jiang, right?" Xiaohua probed. The dragon cupped his hands and said, "I'm the 3rd elder of the Heavenly Abode River, Jiang Hai." Excuse me." So it's the third elder. Xiao Hua cupped his hands, but the respect in his tone was limited. We know Daoist Zhao's name, but this is Yuling Bei. We can't be careless, so I have to be careful. Jiang Hai explained politely. Xiao Hua smiled and replied, of course you should be careful. However, being too careful will hurt people's hearts. As he spoke, Xiao Hua recounted the whole story. When he reached the part where he threw Jiang Xing into Bai An's hands, the dragon beside him couldn't help but cry out, Spiritual Master Xiao, since you've already rescued Jiang Xing, why throw him into Bai Yan's hands? You only need to tell him the reason. Isn't that better than anything else? Now that this misunderstanding has been formed, if anything happens to Jiang Xing, that you're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.